When we were little, my childhood friend and I used to eat spicy sticks together. I'd say my mouth is on fire. Without saying a word, she'd kiss me right there. From then on, whenever I said it hurt somewhere, my childhood friend would kiss the pain away. Our parents would just look at each other and burst into laughter. Looks like we're definitely going to be in-laws. But not long after I moved abroad with my mom, I heard that proud childhood friend of mine, Nanon, had developed a severe case of misandry. Since then, not a single guy has been able to get a kiss from Nanon ever again. Even trying to get within half a step of her has become an absolute luxury. On the very first day of my return, my unreliable mother went and dumped me right at Nanon's doorstep. All I could do was pull my suitcase in a huff and bang on the door with all my might. I knocked for ages, but no one answered. I couldn't help but give the door a few kicks, cursing that annoying Nanon in my head. She's definitely out fooling around again. Thinking about how long it's been since I saw her, I suddenly wanted to see if she could still recognize my voice. So, I called her phone directly. I raised my voice and shouted, "Nanon, where the hell have you gone to die? This young master is back in the country, standing right outside your apartment. Get your butt back here and open the door." But the person on the other end wasn't Nanon. A strange female voice said, "Looking for President Key? She's busy right now. Call back in a bit." Before I could say anything, she hung up. I stared at my phone screen, which had gone dark, completely stunned. Rage flared up inside me. Even some lackey dares to hang up on me? A surge of anger rushed to my head. I was so livid my face turned pale and my eyes were full of fury. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Yanmei Bar, Nanon was in a drinking contest with everyone. There was a man sitting right next to her. He had his arm around Nanon's shoulder, saying in a syrupy voice, "President Key, you seem a little drunk, don't you?" Nanon gave a cold snort, lazily leaning back against the sofa. Her eyes were slightly glazed from the alcohol, but she still radiated a cold do-not-approach aura. That man was Lu Guan. He was staring infatuatedly at Nanon's ravishing beauty. He instinctively reached out to touch her cheek, desire flashing through his eyes. Lu Guan was scheming in his mind that this perfect woman had to be his. Hooking up with Nanon would be his ticket to the top. His gaze lingered on her seductive lips, and his heart rate suddenly spiked. He slowly leaned in, intending to plant a kiss on them. Everyone knew she was always surrounded by handsome men, but she never gave anyone the chance to kiss her. Rumor had it that only her one true love could ever make her take the initiative. Lu Guan's voice was deep and gentle. Any other woman would have surrendered long ago, but Nanon didn't react at all. Just as Lu Guan's lips were about to touch hers, she suddenly shoved him away, snapping in a freezing tone, "Stay away from me!" Lu Guan pouted like a kicked puppy, but he wouldn't give up and pressed closer again. He grabbed Nanon's arm and whispered, "President Key, you're drunk. Let me help you." Nanon frowned in annoyance. She rummaged through her pockets for a long time, her voice dropping low. "Where's my phone?" Her lackey immediately came scurrying over, holding the phone with both hands. "President Key, your phone fell earlier, so I kept it safe for you." The lackey's gaze was a bit evasive, hesitating over whether to mention that he had just answered a call for her. Right then, Nanon's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. She casually pressed answer. "Nanon?" My suppressed, angry shout came through the receiver, thick with resentment. Nanon didn't recognize my voice at first. She impatiently asked, "Who is this?" Aside from her family, no man had ever dared to yell at her like that. In her voice, hints of mockery and irritation were starting to show. I froze when I heard that, instinctively asking, "Is this really Nanon?" Nanon scoffed in a sarcastic tone, "Are you sick or something?" She was about to hang up, but I yelled, "Wait!" I hurriedly stopped her. Realizing she sounded drunk, my anger flared even more. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." My tone was authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. Normally she would have hung up ages ago, but this voice gave her a strange sense of familiarity, as if possessed. She blurted out her location. "Yanmei Bar, VIP room 201. Fine, you just wait. I'll be there in a heartbeat." I hung up, left my suitcase at her apartment's front desk, and turned to hail a taxi, heading straight for Yanmei Bar. Nanon gripped her phone, her foggy brain trying to figure out who that was. Very few people dared to give her orders like that. While she was still pondering, then Lu Guan leaned in close again, asking in a slimy voice, "President Key, was that some guy calling? Your new lover?" Nanon couldn't be bothered with Lu Guan. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, the lackey rushed off to get some hangover cure. A moment later, he returned with the medicine, respectfully saying, "President Key, here is the hangover cure." Nanon reached out to take it, but Lu Guan was faster and snatched the pill. He gave a flattering smile. "President Key, let me serve it to you." Elsewhere, the taxi quickly pulled up at the bar street. The female driver stared at me with a suggestive look. She spoke up, "Hey handsome, Yanmei is right up ahead." Thanks, since I was in a hurry to find Nanon, I pushed the door open to get out. The driver quickly called me back. "Hey pretty boy, you haven't paid the fare yet?" I suddenly remembered my movements freezing for a second as I casually asked, "How much?" 48 yuan, she said, looking at me with an unfriendly gaze. I rummaged through my entire bag, but couldn't find a single yuan. All I could do was look at the driver awkwardly. "I just got back to the country and haven't exchanged money yet. Do you take dollars?" The driver's face hardened, flatly refusing. "No way, I only take RMB. Give it to me, now." I truly didn't have a single cent of cash, so I couldn't help but frown and worry. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head, and I found a way out. I gave a forced smile and tried to negotiate. "How about this? Let me go inside to get money from my friend. I'll come right back and pay you, okay?" The driver snorted coldly, firmly refusing. "No, who knows if you're just planning to run off." I stomped my feet impatiently, forced to come up with another plan. "Then let me call my friend to bring the money out to you. That works, right?" With that, I called Neon's phone again, but there was only a busy signal. She dares to not answer my call? My face darkened with rage. I called once more, but still no one picked up. That annoying Nanon? I gritted my teeth hard, nearly smashing my phone to bits. Having no choice, I blinked my eyes, trying to look pitiful for the driver. "Driver, please bear with me for a second. I'm really not a scammer. Why don't you come inside with me? As soon as I find my friend, I'll pay you." The driver barked back impatiently. "I don't have time to mess around with you. Pay up now. I have other customers to find." Just as I was at my wit's end, not knowing what to do, the driver suddenly lowered her voice. Her lustful gaze fixed on me, her tone suggestive. "But you could use something else to settle the debt." "Something else?" I looked at the driver warily, hurriedly saying, "You can't have my phone. I need it to contact people." I thought to myself, this latest model of mine, settling a 48 yuan debt with it would be a huge loss. The driver licked her lips, in a flirtatious and blatant tone, revealing her dirty intentions, not the phone. "Let me feel those abs of yours, and today's fare is on the house." Only then did I realize what was going on, so that's why she'd been staring at me all this time. She was plotting this all along. It was absolutely disgusting. My rage exploded instantly as I shouted, "That's revolting!" The driver didn't care at all and just sneered, "A little touch saves you 48 yuan, you're getting a great deal." I glared at her furiously, trembling with anger, my teeth clenched. 48 yuan? In your dreams with that? I kicked the door open and bolted, ignoring the driver's shouting behind me. I ran straight into Yanmei Bar. But I was stopped by the security guard at the door. He looked me up and down and asked, "Hey kid, are you even of age?" "I'm here for Nanon." I was busy trying to lose the driver chasing me, so while the guard was still dazed, I ducked under his arm and slipped inside. As soon as the guard heard Nonon's name, he didn't dare to stop me anymore and even conveniently blocked the driver outside, coldly saying, "Entry forbidden." The driver stomped her feet in a rage, screaming loudly, "Why? That brat still owes me for the cab fare. I have to go in and get my money." The guard looked at the driver with contempt. "We only welcome beautiful people here. Someone like you should just clear off." The bar was packed and incredibly noisy. The pounding music was deafening. I struggled through the crowd to get to room 201. I shoved the door open and stepped inside, hands on my hips. I roared, "Nanon!" The whole room suddenly went dead silent. Every eye in the room turned toward me, filled with surprise and confusion. A man in flashy clothes swaggered toward me, looking me up and down with a mocking tone. "Who do you think you are?" Calling President Qi by her full name. "If you want attention, don't use such a stupid method, little brat." One look was enough for me to recognize him as Lu Guan. As he approached, his overpowering cologne stung my nose, making me scowl in discomfort. I instinctively took 2 steps back, warning him coldly, "Get away from me." Nonon's lackey hurried over to settle things, smiling as he said, "You're here for President Qi, right?" She went to the restroom. "She'll be back in a second." Lu Guan didn't even bother to hide his contempt, speaking with a harsh voice. "Are you President just new boy toy? Aside from that boyish face and being a bit more muscular, you're nothing compared to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a few girls in the room started giggling. Anyone with eyes could see that I had natural good looks, while Lu Guan's face was completely plastic. We weren't even in the same league, but Lu Guan was so full of himself, with his campus king title, that he actually thought he was a peerless beauty. I hate it when people gossip about my body, so I gave Lu Guan a cold glare and growled, "Can you just shut that foul mouth of yours? What does me finding Nanon have to do with you?" Lu Guan's face fell, instantly raising his voice to shout, angrily questioning, "Who do you think you are, to talk to me like that?" Lu Guan was already fuming inside, having been dumped by Nanon after only a week, and then hearing she already had someone new. Now, seeing that my aura and looks surpassed his, he was absolutely livid. He thought that even if he wasn't as handsome, he absolutely couldn't lose in terms of presence. Not giving Lu Guan another thought, I looked straight at the lackey, asking urgently, "Where's the restroom? Take me there now." The lackey froze, stammering out, "Are you planning to barge into the ladies' room?" I gave him a sharp glare, answering irritably, "That's right. Didn't you say she was in the restroom? If I don't go into the ladies' room, am I supposed to find her in the men's room? Oh, right, yes, this way, please." He bowed respectfully, not daring to say another word, as he hurriedly led me toward the restroom. Lu Guan, seeing me treat him like thin air, was so angry his entire body shook. He stepped forward to block my path, screaming, "How dare you ignore me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Overcome with shame and rage, he reached out to grab my hair. A sharp pain immediately flared across my scalp. As I roared in pain, "Let go of me." Lu Guan gave a triumphant smile. He gripped my hair tightly, refusing to let go, taunting me. "I won't let go. What are you going to do about it?" I gritted my teeth, bracing against the stinging pain on my head. I reached back and grabbed Lu Guan's pants and gave them a violent yank, sending his trousers sliding straight to the floor. Lu Guan let out a horrified shriek, hurriedly letting go to cover himself up. That pathetic, messy sight of him caused the entire VIP room to burst into uproarious laughter. Lu Guan looked at me with eyes full of fire, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You bastard! I won't let you get away with this." I lifted my chin, face full of disdain, challenging him without a hint of fear. "Bring it on then." Right then, the VIP room door was suddenly pushed open. A woman's voice rang out, languid yet tinged with irritation. "What's with all the noise?" Hearing that familiar voice, I whirled around instantly. All my pent-up frustration exploded as I shouted her name, "Ki Nanon." Ki Nanon visibly stiffened when she heard me. When she saw my face clearly, her eyes were filled with pure astonishment. She gasped, "Yuan, Yuan, what are you doing here?" A cold smile touched my lips as I looked at Ki Nanon. "Good, at least you haven't forgotten me." With that, I raised my hand to give her a smack. The entire VIP room let out a collective gasp, everyone stunned and terrified. Someone actually dares to hit President Ki? But Ki Nanon was quick-thinking and fast-acting, catching my wrist in a flash. Helplessness flickered in her dark eyes as she asked gently, "What's wrong? You just got back and you're already throwing a tantrum." There wasn't a hint of anger in her voice. On the contrary, she sounded like she was coaxing a child. This scene left everyone present agape with shock. "You actually have the nerve to ask?" I resentfully flung Ki Nanon's hand away. "Just to find you, do you have any idea how much bad luck I've endured?" Not only was Ki Nanon not angry, but her eyes were full of doting affection. This indulgent, pampering look left the people around us staring in a daze. Was this really the queenly President Ki, whose word was absolute law? Ki Nanon took the chance to embrace me. Looking up at my messy hair, she teased with a raised eyebrow. "Yuan, Yuan, what's going on with this hair? Is this bird's nest style the new trend in the States?" I shot Ki Nanon a dirty look, then glanced over at Lu Guan next to us. I spoke up coldly. "Isn't this a gift from this boyfriend of yours?" Ki Nanon looked at me with a completely innocent face. Confused, she asked, "Me? What did I do to you? I just found out you were back in the country." I tilted my chin toward Lu Guan, saying dissatisfiedly, "Go ask him yourself. This boyfriend of yours is really something. I came here to find you, but he picked a fight without even asking why, and even had the nerve to pull my hair. Ki Nanon, your taste in men is just fantastic." The more I spoke, the more resentful my tone became. Our decade-long childhood bond, she understood my hidden meaning immediately. She snapped her head toward Lu Guan, her voice suddenly turning ice-cold, her aura making everyone in the room shiver. "You touched his hair? Who gave you the guts to do that?" Lu Guan, caught in Ki Nanon's freezing gaze, began to tremble. He stammered in defense, "President Ki, please let me explain. His attitude was just too arrogant, and he dared to call you by your name. I just got so angry that I—" Ki Nanon cut him off coldly. The weight behind her words was terrifying. "What does it matter to you if he calls me by my full name? You're asking what right he has? The right that I like it and I spoil him? He can call me whatever he wants. Since when is it your business to manage him?" Upon hearing those words from Ki Nanon, all my frustration vanished in an instant. A small, subtle smile crept onto the corner of my lips. Lu Guan's face turned as pale as a sheet. He'd been secretly in love with her for years, yet he'd never seen her favor someone so specifically. He truly couldn't understand why I was the only exception. His eyes reddened and tears began to fall. He choked out, "President Ki, I really didn't know you and he were this close. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Ki Nanon hated it when men cried, so she frowned and looked away. I also felt the mood was a bit ruined. I wanted to see her vent her anger for me, but Lu Guan's weeping made me look like an overbearing bully. I glanced at Ki Nanon, saying nonchalantly, "Deal with this yourself. If you dare try to play peacemaker, I won't let you off easily." Ki Nanon looked at Lu Guan coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. "Tell me, Lu Guan, how should I punish you?" Under her gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that if he didn't pay a steep price today, this wouldn't end well for him. He gritted his teeth in determination and delivered a hard slap to his own face. Sobbing as he spoke, in a repentant tone, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked him without asking first." He He slapped himself twice more in succession. His attitude was extremely sincere. Hearing the crisp sound of the slaps and seeing Lu Guan's pitiful state, most of my anger had already dissipated. All right, stop the dramatics. I waved my hand in dismissal, not even bothering to look at him again. Lu Guan's movement stiffened, looking at me with tear-filled eyes as I turned my head to Kinyanan. Let's go, come home with me. Kinyanan waved to the others in the VIP room, casually saying, keep going, I'm leaving. As if remembering something, she turned to the lackey. Oh, that's right, give me my phone. The lackey immediately presented the phone, respectfully saying, President Ki, here is your phone. The moment I saw her phone, I remembered the anger from being hung up on earlier and reached out to snatch it. Kinyanan, how could you not recognize my voice? And when I needed help with the cab fare, you actually had the nerve to not pick up. Stop using this broken phone, give it to me. Kinyanan reacted instantly, hiding the phone behind her back. She smiled, took my arm, and led me out of the room. Stop acting up. It was so noisy in there. It's only natural I couldn't hear clearly. She said as we walked, you coming back so suddenly and coming to find me this late at night, is something important going on? She leaned close to my ear, whispering suggestively, her warm breath on my skin. Could it be you missed me so much that you flew back just to confess your love? I looked up and gave her a sharp glare, then stomped hard on her expensive high heels, barking angrily. Stop being so full of yourself. This young master is in a terrible mood today. Don't you dare provoke me. Kinyanan hissed in pain. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled and helped me fix my hair. The adoration in her eyes was impossible to hide. Stepping out of the bar, Kinyanan regained her usual arrogant and carefree demeanor. She casually rested her arm on my shoulder, asking, Come on, tell me, what is going on exactly? I gave her a sidelong glance and said irritably, I was looking for you to open the door. I don't have the keys to your apartment. What else did you think I was looking for you for? Kinyanan was stunned and asked suspiciously, My house? Both my father and mother are at home. You just need to give them a call and they'll open the door. Why did you need to find me? I gave Kinyanan another sidelong glance, feeling like she was talking nonsense. I spoke up impatiently. I'm talking about your private apartment. Why else would I look for you? Are you stupid? Kinyanan's expression changed instantly. She grabbed my shoulders tightly, looking at me with deep suspicion, a bad premonition rising in her heart. My eyes even avoided hers a little. What are you going to my apartment for? Are you planning to move in at this time of night? Isn't staying at my family mansion good enough? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, always feeling that something was wrong, waiting for her ahead. Seeing Kinyanan's over-anxious look, I couldn't help but burst out laughing, patting her shoulder. It seems you're still being led by the nose. Our mothers have set a trap for you. Rest assured, I'm just a victim here too. I understand what you mean. Kinyanan furrowed her brows tightly, gripping my hand and refusing to let go, asking urgently, Make it clear right now. I cleared my throat, about to announce that we are fiancés and about to start living together under one roof. From today, we will be. But as it turned out, before I could finish my sentence, just as I stepped out of the bar door, an aggressive woman rushed straight at me. It was the female taxi driver from earlier. She pointed at me and screamed, You stinking brat, cough up the money right now. I looked at the driver in front of me, remembering her filthy intentions from earlier. My gaze turned cold instantly. I sneered at the driver. You still dare to ask for money? Are you tired of living and want to buy a coffin ahead of time? Kinyanan was waiting for my explanation when a gatecrasher jumped out in the middle of it, interrupting her expectations. Her beautiful face darkened immediately, staring coldly at the driver. Who are you? The driver took one look at Kinyanan's attire and knew instantly she was a wealthy young lady. Her attitude flipped 180 degrees, giving a flattering smile and bowing low. Young lady, it's like this. This gentleman took my car but ran away without paying. Could you please see if you can pay the fare for him? I folded my arms across my chest and spoke coldly, each word clear. Hey driver, didn't you say earlier that as long as I let you touch my abs once, the fare would be considered cleared? Cold sweat broke out on the driver immediately. She hurriedly gave a couple of forced laughs, her shifty eyes avoiding mine. She justified herself in a panic. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding, young lady, sir. You must have misheard. I said I told you to leave something behind as collateral. I looked at the driver's fake smile with contempt. Misunderstanding? I haven't forgotten her lustful eyes and crude words earlier were definitely not a misunderstanding. Kinyanan, having heard my words, instinctively glanced over my body, her gaze stopping on my thin shirt, her face darkening immediately. The fare was clearly only 48 yuan, yet the driver dared to shout a price of 480 yuan. I was angry and about to argue with her, but Kinyanan stopped me. She smiled dangerously. 480 yuan? She asked lightly. Do you want to die? As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick that sent the driver tumbling to the ground. The driver lay on the ground screaming miserably. Rolling around, she yelled, Help, someone's hitting me! Kinyanan only sneered. Hitting you is too kind. Should I just kill you instead? After saying that, she intentionally looked towards me, as if she found this game extremely amusing. But I was truly exhausted and sleepy, only wanting to go home quickly to sleep, not in the mood to play along with her drama anymore. Just then, the bar's security team heard the noise and came running. The driver thought her saviors had arrived and was about to complain, but unexpectedly, the security guards ignored her. They ran straight to Nanon, bowing respectfully. "Miss Key, what happened?" The driver's face instantly turned pale. Only now realizing she had run into a wall, she knelt down in fear, kowtowing for mercy. Nanon didn't even spare her a glance, speaking directly to the security guards. "This woman blackmailed me. Handle it yourselves." The security personnel understood immediately. A few of them dragged the driver up and pulled her into the dark alley nearby. Faint screams could be heard coming from there. Nanon took my hand, not letting me look further. Let's go home." Getting into the $1 million supercar, I clicked my tongue in awe and called her a spendthrift. I reached out my hand, teasingly asking her for a few million for pocket money. Nanon slapped my hand away. "Why should I give you anything? Go ask your mother for it, stingy." I pouted, not wanting to argue with her anymore. Soon the car entered the parking garage of the luxury apartment complex. Nanon finished parking, and as she turned her head, she saw my head tilted to one side. It seemed I had fallen fast asleep. She gave me a gentle nudge. "Hey, we're home. Don't pretend to be asleep." "Trying to make me carry you?" "Dream on," but I just waved my hand, as if shooing a fly to push her hand away, showing no signs of waking up. Nanon frowned. Did this brat really fall asleep? She suddenly remembered I just flew back from abroad today, must be due to jet lag exhaustion. "Sigh, I really owe you one." She muttered and then got out of the car anyway, went around to the other side, and with much effort, managed to get me onto her back. In the elevator, Nanon looked at the reflection. Seeing my face sleeping soundly on her back, she could only shake her head in exasperation. She laid me down in the living room, thoughtfully tucked me in, and then went to shower. But only 10 minutes later, just as she stepped out of the bathroom, a figure suddenly rushed towards her from the darkness. Nanon was startled, only now remembering that I was here. She looked down. I hadn't even opened my eyes yet. Still dazed, I crashed straight into her chest. She asked, "What are you doing? Did you know I was showering and decided to ambush me?" To her surprise, I wasn't awake at all, muttering, "So dirty, I want to shower, it's so uncomfortable." Saying that, I started pulling at the shirt, already thin on my body. Nonon's eyes darkened. She quickly held my hands tight. If she let me continue, I would definitely strip myself naked. "What shower are you talking about in this dazed state?" She pulled me away from her chest, holding my shoulders tight, thinking of a way to wake me up. But at that very moment, my hand touched her chest, still damp from the shower. I felt it once, then like an addict, I continued groping and muttering, "Nanon, why aren't you wearing clothes? This feels so good. Let me touch a bit more." Nanon couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed my wandering hand, pinched my chin, and shook it gently. "Can you wake up first?" I irritably pushed her away again, pouting and complaining. "My body is so sticky, it's uncomfortable. I must shower." Saying that, I bent down low, planning to slip under her arm. Nanon grabbed me by the back of the collar, completely speechless. She suddenly remembered I had been a heavy sleeper since childhood. Once I even fell asleep in her family's bathtub, almost drowning. How could she dare let me shower in this state? Suddenly, a devilish glint appeared in her eyes. She leaned one hand against the doorframe, pinning me in. She lowered her voice, using a slightly raspy, seductive whisper in my ear. "How about, I help you shower?" I suddenly squinted and laughed, slowly placing my hand on her cheek. If I didn't see that this face was getting more and more handsome, I would have slapped you already. "What? Just realized I'm beautiful?" Nanon teased smugly. "Get lost." I pushed her face away. "I'm going to shower. Seems like you're more awake now." Nanon held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of me. "How many is this?" "2, you idiot," I yelled. "I'm awake," irritably brushing her hand away. Nanon finally felt relieved, but then threw out a question. "How will you shower? You don't have any change of clothes. Are you going to put these dirty clothes back on after?" I was stunned for a moment, then slapped my forehead loudly and rushed to the living room. "That's right. Where's my luggage? Where is my luggage?" Nanon leaned against the doorframe, casually saying, "What luggage? I didn't see any luggage. When I brought you back, you didn't have any luggage with you." Then it hit me. I gave a wry smile and hit my head. "Ah, I forgot. The luggage is with the security on the first floor." As I was about to rush out, Nanon stopped me. She made a call and told the security to bring it up. Very soon, security brought the luggage up. I closed the door but didn't go in immediately, pointing at the security system on the door instead. "Scan my fingerprint in so I can open the door myself later." Nanon folded her arms, giving a cold laugh. "Based on what? Should I let you freely enter and leave my house?" Unexpectedly, I imitated her by folding my arms, declaring boldly, "Because starting from today, I'm moving in here." Nanon's brows furrowed instantly. "Who said you could? Did you get my permission?" I pulled out my trump card. Bo Ki told me to stay here. She then remembered my unfinished words from earlier, immediately questioning, "What did you mean when you said we were being set up?" I tilted my chin up, dropping a bombshell. "Because you and I are about to get engaged, so the adults want us to live together, to cultivate our feelings." Ki Nianen was completely stunned, staring at me blankly. "What did you say? What the hell do you mean, you and I getting engaged?" But I was already yawning uncontrollably from sleepiness, dragging my luggage straight towards the bedroom. I waved her off. "If you want specifics, go ask your father. I am too lazy to explain." Bye-bye. Ki Nianen tried to rush up to stop me. With a loud bang, the bedroom door slammed shut right in front of her, almost hitting her nose. She angrily pounded on the door and shouted, "Fang Yuan, come out here and explain yourself right now." A moment later, the door opened. I was holding a change of clothes, leaning against the doorframe, my face full of exhaustion. "My brain is fried right now. I can't function anymore. Let's talk tomorrow, okay?" After saying that, I brushed past her and went straight to the bathroom. Chi Nianan saw my tired look and had to let it go for now. However, the next day, having slept my fill, I walked out of the room leisurely. The first thing I said was, "Ki Nianan, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready?" She leaned against the bar counter, saying in a sluggish tone, "No, I don't do any cooking here. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself." To her surprise, the next second, I let out a howl and collapsed onto the sofa, flailing my arms and legs in a tantrum. "No breakfast, I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death, hoo-hoo." Ki Nianan told me to go find something to eat and then get out of her sight. She planned to call my family to take me back, but hearing about food, I immediately sprang up from the sofa, drinking milk and munching on an apple loudly, boldly declaring, "I told you last night. From today, I'm staying here." Ki Nianan coldly refused. "Any engagement or whatever, I won't agree to it." Unexpectedly, I shifted the blame. "If you don't agree, then go talk to your parents and Banoi Ki." Upon hearing the words, grandmother Chi Nianan instantly became troubled. I had seen through everything. Bo Ki said you have to go home this weekend. When the time comes and grandma speaks up, you'll have to agree, even if you don't want to. Chi Nianan couldn't wait any longer, deciding to take me home tonight to settle things once and for all. As it turned out, I didn't care at all. Whatever. I finished the apple and went to wash my hands, then said I had to go to school. "Wait a second, I'm going to change. It won't take long." Ki Nianan was stunned. "You're planning to go to school with me?" The next second, I stuck my head out from the bathroom door. "That's right, because starting from today, I'm transferring to your school." Sticking my head out once more. "Yup, because as of today, I am a student at your school." Chi Nianan was about to go crazy, but I just hummed and sang while entering the bathroom, leaving her standing there alone in a daze. After I was all ready, no matter how annoyed Ki Nianan was, she had no choice but to drive me to school. To her surprise, when we were still a few hundred meters from the gate, I shouted, "Stop the car!" Ki Nianan was confused. "We're not there yet. Why are you getting out?" I casually stepped out of the car, hoisting my backpack onto my shoulder and said with a smile, "I don't want to enter the school with you. It'll attract too much attention. I'm going to buy breakfast. Bye." After saying that, Ki Nianan could only watch as I slipped away. After she drove off, I turned and walked into a cake shop, instantly eyeing a slice in the display case. It was the last slice of strawberry cake. "You'll take this one." But the waiter apologetically told me, "I'm so sorry. Someone has already purchased this last slice." I immediately felt dejected. Who bought it? I clearly saw it first. The waiter pointed towards the cashier counter, where a slender figure stood. "It's that girl. She has already paid for it." Not wanting to give up, I walked up and tapped the girl's shoulder. "Hi, could you please let me have this strawberry cake slice?" To my surprise, when she turned around, she was a breathtaking beauty. Her face was delicate, ethereal, and very elegant, and her voice was exceptionally pleasant to hear. "Hello, may I ask if something's the matter?" I immediately felt a flutter. "Well, the thing is, this strawberry cake is the last slice. I really want to eat it. Could you let me have it?" But the beauty didn't waver at all, her face full of regret. "I'm so sorry. I bought this for someone else, so I can't give it to you." I instantly deflated like a popped balloon, looking dejected. Just as I was about to give up, the beauty spoke up on her own initiative. "I heard the chestnut cake here is also very good. You could give it a try." I was instantly revitalized, giving her a radiant smile. "Sure, then I'll give it a shot." I bought a slice of chestnut cake, hurrying after the beauty, deciding to be bold and introduce myself. "Hello, are you also a student at Thuongduk? I'm a new transfer student starting today." The two of us chatted as we walked along. I learned that her name was Yun Wan, a senior in the 12th grade. As for me, to cultivate feelings with Chi Nianan, I would likely be placed in the 11th grade. To my surprise, just as I reached the school gate, I was blocked by the security guard. "You can't enter. Outsiders are not allowed on campus." No matter how I explained, it was useless. The guard's gaze towards me became increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Yun Wan, standing nearby, spoke up. "He really is a transfer student starting today. I can vouch for him." As soon as the guard saw Yunwan, his attitude changed immediately. "Oh, it's you. Since Yunwan said so, I'll let him in for your sake." But my self-esteem flared up, and I coldly told Yunwan, "Thanks, but I don't need your help. I'll handle it myself." The next second, I took out my phone and called Nanon directly. On the other end of the line, Nanon's sluggish voice answered, and I started complaining. "I've been blocked by the guard. He won't let me in." In response, Nanon just burst out laughing and teased me. I was furious, about to yell at her, when I suddenly heard from her side the deep magnetic voice of a guy. I instinctively questioned, "Who are you with?" Nanon didn't bother to answer. She just hung up directly. I growled in frustration at the phone. Yunwan asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What happened?" I pouted, looking completely annoyed. Just someone choosing men over friends. Just as I said that, the security guard's phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller's name, he was terrified, answering with an extremely respectful attitude. I don't know what he heard, but he just kept looking at me in utter shock. After hanging up, the guard's attitude flipped 180 degrees, giving me a flattering smile. "I'm so sorry, sir. It was all just a misunderstanding. Please come inside. The principal is waiting for you." Now satisfied, I held my chin high and walked in proudly. Yunwan followed behind, full of questions. "The principal? Exactly who are you that the principal personally cares this much?" I just chuckled, waving a finger. "It's a secret. I'll tell you once we become close." Yunwan laughed softly. "Are you flirting with me? I'm not someone who makes friends easily. I know. Are you a total nerd? A student as brilliant and beautiful as you must have plenty of guys chasing after her." This time, it was Yunwan's turn to be curious. "How did you know I'm a good student? Because you're smart? It's obvious at a glance." I pressed further. "The guard said he recognized you. Are you very famous at school? Is it because you're the school beauty, or because you're always top of the class?" Yunwan replied calmly, "I'm not the school beauty, and my grades are just okay." I was instantly shocked. "You're not the beauty? Someone as beautiful as you wasn't chosen? Wait, is the school beauty Nanon?" As soon as she heard that name, Yunwan's gaze immediately turned a few degrees colder. "Do you know her?" I still hadn't noticed the change, continuing to gossip excitedly. "She must be very famous at school, right? I bet there are dozens of guys chasing after her." "I know her, but we're not close." Yunwan's voice carried a hint of coldness. She stared intensely at me. "She really is a social butterfly. Do you like her too?" Unexpectedly, I immediately snorted. "That flirt? As if I'd ever like her." My reaction surprised Yunwan a little. I looked into her eyes, my expression very serious. "If it were my choice, I think you're much better than her. She's not that great anyway, relying on her money and a bit of looks. But her personality is just awful. Whoever likes her must be extremely unlucky." It was the first time Yunwan had heard someone evaluate Nanon like that. She saw my look of disgust and couldn't help but laugh. "You're truly interesting." My eyes darted around, instantly taking the chance to get closer. "My name is Fang Yuan. You can call me Xiao Yuan. Tell me which class you're in so I can come find you to hang out later." Yunwan seems to like me a bit more now. She's no longer as distant as she was at first. She nodded. "Sure, I'm in class 12S. The campus was deserted right now, without a soul in sight. Everyone must have gone to class already." I waved at Yunwan. "Then I won't bother you anymore. I have to head to the principal's office to register. He'll come find you another day. Bye-bye." With that, I skipped away happily. Yunwan watched my back as I left, lost in thought. New student arriving to register, yet heading straight to the principal's office. It seems this boy's background is anything but ordinary. Yunwan watched my figure, her mind wandering. A transfer student who just arrived, yet is being personally received by the principal. It looks like this young man's identity isn't simple at all. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal's attitude toward me was incredibly attentive. The moment he saw me, he kept getting me water and asking if I wanted fruit. I had just been waiting on the sofa with my legs crossed for a while, when a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a stern expression entered. "Principal, did you want to see me about something?" The principal immediately put on a dignified air and introduced me solemnly. "This is the student who just transferred here, Fang Yuan. Fang previously attended an elite prep school in the US. His academic record is absolutely outstanding. I am placing him in Class S. He will be a key student for us to focus our development on. Do you understand?" The teacher understood immediately and replied, leading me out of the principal's office. The principal even personally walked me to the door. Walking up to the classroom door, I froze. The sign read, Grade 10, Class S. I asked in surprise, "Shouldn't I be in grade 11? Teacher Wei explained. "Now look, Fang, you were in grade 10 in the US. Besides, the pace of the domestic curriculum is very fast. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep up in grade 11. That's fine then." Remembering my excellent grades, I didn't even bother to argue. I only came back to the country to have fun anyway. It doesn't matter which grade I'm in. Then Teacher Wei took me into the classroom. "This is our new transfer student, Fang Yuan. Everyone, let's give him a warm welcome." I stood by the podium with a bright smile. "Hi everyone, my name is Fang Yuan, male, and I like girls. I hope we can all get along well." This self-introduction immediately stirred up the whole class, and everyone burst out laughing, buzzing with excitement. Wow, this guy is so handsome. His skin is so fair. He looks like he stepped right out of a manhwa. Our class heartthrob's position is about to be shaken. The girls in class started cheering directly. All of them were clamoring for me to sit next to them. I narrowed my eyes and smiled, looking around, wanting to find a pretty seatmate to treat my eyes. Teacher Wei also spoke up. Fang Yuan, who would you like to sit with? As long as the other person agrees, it's fine. As soon as he said that, the girls got even more excited. Fang Yuan, sit with me. I'll buy you breakfast every day. Fang, I'm really good at studying. I'll protect you and cover all your snacks. Handsome, sit with me. I'm willing to be your servant. I found it quite interesting, but my goal was very clear. I asked directly, who's the prettiest girl in our class? Unexpectedly, as soon as I said this, the whole class suddenly went dead silent. Everyone looked toward a certain spot at the same time. Their expressions were extremely strange. I followed their gaze. The 2 seats in the back row by the window were empty. The prettiest person wasn't in class today. I thought to myself, whatever. I walked over and sat down in the empty spot. Teacher Wei, I'll sit here. Teacher Wei's expression was also very odd. He said hesitantly, sit there if you like. He tapped on the podium. All right, please take good care of the new student from now on. Now let's continue with the lesson. Teacher Wei returned to the podium to resume his lecture, but who had the mind to listen to a lecture right now? The girls were all stealing glances at me, while the boys looked at me with scrutiny. Shen Yue, who was sitting in front, flatteringly handed over a crumpled textbook. Fang Yuan, you don't have a book, do you? Use mine. Looking at the stains on it, I didn't dare touch it, and refused with a wry smile. It's okay, use it yourself. I'll just listen as best I can. But Shen Yue was persistent. It's fine, I can share with my seatmate. My classmate was being kind, so I couldn't bear to refuse, and could only accept with a forced smile. This was an English class. Not to mention other subjects, but my English was top tier, since I've been studying in the US for several years. So this class was no different. From an elementary school level to me, listening to the lecture felt incredibly boring. I let out a yawn. Shen Yue leaned in again. Fang Yuan, you don't understand it either? How about we just chat instead? It's not that I don't understand, it's just too easy. Not bothering to listen, I felt a bit disdainful. How could they not understand such simple English? I couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of class is Class S? The worst one? No way. Our Class S is the best one. Seeing my completely skeptical expression, Shen Yue scratched her head and explained. In Class S, people are either the smartest or they're incredibly wealthy. Class F is the worst. It's full of troublemakers. You should stay away from them later. It suddenly dawned on me, so that was it. I saw that Shen Yue was quite good-natured, so my attitude softened a bit and joked, you don't look like the smart type, so your family must be very rich, right? Shen Yue was immediately embarrassed, trying to save some face. I'm just not good at English, but I'm great at literature. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's there to be proud of for a girl being good at literature? Fang Yuan, you're really sharp-tongued. You're nothing like your innocent and cute appearance. This was nothing, I thought to myself. Haven't you seen someone truly toxic yet? The 2 of us were whispering and chatting away happily, completely failing to notice the teacher's face at the podium growing increasingly dark. Suddenly, the teacher called out, You, the new student, translate the next section. Are you still talking? Until the boy next to me nudged me. Fang Yuan, the teacher is calling you. Only then did I snap out of it, looking up to see the teacher's fuming eyes. Teacher, is something wrong? His face was turning shades of blue and white, clearly furious. Fang Yuan, translate the second paragraph of the textbook for me. I shrugged innocently. But teacher, I don't have a book. Borrow one from a classmate. It seemed the teacher was truly angry. Shen Yue hesitantly handed her book to me, whispering, Just make something up. He won't dare to do anything to you. Unexpectedly, a devious smile curled on my lips. I casually took the book, and as soon as I spoke, it was a stream of perfect American English. That pronunciation, compared to the teacher's broken English, was an absolute humiliation in terms of skill level. The classmates were all stunned in amazement. I said, Teacher, it's this paragraph, right? Translated into Vietnamese, it means this. Next, I translated that paragraph in a way that couldn't be more perfect. The teacher stood frozen on the spot, his expression even uglier than before, as if he had just been humiliated in public. I, on the other hand, asked with a squinty smile, Teacher, may I sit down now? Sit down. His face was pale, as he reluctantly forced out the words. Shen Yue looked at me with eyes full of admiration. Fang Yuan, you're amazing. Why is your English so good? Hearing you talk, I thought you were a foreigner. I pretended to be innocent and blinked. Didn't I tell you? I just came back from the US, and I even studied at the best elite school over there. Huh? The gossiping classmates around us all exclaimed in surprise. The bell for the end of class rang, and feeling bored, I had the idea to go find Nanon. I ran straight to the grade 11 building. According to the information provided by Shen Yue, I was certain Qi Nianan must be in Class S. Although I didn't know how her grades were, judging by her attitude, she probably wasn't that smart. But the Qi family is an elite superpower, plus Qi Nianan's extremely arrogant personality. She would definitely only be in the best class. Sure enough, as soon as I stood at the back door of Class S and peeked inside, I saw Qi Nianan chatting with another girl. How annoying. After all, I am currently her fiancé in name. I huffed inwardly, telling myself it wasn't because I liked her, this was just normal jealousy as a fiancé. That jerk, knowing full well it's my first day at school, in a strange place where everything is unfamiliar, forget about coming to find me. But she has the time to flirt with handsome guys. She's really trying to drive me crazy. My eyes darted around mischievously, and a wicked smile appeared on my lips. Don't blame me for being heartless. I backed up toward the top of the stairs and grabbed a girl wearing glasses. Hey, could you go into class and call Qi Nianan out for me? Just tell her that her husband is looking for her. The girl was dazed by my good looks and nodded blankly. Oh, okay, I'll go right now. I immediately hid behind the corner of the wall to watch, seeing that bookworm girl enter the classroom and shout loudly, Qi Nianan, your husband is looking for you. The noisy classroom suddenly went dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I covered my mouth, almost bursting out laughing. A few seconds later, Qi Nianan walked out with her beautiful face looking dark as soot. I poked out from the corner and waved at her. Qi Nianan walked over with an I knew it was you expression. Fang Yuan, I knew it was you. You came here specifically to cause trouble, didn't you? I jumped out from the corner, lifting my chin defiantly, full of fiery spirit. Qi Nianan, you're so busy looking at handsome guys that you've abandoned me. Just wait. Tonight I'm going to tell Father Qi and you'll see. I crossed my arms over my chest, looking like someone who had a solid backer and feared no one. Qi Nianan let out a helpless sigh. My little ancestor, what on earth do you want now? I glanced behind her, and surely enough, I saw the guy from earlier coming out too, looking this way. I immediately broke into a cunning grin, smiling wickedly. You've made me angry. If you want me to stop being mad, you have to listen to me. Qi Nianan knew my personality all too well, and judging by my expression, she knew it was nothing good. What do you want me to do? I huffed and commanded, it's very simple. Come here right now and hug me, and give me a kiss on the cheek too. Qi Nianan narrowed her eyes slightly. She knew there were many people secretly watching from behind, and kissing now would be like admitting it. Admitting to that husband title. No way. In public like this, I have a reputation to maintain. She flatly refused. I immediately went crazy with anger, pouting sullenly and beginning to complain. Qi Nianan, you've really changed. Before, you never refused anything I asked of you. Now, because of some other guys, you don't care about me anymore. Fine. Are all these years of feelings between us just being thrown away that easily? The more I spoke, the more aggrieved I felt, like a heavy stone was weighing on my heart. I hate you. I turned around, intending to actually leave. Unexpectedly, Qi Nianan suddenly reached out her hand, pulling me straight into her embrace in one move, holding me very tightly. Her helpless voice sounded from above my head. Is this good enough for you? I really don't know what to do with you, but in the next second, her words were like a knife. Do you find it fun to play these kinds of pranks? I'll have to go explain this to my boyfriend later. It's a real pain, do you know that? I froze in her warm and soft embrace. Do you care about your boyfriend that much? I'm currently your fiancé, after all, so what if you comfort me a little? But Qi Nianan looked extremely annoyed. You know full well I hate having to explain myself most. That's what's bothering me. I looked up and chuckled mischievously again. You don't necessarily have to explain either. Since you change boyfriends like you change clothes, who's to say it'll even be this guy in a few days? Qi Nianan was left speechless by my words, only able to ruffle my hair. All right, the hug is done. Now go back to your class. I'll find you for lunch at noon. I'm not interested. I immediately broke free from her arms. Looking cheerful like someone who had just used her and tossed her aside, I just met a stunning beauty today and I already have a date with her for lunch. Qi Nianan immediately narrowed her eyes. Stunning beauty? The most beautiful person in this school is standing right in front of you, and you're planning on eating with someone else? Oh my goodness, someone's jealous? I deliberately teased her. Qi Nianan argued stubbornly. What do I have to be jealous of? I just feel like there's something wrong with your taste. But in her heart, she was secretly trying to guess who the beautiful person I met actually was. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guy standing behind her, nearly steaming with rage. I grinned triumphantly, patting Qi Nianan's chest lightly, and even wickedly lifting her chin slightly. I can't accompany you this noon, so ill-grace you with my presence tonight. Bye. After speaking, I skipped away and disappeared. The following literature class felt like a powerful sleeping pill to me. I rested my chin on my hand, my head nodding repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, while Shen Yue, sitting in front, was listening extremely attentively. I finally waited until the end of class, stretching my arms out. I slept until my neck got crooked. Shen Yue turned back, laughing and crying at the same time. You were really sound asleep. It almost made me fall asleep too. I stood up abruptly. Class is over, I'm so hungry. Where is the school cafeteria? After a full sleep, you're already asking to eat? Were you born in the year of the pig or something? Shen Yue joked sarcastically. You're the one born in the year of the pig. Hurry and take me to the cafeteria. You're treating me this time. I didn't hold back at all. After all, Shen Yue is a rich young lady, so treating me to a meal is no big deal. All right, I'll treat you. Let's go to the luxury section to eat. Shen Yue packed her things and stood up. Right at that moment, I suddenly cried out in shock. Oh, I forgot. I still have to go find someone. Find who? Before Shen Yue could finish her question, I had already grabbed her hand and run out of the classroom. Let's go, hurry and lead me to the grade 12 area. I completely ignored the suggestive looks from everyone around us, only fearing that if I was even a little late, Yunwan would be gone. Shen Yue stared at the hand I was holding, her expression very subtle. What are you doing in grade 12? Do you know someone there? Nonsense. Why else would I go to the grade 12 area? Fang Yuan, you really have a sharp tongue. Shen Yue felt aggrieved. Just call me Xiao Yuan. Calling me by my full name makes it seem like you have a grudge against me. I quickly corrected myself with her. Then Xiao Yuan, which class in grade 12 are you going to? Where is grade 12, class S located? Shen Yue's footsteps suddenly stopped, staring at me curiously. Grade 12, class S? Who are you looking for? I smiled with squinted eyes and replied, her name is Yun Wan. Do you know her? As expected, Shen Yue immediately looked surprised. Yun Wan? The person you want to find is her? So what's your relationship with her? I chuckled and teased on purpose. If I said we're boyfriend and girlfriend, would you believe it? In the next second, Shen Yue's eyes looked like they were going to pop out. No way. So you're the secret boyfriend she's had all this time? I was completely stunned. So she really already has a boyfriend. My heart suddenly tightened. What a real pity. But Shen Yue keenly noticed my sigh. What do you mean by that? Are you not actually her boyfriend then? I immediately turned the situation around. I was just kidding with you, and you couldn't even tell. How are you going to keep up with me later? Oh my gosh, you were tricking me all this time. Shen Yu's face showed clear grievance. She gave me a glaring look, but I cut her off directly and pulled the topic back to Yun Wan. All right, forget about that. Quickly tell me, what's the deal with her secret boyfriend? Why is he called a secret? I suddenly remembered the scene at the bakery this morning. Was that strawberry cake she bought meant for her boyfriend? Shen Yue shrugged and replied, who knows? People just gossip about a secret boyfriend, meaning no one has ever seen his face. Only heard that she's had a boyfriend she's known for many years, but in the end, no one knows his identity. That mysterious? I felt it was truly hard to believe. How could a top-tier genius like Yun Wan keep her boyfriend so well hidden? Shen Yue looked at me with a suspicious gaze. You don't even know about this, yet you claim to be friends with her. Don't tell me you're planning on pursuing her too? I'm not that unethical. I immediately retorted, I'll absolutely never touch someone who's already taken. Anyway, which way to grade 12, class S? Only then did Shen Yue lead me to one of the academic buildings. It's just upstairs. Follow me. But I still couldn't stop my curiosity. Is she that famous at this school? For what reason? Shen Yue's voice changed completely. She's more than just famous. She's a genius with an IQ of 200. Our school had to spend a fortune to recruit her from a key specialized school. Not only is her tuition fully waived, but she also receives a massive scholarship every year. Other people pay money to study, while she studies to earn money. Moreover, she places first in the country in every exam. The principal treats her like a precious treasure and cherishes her. My heart tightened slightly. Good Lord, I knew Yun Wan was an excellent student, but I really didn't expect her to be this formidable. As we walked and talked, Shen Yue and I arrived at the door of grade 12 class S. Fortunately, it was just after class, so she might still be in the classroom. Right after Shen Yue finished speaking, she quickly pulled over a girl passing by. Excuse me, is Yun Wan still inside? Could you please call her out to meet us for a second? That girl looked me up and down, her face looking like she had already figured everything out. Here to confess to Yun Wan again? You're too late, an upperclassman just took her away on a date. I froze on the spot. It was both funny and sad at the same time. I wanted to explain that I was just a friend of Yun Wan, but the other person had already waved and walked away. I could only shrug dejectedly and go eat lunch with Shen Yue by ourselves. Shen Yue, on the other hand, seemed to have expected it. People say she's famous everywhere. Boys are lined up just waiting to confess to her. After today, I truly believe it. I clicked my tongue with admiration. She's both beautiful and a super scholar, plus she has a very gentle personality. Who wouldn't be captivated by her? Unexpectedly, Shen Yue reacted as if she'd seen a ghost. Gentle? Are you mistaken or something? Yun Wan is famous for being a cold iceberg. She basically doesn't give a damn about any of those boys. I still didn't believe it. No way. She treated me quite gently. Shen Yue stared at me without looking away, and then dropped an absolutely shocking piece of news. That's because you're the only one she treats like that. Suddenly, my heart felt like it was in full bloom. Could it be that to her, I'm truly someone special? But before I could enjoy the joy for long, my stomach growled with hunger. Let's go. Let's go eat. Shen Yue and I walked while chatting happily toward the cafeteria, but I never would have imagined in a million years that the moment the two of us stepped into the cafeteria, we'd run right into our classmates. One girl immediately started teasing. "Oh, Fang Yuan, Shen Yue, it's only been one morning and you're already head over heels for each other?" The crowd around us immediately joined in the cheering, shouting in a suggestive chorus. Date each other, date each other. The shouting echoed throughout the entire cafeteria, immediately attracting everyone's attention. As luck would have it, right at that moment, Nanon happened to walk in. With one glance, she saw that I was being surrounded by the crowd, along with Shen Yue, who was standing right next to me. Hearing those ear-piercing, mocking cheers, her gaze immediately turned ice cold. Is this the person I called a stunning beauty? Only at this level then. The last bit of concern in her heart instantly vanished into thin air, replaced by nothing but utter contempt. In the next second, she directly took the arm of another boy who was standing next to her. Without even sparing me a single glance, she didn't even look my way once, and just headed straight up to the second floor. As soon as Nanon stepped upstairs, the boys in the class immediately became wild. It's the eldest Miss Nanon. She is truly enchantingly beautiful. Her reputation is well-deserved. She's a true school goddess. I just raised an eyebrow with an air of indifference and immediately threw cold water on them. She's the school beauty? Is there really no one more beautiful than her in our school? I think Sister Yunwan in the 12th grade is incredibly gorgeous too. The moment those words left my mouth, those guys instantly changed their attitude, glaring at me with pure rage. Seeing this, Shen Yue hurriedly pulled my arm, whispering a worried warning. Are you crazy? They're all die-hard fans of the eldest Miss Qi. They'd literally put their lives on the line to get you. I almost rolled my eyes into the back of my head. Someone like her actually has crazed fans? I grumbled to myself in disbelief. Are these boys really all blind or what? Those guys let out a cold snort, stood up to give me one last glare, and headed to the second floor to chase after their goddess. Shen Yue sighed. See, you just got to school and you're already making enemies. But I didn't care one bit. I don't like those fake games. We just don't walk the same path. With that, I pulled Shen Yue along to get some food. But just as the trouble with the Qi fan club ended, another problem came crashing in. Some girls from class who had just finished eating looked at us meaningfully and teased, Fang Yuan, you should date Shen Yue, you two look so good together. My eyes darted around for a second, then I threw my arm around Shen Yue's shoulder, giving those girls a charming smile. Shen Yue, sure, I'll consider it. Now stop gossiping, you guys. As soon as they left, Shen Yue immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she asked, were you serious just now? I had already let go of her, giving her a quick glance. I told you already, you need to learn to distinguish my truth from my jokes. Shen Yue's heart broke instantly, clutching her chest and crying out that she was hurt. But right at that moment, Nanon came down from the second floor. Her face was pale with anger, and she was staring right at me. I saw her linking arms with another guy, and my temper instantly flared. Great, how dare you cuddle with someone else right in front of your official husband? And you have the nerve to give me that look. I didn't even give Nanon a second look, suddenly turning my head to look at Shen Yue. The next second, I picked up a piece of braised pork and brought it right to Shen Yue's mouth. Ah, open your mouth. My voice was gentle, but it carried, a command that couldn't be refused. Shen Yue was both surprised and delighted, smiling as she opened her mouth to take the meat. Throughout the whole thing, I kept up a charming smile, but the look in the corner of my eye was cold, directed at the shadow with the darkened face not far away. My eyes fixed on Nanon nearby, as I suddenly ordered Shen Yue, is it good? Now it's your turn to feed me, hurry up. Shen Yue was taken aback, hurriedly picking up a piece of meat to offer me. But at that exact moment, Nanon linked arms with her companion, without even a glance at me, and walked straight out of the cafeteria. The second she was gone, my expression flipped, and I abruptly pushed Shen Yue's chopsticks away, coldly dropping a single line, I'm not eating anymore. Leaving Shen Yue stunned, 1 second we were intimate and close, how could I turn so cold the very next? But I didn't care to keep up the act anymore, stating the cold truth. That was just for show, just to save your face. There's no way anything will happen between us. If I'm looking for someone, it'll be someone like Yunwan. In the afternoon when school ended, Shen Yue's private car arrived. Seeing that I was planning to take the bus, she kindly offered to give me a ride home, but I kept waving her off, saying I was used to it. Seeing Shen Yue keep rambling on, I lost patience and just pushed her into the car, slammed the door shut with a thud, and ordered the driver to leave quickly. Waiting until the car was far away, I then stealthily dialed Nanon's number. The moment the call connected, I angrily interrogated her. Where are you? Did you really dare to leave me behind and go ahead? Unexpectedly, from the other end of the line came Nanon's cold laughter. Didn't you have that great beauty to take you back? It was the perfect chance for you to suck up to her anyway. I angrily played my trump card. If you dare abandon me, you'll tell Father Key, you'll tell him you don't want me anymore because of your boyfriend. She just mocked me, saying I was like a 3-year-old who only knows how to tattle. Those words immediately made me feel aggrieved, and I sat right down on the ground, my voice choking up. Ki Nanon, please just come here already. Right as I finished speaking, a supercar suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of me. The car door opened. Ki Nanon was standing there, stifling a laugh. Fang Yuan, you're seriously so childish. Anyone who didn't know would think you're some family's elementary schooler. I angrily gave her a little punch, but I couldn't help but smile. It turns out she hadn't left at all. She'd been right here the whole time watching me make a fool of myself. I glared at her. You were hiding here watching me this whole time, weren't you? Ki Nanon stepped closer and gave my nose a pinch, her voice full of dissatisfaction. So what if I was? I thought you were about to be snatched away on your very first day. Ki Nanon shoved me into the car, put on her sunglasses, and started the engine with a cool flare, but I was quick enough to snatch the sunglasses right off her face. Ki Nanon looked at me helplessly, and with just a reach of her hand, she snatched them back instantly in one smooth motion. I stared at her, stunned, quickly trying to change the subject, deliberately criticizing her car for being too cramped. Ki Nanon predictably took the bait, immediately declaring, "My nickname is the Racing God. One of these days I'll take you to broaden your horizons with some racing." I chuckled to myself as my reverse psychology worked, but I didn't expect an even bigger surprise was still ahead. The moment the car pulled into the Key family estate, the servants bowed in unison. Master Fang, welcome back." The two of us had just stepped through the front door, when suddenly, pop, countless ribbons rained down from above, and everyone in the house shouted together, "Congratulations on your engagement." Both Ki Nanon and I stood there completely stunned. Father Key rushed over and pulled me into a hug, excitedly declaring, "Xiao Yuan, from this day forward, you are my son-in-law." Ki Nanon looked around the room, filled with guests offering their congratulations, then at the 10-story castle-shaped cake, and her brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. She turned to her mother and questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Mother T beamed with a smile that wouldn't quit. "Today is your engagement party after all. Any day is a good day for this, right?" Immediately after, Father Chi patted my shoulder, looking very solemn. "From now on, you must take good care of our Xiao Yuan. You must listen to the boy and absolutely never let him down." Even Grandmother Chi, usually the most authoritative in the family, spoke up. "Seeing you and Xiao Yuan together, Grandmother is truly content now." The entire time, not a single person bothered to ask for her opinion. However, under Grandmother's indisputable gaze, she couldn't even manage to voice half a word of protest. Just like that, an engagement party had directly tied the destinies of the two, together in an unbreakable bond. The engagement party had barely ended, when Father Key dropped a bombshell with a smile. "As soon as Xiao Yuan turns 18, you two can go abroad and get married." Ki Nanon immediately rolled her eyes, while I grabbed her and pulled her into a corner, demanding an answer through gritted teeth. "Do you really not want to marry me that much?" Unexpectedly, Ki Nanon flashed an enchanting smile, suddenly linking her arm with mine, leaning close to my ear and breathing warmly. "Fang Yuan, could it be you've always had a secret crush on me? Is that why you're so eager to marry me?" My heart suddenly skipped a beat, but I quickly pushed her away. "Like hell I have, a crush on you. I'm being forced into this too, okay?" Ki Nanon immediately suggested, "Then let's rebel against this together. Your father loves you so much, he surely won't force you." But as soon as she finished speaking, I just let out a cold laugh. "Sorry, I can't cooperate with you on that. The engagement is already a fact, so just accept your fate." "You're actually willing to accept your fate?" Ki Nanon narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, leaning in closer. "If we marry, we marry. It's just having one more husband anyway." With that, her lips were almost touching mine, and I fearfully backed away repeatedly, my cheeks flushed red. "Hey, don't you dare do anything reckless." Ki Nanon's smile turned even more mischievous. "You think this is being reckless?" The next second, she suddenly pinned me against the wall and we could clearly hear each other's breathing. "Do you want to try it out for a bit to see what it's like when a woman is truly reckless?" My heart tightened in panic, but I quickly tried to bring my knee up. But Ki Nanon's reaction was even faster. She not only dodged nimbly, but also took the opportunity to grab my kicking leg firmly, pulling it with a strong yank, wrapping my leg directly around her waist. She tilted my chin up. "Whatever you do, you must be thorough. My dear husband, if you're going to be this enthusiastic, then I won't be polite either." My face went beet red as I shouted, "Ki Nanon!" I could only scream in futility. Ki Nanon just chuckled triumphantly. "Call me beautiful wife once and I'll let you go." But the moment she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed countless eyes staring in our direction. Both of us turned our heads at once, only to realize all the guests were watching us with knowing smiles. Oh my God, my face instantly flushed scarlet, and I shoved Ki Nanon away, racing straight upstairs. The engagement party ended in extreme awkwardness. In the car, I couldn't stop complaining, while Ki Nanon didn't care one bit. The car had just pulled into the garage, and as soon as the elevator doors closed, she pressed herself against me once again, pinning me to the elevator wall. See? It's not a big deal, it's just that you're too thin-skinned. I hurriedly ducked under her arm to make my escape. Just as we arrived at the apartment door, Kinyanan's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed, "My dad." She suddenly had a bad feeling. As the door opened and she picked up, Father Ki's cheerful voice came through. "Nanon, I forgot to tell you, I've had someone renovate your apartment a little. Now that you two are fiancé and fiancée, you should just share a room from now on. That's the only way your feelings will blossom quickly." Renovate a little? Before Kinyanan could even process this, my scream echoed from the other side of the room. "My room, Kinyanan. Our house has been robbed." Kinyanan immediately understood what happened, saying into the phone with a headache, "Dad, did you actually tear down Xiaoyuan's bedroom?" Father Qi replied confidently, "Of course, I won't allow you to sleep in separate rooms, otherwise I'll ship you off to Russia immediately. You can get married at 14 over there." Not only that, he laughed very mysteriously. "I bought a little gift and left it on the bed. Go check it out when you get home." After hanging up, Kinyanan had a bad premonition. The two of us stepped into the bedroom together, and sure enough, there was a large box on the bed. I excitedly rushed over to open it, but the second I saw what was inside, I completely froze in place. It was an entire box of condoms. Kinyanan leaned in curiously, and her expression instantly matched mine. Both of our jaws dropped in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. The next second, I was rolling on the bed laughing, clutching my stomach as I couldn't stop. My God, Father Qi is a genius, giving us this kind of gift. Kinyanan, both amused and helpless, rummaged through it.
Wait, the box was completely full. There must have been at least a few hundred. With this many, when will we ever finish using them? I immediately sat bolt upright, glaring at her. Who wants to use them with you? Unexpectedly, Kinyanan flashed a wicked smile, flipping me over and pinning me to the bed, pinning one between two fingers, bringing it close as she teased. What are you blushing for? We're already fiancé and fiancée after all. Come on, let's try one out tonight. My face went beet red, using both hands and feet to shove her away. Kinyanan, you perverted lecher. She, on the other hand, only became more intrigued, looking at me provocatively. It's just a condom? Haven't you ever seen one before? Goaded by her challenge, I immediately tilted my chin up. Who says I haven't seen one? I just don't want to use it with you. You're so promiscuous. Who knows what kind of diseases you might be carrying? Those words really stung Kinyanan's pride. She pouted, blurting out, "I'm still a virgin, you know, believe it or not." The second she said it, she immediately regretted it. I suddenly understood the situation, grinning mischievously like a cat that just ate the canary. "Want me to keep this secret for you?" Kinyanan nodded her head vigorously. I flashed a cunning smile, tilting my chin up like a proud young master. "It's not impossible, but you have to listen to me. My dear husband, I'll do whatever you say." I gave a bright smile, slowly uttering a few words. "It's very simple. From now on, this room is mine, and you can sleep on the sofa. You said it yourself, that you'd do whatever I said, so don't go back on your word." I pointed at her with a triumphant look on my face. Kinyanan was momentarily speechless. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. She gritted her teeth and acted generous. Fine, I'll keep my word. But in reality, she was already plotting to reclaim her territory. I casually grabbed a pillow and shoved it into her arms, smiling and waving. "Good night, Kinyanan." She let out a cold snort, clutching the pillow as she reluctantly headed to the living room. 10 o'clock at night, the eldest Miss Qi, who should have been out partying at this hour, was now lying resentfully on the sofa. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, standing up to pace around the living room, only to find that all the bedding had been cleared out. Dad sure works fast. He actually turned the living room into a game room. Looking at the room filled with game consoles, Kinyanan's anger finally dissipated by half. Just then, light footsteps came from the hallway, as I walked out humming a little tune, boldly and confidently. "What are you doing out here?" Kinyanan sat up. I replied, "I'm thirsty, so I came out for some water." I grabbed a can of soda from the fridge, tossing one to Kinyanan as well. Then, I plopped down on the rug right in front of her without a hint of hesitation. "Where's the remote? I want to watch TV." Kinyanan fumbled in the sofa cushions for a long time before pressing the remote into my hand. Under the dim light from the TV, she suddenly noticed that this guy had grown much more handsome over the years. His once chubby face was now much more defined, and his features were surprisingly refined. Kinyanan suddenly spoke up. "The girl in the cafeteria today, is that the great beauty you were talking about? Your taste is seriously lacking." I looked at her with disdain, my lip curling slightly. "What, are you jealous?" Pfft. How could someone like her even compare to me? Kinyanan was full of contempt. Her face alone was enough to outshine the other by several blocks. But I just gave a mysterious smile. "You guessed wrong. The great beauty I meant wasn't her." Mentioning the great beauty, my mind was filled with images of Yunwan. "No, I must go see her tomorrow. just to make sure she hasn't forgotten me. Ki Nanon saw my daydreaming, lovesick expression
and felt an unusual pang of irritation. Then tell me, who is she anyway? I don't believe anyone in this school is prettier than me. I quirked an eyebrow mischievously. I'm just not telling you. Besides, you're not the only school goddess. With that, I dusted off my pants and stood up. Boring. I'm going back to sleep. Hey, wait! Ki Nanon suddenly reached out and gave me a sharp tug. I lost my balance and tumbled onto the sofa, somehow landing squarely on her lap. Our eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with danger. Ki Nanon narrowed her eyes, her voice thick with pressure. Grinning like that? Do you like her, Fang Yuan? Don't forget you're currently my husband. Are you trying to have an affair? Instead of being afraid, I just burst out laughing. An affair, my dear wife? As if you don't have plenty of boyfriends yourself? What right do you have to talk to me like that? As I retorted, I poked her chest with my finger. Oh, this feeling. It's actually quite something. I couldn't help but stare at Ki Nanon's collar, wondering what the scene under that shirt actually looked like. Ki Nanon noticed my gaze, her lip curling mischievously. What are you looking at? Nothing. I replied confidently. The point is, I won't stop you from flirting with handsome guys, so don't you stop me from seeing beautiful women. I withdrew my gaze. Had I short-circuited or something, wanting to see her figure like that? I let out a small cough to hide my embarrassment. Ki Nanon looked at me and asked, Really? Neither side interferes with the other? She was still worried I'd do what I did today, making her boyfriends jealous. Besides, she hates explaining things most of all. If it's too much trouble, she'd rather just break up. I just held up my pinky finger. Pinky swear. Though the act seemed childish, Ki Nanon still reached out to hook it, our thumbs pressing together just like back then. In that moment, it felt as if we were pulled back to the intimate time of our childhood, when I lived at the Chi estate. Always a little tail following her everywhere, the two of us inseparable, each other's only friend. Just then, Ki Nanon suddenly remembered something, clapping her hands. That's right, I heard from our parents that we were betrothed before we were even born. I nodded. I know, that's exactly why they're forcing us to marry. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized the position the two of us were in. I was still being held tightly in her arms, her hands gripping my waist with possessiveness. I hurriedly used both hands to push against her chest. Let me go. I have to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, Ki Nanon immediately changed to a pitiful expression as she looked at me, saying, Xiaoyuan, didn't we used to sleep together all the time when we were little? I remember, so what? I began to feel like something was wrong. And sure enough, she pointed at the sofa. This sofa is great for sitting, but it's not comfortable to sleep on at all. Do you really have the heart to watch me suffer from insomnia? She's playing the emotional card again. I glanced over at the sofa. Sleeping on that would definitely be uncomfortable. The next second, Ki Nanon took my hand and gave it a little shake, her voice turning incredibly sweet. Hubby, making me soften up instantly. Fine, fine, you can come into the bedroom. Okay, hubby, you're truly the kindest in the world. Ki Nanon flashed a triumphant smile, leaning in and planting a kiss on my cheek. With a disgusted look, I wiped the spit off with the back of my hand, then pointed at her and warned solemnly, Listen up, the bedroom is my territory. You absolutely must listen to me. Ki Nanon immediately signaled, okay. Then, she grabbed her pillow, casually pulling me along toward the bedroom. Hubby, let's go to sleep now. I was full of disdain. Who wants to sleep with you? To each their own and stay on your side of the bed, Ki Nanon smirked knowingly. All right, to each their own side then. I'm just afraid you'll sneakily attack me in the middle of the night, afraid you won't be able to resist my charms. Ugh, say one more word and you're out of here right now. I grumbled in annoyance. Early the next morning, the morning sunlight filled the room. I was still fast asleep, cuddling and rubbing against my bolster, with drool even getting all over it. While in a sweet dream, someone started shaking me. Wake up, Fang Yuan, wake up now, stop bothering me. I crossly swiped that hand away. Unexpectedly, that person leaned close to my ear and said something in a bewitching voice, the warm breath making my ear itch. Stop messing around, Ki Nanon said, caught between tears and laughter. I should be the one saying that. Get up now, you're going to be late for class. School? In my daze, I suddenly remembered. That's right, I have to go to school to see Yunwan. Thinking of the great beauty, my sleepiness instantly vanished. I snapped awake and opened my eyes. What a shock. A beautiful face was magnified right before my eyes. It was Ki Nanon's face, only a few centimeters away from me. Now I was completely wide awake. I looked at Ki Nanon, who was so close. I poked her right in the chest. I'm sneak attacking you? You had the nerve to tell me not to sneak attack you yesterday. Ki Nanon immediately grabbed my mischievous finger. She narrowed her eyes, emphasizing every word she told the truth. Look closely. This side of the bed is yours. You're the one sneak attacking me. I was stunned for a moment. Only then did I realize the other side of the bed was empty, and I was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around her. In this position, it was crystal clear who was sneak attacking whom. I immediately felt embarrassed. Nanon just looked at me leisurely, waiting for me to admit my mistake. Who would have thought I'd roll my eyes and huff like an arrogant young master? What do you mean it's yours? It's mine. Did you forget? This entire bedroom belongs to me. I'm only letting you borrow half of this bed for now. Nanon was completely speechless. Seeing her at a loss for words, I had a very smug grin on my face. If you don't like it, go sleep on the sofa. I'm kind enough to lend you the bed and you still have something to say. She helplessly raised her hands. Okay, you win, but Nanon secretly vowed in her heart that she must take back the sovereignty of the bedroom. After they both finished getting ready, they went down to the garage. Nanon sat in the driver's seat and buckled her seatbelt. While I was outside, unable to open the car door, so I could only tap on the window to call her. Why wouldn't the car door open? Nanon narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked at me with a squinting smile. The car is mine. Why should I give you a ride? I didn't expect her to pull this trick, making me pout in anger. Nanon, if you don't take me, am I supposed to walk to school by myself? The next second, Nanon offered an exchange, using the right to the bedroom as the trade-off. I'll drive you every day. No way, I'm not agreeing to that. Before the threat was even finished, Nanon started the engine. The cool sports car sped away right in front of me. I stomped my feet in a rage. In the vast garage, I was left all alone, feeling so pitiful. I just sat down on the ground. Just then, the roar of the engine sounded again. The sports car that just left reversed back. The car door opened automatically. Nanon's pleasant voice rang out, "Get in." But I buried my head even lower, refusing to move. Nanon was helpless and had to get out and squat in front of me, patiently asking, "Are you getting in or not?" The eldest miss of the Chi family has only ever yielded to this bratty kid in front of her. I huffed, still sulking. Nanon suddenly found it funny, just like when they were kids. She stood up, looking down at me. All right, fine.
Hubby, don't be mad anymore. Only then did I sneak a glance at her, waiting for her to coax me. Fine, since you won't say anything. I'll choose one of the two then. Choose one of what two things? Before I could even react, two arms suddenly wrapped around me and held me tight. She kissed my cheek in a flash while complaining, "You should have said something sooner, just had to play the sulking card. You're so difficult to please." But her actions were incredibly gentle. The car slowly rolled out of the garage. I sat beside her, my anger long gone. I said casually, "I really thought you had abandoned me just now." At that moment, I really felt wronged. There's no way you'd really make me sleep on the sofa. Nanon was obviously just threatening me. Seeing my aggrieved expression, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. If the men around her got angry, she wouldn't care less. She'd never proactively go to comfort them. But I was different. If I was truly angry, I'd turn away and never look at her again. Nanon, of course, wouldn't tell the truth, only pretending to be troubled. If you really did that and I went and told your dad, you'd definitely get a scolding you couldn't escape. I immediately curled my lip. I was just saying. I'm not the type of petty person who goes around snitching. To her surprise, I suddenly wore a sly grin, turning my head to stare at her. But it depends on the situation. If you do something that makes me particularly unhappy, then I can't guarantee anything. Since I have her dad as leverage, let's see if she still dares to go too far. I was inwardly gloating. Seeing we were almost at school, I looked out the window listlessly. Suddenly, a slender figure flashed past my eyes. Yunwan, I widened my eyes in surprise, seeing her enter the same cake shop as yesterday. The next second, I hurriedly shouted at Nanon, "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Suddenly, a slender figure flashed past my eyes. Yunwan, I widened my eyes in surprise, seeing her enter the same cake shop as yesterday. The next second, I hurriedly shouted at Nanon, "Stop the car! Stop the car! Stop the car quickly!" Even though Nanon didn't understand why, she still pulled over to the side of the road. "I don't want to show up at the school gate with you. If people see me getting out of your car, everyone will know that I know you," I said while unbuckling my seatbelt, but my actions suddenly came to a halt. I turned around and smiled sweetly at her. Nanon glanced at me, and seeing this smile, she knew immediately that nothing good was coming. "Speak up." I held out my hand in front of her, wiggling my 5 fingers. "Give me your wallet." Nanon helplessly placed the wallet in my palm. As soon as I opened it, my eyes lit up. I pulled out the thick stack of cash from inside. "At least leave some for yourself," Nanon protested. "Don't you have your cards? You can just swipe your cards." While speaking, I pulled out a few more cards from her wallet, immediately picking the most powerful black card and tucked it into my pocket. Nanon huffed, "You certainly know how to pick 'em." Taking my black card right away. "Not this one. Give it back." Unexpectedly, Nanon snatched the wallet back, pulled out another card, and handed it to me. "That one is the primary card. Only the owner can use it. This one is the supplementary card. Use this one instead." I was stunned for a moment, dubiously taking the card. "Are you really letting me use this? Can I swipe it however I want?" One should know that this kind of supplementary card has no limit. Nanon intentionally put on a stern face. Just try swiping it recklessly. She said that, but giving me the supplementary card spoke volumes. Hard to say about that. Anyway, I've already taken it. After saying that, my eyes curved in a smile and I suddenly beckoned her over. Confused, Nanon leaned in close. The next second, I suddenly gave her a quick peck on the cheek. I left behind a sentence with a squinting smile, then turned around and scurried out of the car. Thanks, wifey. Nanon was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This little brat. She watched me wave through the car window as I walked into the nearby cake shop. Nanon was about to start the engine and drive on, but her movement suddenly stalled. She rested one hand on the steering wheel, feeling that the brat was a bit strange just now. At this time in the bakery, I was smiling brightly, going behind Yunwan and giving her a hard pat. Yunwan turned her head, her eyes flashing with restraint. Why is it you again? That's right. It seems we're really destined to meet. As I spoke, I leaned my head in closer, glancing at the strawberry cake in the display case. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be she's buying it for that mysterious boyfriend? Yunwan said to the server, give me a slice of strawberry cake. I immediately raised my hand. One more for me too. The two of us stepped out of the shop together. I was starving, so I took a sneak bite of the cake, my face filled with bliss. The strawberry cake here is absolutely heavenly. Yunwan looked at me. You haven't eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. I just moved here, so I'm not very familiar with the roads. Could you introduce me to the area a bit to see if there's anything good to eat? Seeing my pitiful expression, Yunwan finally agreed. All right, let me lead the way. That's great. I was overjoyed, but after walking a few steps, an eye-catching sports car caught my eye. Why does that car look like Naon's? My heart skipped a beat. As expected, getting closer, it really was her. Nanon was sitting in the car looking in this direction. Her gaze was hard to read, staring intently at me and Yunwan. My heart suddenly sank. Oh no, caught red-handed. Just then, Yunwan suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? In a panic, I pulled Yunwan, hurrying into a breakfast shop. The small steamed buns I ordered were so delicious my eyes sparkled. They're delicious, you should try one too. But Yunwan shook her head. No thanks. I'm not hungry. My curiosity was, completely piqued by the cake beside her. I couldn't help but probe. You bought it, so why aren't you eating it? Is it for a boyfriend? Yunwan suddenly paused, then abruptly changed the subject. My heart skipped another beat. Looks like it's true. Her mysterious boyfriend of many years really is at this school too. After breakfast, they both walked out of the shop. I warily looked around, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming Naon's car was gone. Yunwan noticed my unusual behavior, but I immediately switched the topic. Oh, that's right. Is it true that someone confessed to you yesterday? I rejected them. Yunwan replied indifferently, then asked back, what do you want with me? I guiltily rubbed my nose. I just wanted to ask you to be my guide. I'm in the 10th grade class S. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. You're in class S? Yunwan didn't seem surprised at all, but her gaze became deeper. The two of them walked to the school gate together, but something unexpected happened. Yunwan realized immediately that yesterday's security guard had been replaced. Next, she heard the old guard giving a reminder to the new guy. You have to be more perceptive from now on. Don't be like Lee. He accidentally offended someone and was fired immediately. Yunwan suddenly paused, then stepped forward quickly, asking in a low voice, excuse me, did you say the person fired was the guard from yesterday? The old guard recognized her, nodding. That's right, he was fired yesterday afternoon. Yunwan pressed for the reason. The old guard showed a look of awkwardness, his eyes instinctively glancing towards me, and so Yunwan understood everything. Her face immediately darkened, and without saying a word, she turned and walked away. Her back looked as cold as a block of ice. I was completely bewildered. I suddenly remembered the one fired was the guard who blocked me yesterday. Yunwan, wait for me. I spread my arms to block her path, panting and asking, what's wrong? Was that guard a relative of yours? I completely couldn't understand her cold expression right now. Yunwan finally stopped. Those deep eyes, for the first time, held a bone-chilling coldness, staring intently at me. Yunwan's tone no longer held any gentleness. It was freezing cold. Why was that security guard fired? Are you saying you don't know? Fang Yuan, what are you trying to play innocent for in front of me? I was stunned by her questioning. I really don't know. I only just transferred here yesterday. I have no grudge against him. Why would I cause him to lose his job? Her gaze clearly showed she saw me as a malicious person, but Yunwan kept pressing me with each step. No grudge? He blocked you yesterday and you were very angry, weren't you? And that phone call, it was the principal calling, right? If you didn't have a special status, would the principal personally receive you? I was questioned to the point of being speechless. Yunwan's voice became colder and colder, each word like a stab to the heart. Do you know how important this job was to him? His child was just born. Diapers and milk cost 1,000 or 2,000 every month. Do you understand what losing this job means? No, I didn't know at all. Yunwan's eyes were filled with contempt. For a rich young master like you, just one casual word is enough to decide someone's fate. Is it fun to do that? She left behind one final sentence like a knife through my heart. I'm sorry. I don't like being friends with someone who bullies others using their power. With that, she walked away without looking back, leaving me standing there in a daze. Arriving at the classroom, I slumped over my desk with a dejected look. Shen Yue sidled up to me, asking with concern, Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? I looked up, asking Shen Yue blankly, why is Yunwan so angry? Is she mad at me? And so, I told her everything that had just happened. After hearing it, Shen Yue understood. I quickly grabbed her. Tell me already, why was she so furious? Shen Yue was caught between laughter and tears and said seriously, perhaps it's because she empathizes. What does that mean? Shen Yue looked at me in disbelief. Are you sure you and Yunwan are friends? You don't even know about her family background. The next second, a shocking secret was revealed. Yunwan's family is very poor. She only got in here on a full scholarship. My eyes widened. Really? I couldn't tell at all. But that wasn't all. Shen Yue continued gossiping. Not just poor, she also grew up in a single-parent home. Most importantly, when her father worked as a laborer before, he was bullied by rich people, so she has a huge grudge against the wealthy. At this point, I finally understood everything. No wonder she was so indignant for that guard. No wonder she rejected confessions from all the young masters. Turns out, I had accidentally touched the most painful thorn in her heart. Shen Yue hit the nail on the head. She misunderstood you, thinking that a powerful young master like you could fire a guard with just a snap of your fingers. Immediately after, she changed her tone, her face showing a bit of sarcasm. Last time a student annoyed Miss Qi, weren't they kicked out of school immediately? Qi Nanon? My heart suddenly leaped. She can get a student expelled with just one sentence? That's some serious power. Shen Yue's voice was full of awe. Of course. Mistress Mother is on the board of directors of this Shangdi Academy. This school might as well be owned by her family. The words were like a thunderclap to my ears. I immediately understood everything. No wonder Qi Nianan can do whatever she wants at school. So wanting to get justice for me, she had that security guard fired. My gaze sharpened as I slammed the table. I know what I have to do. However, at this very moment, the entire classroom suddenly went dead silent. I looked up and found everyone staring intently at us, and the English teacher, looking like a demon, was standing right behind Shen Yue, eyes blazing with fire. I smiled awkwardly. Hello, teacher. Class has started. Actually, it had been going for over 10 minutes. The English teacher's face was beet red. Last time she had been humiliated by my English level, so she hesitated for a long time before clearing her throat, rapping her ruler on the desk. Fang Yuan, I know your English is good, but you shouldn't disrupt others. Pay attention next time. Otherwise, it'll make you stand as punishment. I apologized immediately. I understand, teacher. I promise it won't happen again. But the teacher completely ignored Shen Yue beside me, turning back to the podium. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, I dashed toward the 12th grade building. I had to explain things clearly to Yunwan. At the door of class 4, I stopped a female student. Hello? Could you help me call Yunwan out? That girl saw me and immediately gave a knowing smile. Oh, it's you. Arrived so early to confess today. You're quite sincere. I gave a wry smile and asked for her help. To my surprise, Yunwan actually came out, but her attitude was cold as ice. Is there something you need? This distance made my heart sink. I took a deep breath, looking straight at her, neither arrogant nor humble. I have something to say to you. Can you give me a few minutes? All right, she answered briefly. The two went to the rooftop next to the building, and after confirming no one was around, I spoke solemnly. About the security guard being fired, whether you believe it or not, I truly had no idea. But I've roughly guessed what happened. You'll find a way to resolve this. However, my tone suddenly shifted, my face tensed, full of resentment. Also, what you said to me today was too much. You didn't understand the whole story at all, but you put all the blame on me. Is that fair? I threw those words back at her and turned to leave. But the next second, Yunwan firmly grabbed my wrist. I'm sorry. Her low voice rang out. I froze, but since I was angry, I didn't bother to turn around. Yunwan looked at my back and said once more, I'm sorry. She saw my persistence and stubbornness and knew immediately she had wrongly accused me. Only then did I turn around, looking at her arrogantly. As for your apology, I'll reserve the right to consider whether to accept it. With that, I brushed her hand off and walked away without looking back. Next destination, the principal's office. I ignored the school bell, bursting inside. Madam Principal, I have something to discuss with you. The secretary simply couldn't stop me. The principal was nodding off, startled so badly her head slammed onto the desk. She was clutching her forehead, about to get angry, but as soon as she saw it was me, her face immediately shifted to a bright and happy smile. Oh, it's Fang Yuan. Please sit, secretary. Bring some fruit juice. The secretary looked on in a daze. Aside from Miss Qi, when had the principal ever been so submissive toward a student like this? But I didn't bother sitting down, going straight to the desk and slamming it. Why was that security guard fired? Was it on Qi Nianan's orders? The principal misunderstood my meaning, carefully observing my expression. Are you dissatisfied? So what do you want? Dock his pay? Or blacklist him so he can find a job anywhere else?
Just say the word, and he'll do it immediately. Those words made me absolutely furious. With a loud bang, I slammed the table once more. I didn't mean it like that, Auntie. Listen to me clearly first. The principal immediately coaxed me like a child. All right. You tell me, sit down and take your time. I took the glass of juice the secretary had just brought and finished it in one gulp. What I mean is, just issue the order directly. I don't want him to be fired. Auntie, please hire him back to work. The principal immediately looked troubled. This is a difficult matter to handle. That was Miss Kinianon's order. Maybe you should try negotiating with her first. Sure enough, it was because of that Kinianon. I suppressed my anger. She only did that to vent for me. As long as I don't mind, it should be fine. Principal Auntie, please just let him come back. The principal sat in her chair, her face showing hesitation. At that moment, a domineering voice suddenly rang out. No way! Kinianon coldly pushed the door open and entered with the aura of a sovereign ruler. I stared at her blankly. Why are you here? But Kinianon walked straight up to me, repeating every word I had just said. I do not agree. Then she turned to the principal with a piercing gaze. Once someone is fired, there is no such thing as hiring them back. Did you hear me clearly, Auntie? The principal saw her and stood up in fear, nodding frantically. I heard you, Miss Kinianon. I will definitely follow your order. Kinianon, I turned red with rage, shouting at her. How can you be like this? Why would you destroy someone's livelihood? You're so hateful. Kinianon was also seething with anger. Didn't I do this to stand up for you? You're unbelievable. The person I just fired, you want to hire back. Isn't that just like slapping me in the face? She stared at me intently, as if I were ungrateful for her help. The next second, she suddenly changed her tone, her beautiful face filled with fury. You're doing this because of that girl Yunwan, right? I was stunned. What? You know Yunwan? Kinianon smirked maliciously. She has a history with me. How could I not know her? Fang Yuan, why are you so boy-crazy for girls? You just cling to any pretty face you see. Now she finally understood. The reason I ditched her this morning was because I saw Yunwan. I didn't. We're just friends. I hurried to explain, but Kinianon cut me off. You still dare to deny it? The video of you two pulling and dragging each other has already spread all over the school. Is there anyone who doesn't know by now? You're the first guy to receive special treatment from Yunwan. What video? What pulling and dragging? I was completely bewildered. Kinianon pulled out her phone and played a video. In the footage, it really was me and Yunwan in a tug of war, and since there was no sound, it looked extremely suspicious. I didn't. You've misunderstood. Kinianon took another step forward, cornering me, throwing a barrage of questions at me. Weren't you looking for her? Weren't you two pulling at each other? The beauty you mentioned yesterday is her, isn't it? Do you even know she already has a boyfriend? She was almost driven mad by jealousy, spitting out the most hurtful words. How could you become so degenerate? Those words were like a knife piercing my heart. My whole body trembled. First misunderstood by Yunwan, and now seen this way by Kinianon. Tears immediately welled up in my eyes, and large drops began to fall silently. Seeing my sudden tears, Kinianon froze in shock. Kinianon, I never want to talk to you ever again, I cried out with a shout, then turned and ran straight out. Kinianon clenched her fists, her expression looking incredibly pained. She roared at the principal. Shut up! The next second, she muttered a curse under her breath, then hurried after me. Xiao Yuan, but being just a few seconds late, I was already nowhere to be seen outside the office. Kinianon frustratedly searched along the stairwell, but she had no idea I was actually hiding in a corner of the stairs, watching her shadow pass right in front of me. She's such an idiot. I buried my head in my knees. Raised like a delicate treasure by my family, pampered as the darling of the Qi family, I had never suffered such a great injustice before. And besides, that Kinianon, she had never scolded me so harshly in all our years. How could she misunderstand and call me degenerate? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and the more I felt sorry for myself. Tears just kept flowing uncontrollably. I just sat there crying until my eyes were weary, and my legs had gone numb. But right then, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared in my tear-blurred vision. A low voice rang out. Fang Yuan? I looked up in surprise. A flicker of joy passed through my heart, thinking that idiot Kinianon had finally come to her senses and came back for me. Unexpectedly, when I saw who it was, I froze completely. Standing before me was Yunwan. I was stunned for a moment, just staring up at her with my swollen red eyes. Yunwan looked intently at me, curled up in the corner. There was a flicker of emotion in those deep black eyes. She walked up to me, slowly squatting down to look me directly in the eye. Are you okay? Her voice was so warm and steady. This scene pulled me out of my midday daydream. Embarrassment immediately washed over me. I hurriedly wiped away my tears with the back of my hand, not wanting her to see me in such a pathetic state. But the moment I opened my mouth, my voice was completely raspy. How did you know I was here? I heard sobbing coming from this corner. Yunwan frowned and asked, How long have you been hiding here crying? I wiped my tears and stood up, about to ask why she had come here, but in my heart I felt it was impossible that a top student like her would come specifically to find me. But Yunwan seemed to see right through my thoughts. She said casually, "I guessed you came to see the principal, so I came over to take a look." Her face was no longer cold. There was even a hint of concern. I was both surprised and happy. "Did you come looking for me on purpose?" "Yes," Yunwan admitted directly. Immediately after, I remembered my failure from before and lowered my head in shame. "I'm sorry. I couldn't convince the principal to reinstate the security guard. It's all because Kinyanan suddenly showed up." But Yunwan replied, "It's okay. It's not your fault." The next second, she apologized very seriously. "It's my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." My heart felt warm, but I was even more afraid Kinyanan would suddenly return and catch us. After all, Kinyanan said she and Yunwan had a grudge, so I immediately suggested, "Let's head out first." The two of us walked together down the quiet corridor. Yunwan suddenly asked, "Do you want to go back to class?" I shook my head. I didn't want my classmates to see my eyes all red from crying. Just as I was about to tell Yunwan to go back to class herself, to my surprise, she said, "Then where do you want to go?" "I'll go with you." "Go with me? But don't you have class?" Seeing my astonished expression, Yunwan smiled softly. "Sometimes I don't really like going to class either." This time I was completely stunned. Immediately after, she made an even bolder suggestion. "Do you want to go out and play?" A hint of playfulness flashed in her deep eyes. I hardly hesitated for a second, nodding immediately. "Yes, let's go. I'll take you out." Yunwan turned and led the way, but she was leading me in a completely opposite direction. That clearly wasn't the school gate. Just then, the silhouette of a teacher appeared in the distance. Yunwan was quick-eyed and agile, grabbing my hand firmly, pulling me into a side corridor. My heart leapt into my throat. The person who just walked by was my homeroom teacher. I patted my chest, unable to stop myself from laughing out loud. That was so thrilling. Only then did Yunwan realize she was still holding my hand. She quietly let go and cleared her throat slightly. "Walk carefully." Then, Yunwan silently led me into the sports equipment room. She guided me toward the back door, pointing to a fence that wasn't very high. I understood immediately and cheered with joy. "We're climbing over here?" "Yeah, the wall is low here. Usually no one comes around here." While Yunwan explained, she pulled a small ladder from the corner, gesturing for me to climb up first. As I climbed, I asked curiously, "How do you know about this place? It's so cool." Little did I know, Yunwan's answer would once again overturn my perception of her. "I'm on the basketball team. This is our team's secret passage." It turns out she's even a member of the basketball team. Yunwan held the ladder for me, and seeing me perched on the wall, she warned, "Don't move. Wait for me." Her movements were incredibly agile. It took only a few steps to reach the top. Then she jumped down. "Come on down. I'll catch you." I looked at the beauty below, my boyish spirit rising. I purposely acted cautious and said, "Okay, I'm jumping then." As soon as I finished, I threw myself down. Yunwan didn't have time to stop me and could only watch as I tumbled straight into her arms. Our chests were pressed close together, my face flushed bright red instantly, and I hurriedly pushed her away. Yunwan also shyly took a step back, her face tinged with a rosy glow. She asked softly, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, then asked excitedly, "Where are we going now?" Unexpectedly, I suddenly smiled. Ditching rule number 1, don't hang around near the school. Yunwan burst out laughing at my words. "It seems you're quite experienced." Then she suggested we head to the bus stop first, but I was like a headless chicken, going the wrong way. Yunwan helplessly pointed the way. "This way." Once we reached the bus stop, Yunwan asked where I wanted to go. I shook my head. "I don't know. I'll leave it to you. Let's go bowling." Sure, just then, the bus arrived. Yunwan paid for my fare, then swiped her own card. I peeked inside the bus and said gloomily, "There are no seats left. Let's get off." When I was in America taking the bus, once it was full, no more passengers were allowed. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, quickly pulling me back. "The next one won't have seats either. Standing for a bit is fine." The bus suddenly started, giving me a start, and I almost tumbled over. Yunwan immediately guided me toward the back door, telling me to hold on to the central pole. To protect me, she even stood directly in front of me as a shield. The distance between us was incredibly close. I stole a glance at her beautiful profile and my heart skipped a beat. Those romantic scenes from idol dramas turned out to be happening to me. At the same time, the bell rang for the end of class for the 11th grade 10th class. The teacher, as if granted a pardon, rushed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. The entire classroom was blanketed under Chi Nianon's extremely low-pressure aura. No one dared to approach her. She frustratedly tapped on the desk until she called out Xu Nian's name. Xu Nian approached tremblingly. "Miss Qi Nianen, is something wrong?" Qi Nianen frowned, signaling him to lean in closer, and lowered her voice. "Go to Class S, 10th grade, and see if Fang Yuan is there. Report any situation back to me immediately. But he must absolutely not find out, do you hear me?" Xu Nian didn't understand why, but immediately complied. Understood. Watching Shunian leave, Qi Nianan's expression softened just a little. Xu Nian ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but right at the corner, he bumped into the school's most handsome boy. Zhu Qi. He wasn't just the 11th grade's idol, but also Sister Ji's current official boyfriend. Zhu Nian quickly flattered him. Brother-in-law Sister Qi is waiting for you. Zhu Qi smiled brightly and probed, where are you off to? Buying something for her? Zhu Nian, completely off guard, answered honestly, no, that's not it. Sister Qi told me to go to Class S, 10th grade, to find someone named Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Zhu Qi's eyes instantly darkened. That name again? From yesterday? He narrowed his eyes and interrogated. What is his relationship with Miss Qi? Zhu Nian looked troubled. I really don't know that. I'm just the errand boy. Zhu Nian had wanted to please the current consort, but he had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Zhu Qi's expression suddenly shifted, tilting his chin up arrogantly. I'm thirsty. Go buy some drinks for me and Sister Qi first. Seeing Zhu Nian hesitate, he glared at him, his tone becoming aggressive. Is that Fang Yuan fellow more important, or am I more important? Think carefully about that. Zhu Nian thought to himself that while Zhu Qi was currently favored, he wouldn't dare offend him. So he turned and ran straight to the convenience store, not knowing that this trip would become the decision he would regret the most. He widened his eyes, his tone full of threat. Is Fang Yuan important, or am I important? Consider your options. Xu Nian figured since Zhu Qi was in her good graces, he shouldn't cause any friction. He turned and sprinted toward the canteen, having no idea that this errand would lead to endless regret. Zhu Qi walked smugly into the classroom, calling out coquettishly, Oh, Miss Qi Nianan. He casually sat down in the seat next to her, his large hand reaching out to wrap around her. However, Qi Nianan not only ignored him completely, but an terrifying aura radiated from her entire body. She coldly brushed Zhu Qi aside, her voice dropping to freezing point. Why are you here? Zhu Qi continued to act cute. Because I missed you. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Nian ran in, out of breath, carrying 2 bottles of water. Sister Qi, here's your water. Qi Nianan's eyes swept over the water bottles, her face instantly turning pale with rage, her voice practically hissed through her teeth. Did I tell you to go buy water? Beads of sweat rolled down Xu Nian's face. Before he could even speak, Zhu Qi jumped in to take credit. I was the one who told him to go. I care about you. I was afraid you'd be thirsty. The air in the room completely froze in that instant. Suddenly, Qi Nianan shoved Zhu Qi away with force, her gaze as cold as a blade. Get out. Get lost right now. I don't want to see you anymore. Zhu Qi was absolutely stunned, tears welling up in his eyes, putting on a pitiful and miserable act. He thought he would receive sympathy, but Qi Nianan absolutely did not fall for it. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. She shouted at him, her eyes once again locking firmly onto Zhu Nian standing nearby. What about the task I gave you? Zhu Nian's entire body shook, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Not yet, ma'am. He reacted swiftly, immediately turning and running away at top speed. Sister Qi, please don't be angry. I'm going right now. Going this very instant, Zhu Qi still tried to play the victim, but only received a single word in return. Get out? Qi Nianan's gaze was terrifying to the extreme. The onlookers nearby were so scared they instinctively shrank back. Zhu Qi's face was as pale as a ghost. He asked in disbelief. So, you really want to break up with me? Qi Nianan declared coldly. That's right. From this day forward, you are no longer Qi Nianan's man. He staggered, nearly collapsing on the spot, but she didn't even give him a single look, treating him as if he were thin air. One second he was the idol everyone adored, the next he had become the school's laughingstock. The boys in the class immediately began to stir. With the chance finally here, they instantly crowded around to attack Zhu Qi. Thick-skinned loser, Sister Qi already hates you, yet you're still stubbornly hanging around. Hurry up and get out, stop being an eyesore to Sister Qi. The higher he was praised before, the harder he fell now. 16-year-old Zhu Qi had never suffered such humiliation. He ran out of the classroom in tears. But Qi Nianan remained indifferent, not moved at all. Yet an indescribable restlessness stirred within her. She even considered going to look for Fang Yuan personally. Just as she was about to stand up, Zhu Nian ran back, gasping for breath. Sister Qi? The person you're looking for isn't in class. Zhu Nian swallowed hard, then continued. His classmates said he went out right after the first period and hasn't come back yet. Qi Nianan's gaze became resolute, and she stood up abruptly. What did you say? No wonder she had been so uneasy. Sure enough, something had happened. Where on earth had that brat run off to? Her face darkened, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Even if we have to flip this entire school, upside down, we must find him. The entire class went dead silent. It was the first time they had seen Sister Qi in such a furious rage. That guy Fang Yuan is probably done for.
Shunyan worked very diligently, quickly gathering information from the security guards. No students had left the school premises midway today, which meant Fang Yuan was still in the school. Hearing this, Qi Nianen's expression finally relaxed slightly. With just a single command from Qi Nianen, the entire elite academy was turned inside out. With her power, finding someone should have been extremely easy, but the result left everyone's jaws dropping in shock. Not found? She glared at Shu Nian. How can he not be found? Shu Nian was sweating profusely. Sister Qi, we've searched every possible place. He might not be in the school anymore. Qi Nianen gave a cold laugh. Did he grow wings and fly away? The guards clearly said he was still on campus. Zhu Nian suddenly had an idea, unless he snuck out through another exit. But Qi Nianen immediately dismissed it. He just got to this school. How could he know about other exits? In that moment, regret welled up in her heart for the first time. I should have chased after him right then. What if he did something foolish? Right then, Shu Nian realized the key. Sister Qi, let's check the surveillance cameras. But only the principal had access to the footage. Without a word, Qi Nianen rushed straight to the principal's office. In the next second, the principal respectfully gave up her seat. Qi Nianen sat down, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Accessing 300 camera points, she opened 6 videos at once and fast-forwarded them. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, glued to the screens. Shu Nian stood nearby, his head spinning from the visual overload, and his eyes blurring. Suddenly, Qi Nianen let out a low cry. Found him zoom in on this video. The image became crystal clear. At the door of the sports equipment room, Fang Yuan was being led inside by a girl. Shu Nian looked closely at the girl's face and gasped in surprise. Yun Wan? Why is it her? Qi Nianen's face turned cold enough to freeze. She had been worrying for a full hour, afraid something had happened to him. And what was the result? He dared to be with Yun Wan. Bang! She slammed her fist onto the table. The fury in her chest blazed up. A childhood sweetheart isn't even worth as much as some popular girl he just met. Qi Nianen stared intently at the screen. On the camera, Feng Yuan was looking at Yun Wan with a radiant smile. On that handsome face there was no trace of tears left whatsoever. She gritted her teeth, her anger erupting. The air in the office dropped to a freeze instantly. Shu Nian and the principal didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yet little did she know, at this moment, I was already sitting in a bowling alley with Yun Wan. Yun Wan asked me curiously, "Why didn't you buy that essential oil you liked earlier?" The smile on my lips faded slightly. I liked it a lot, but I couldn't buy it because the person I'm living with doesn't like it. Yun Wan smiled. That person must be very important to you then. I didn't deny it. That jerk Qi Nianen really is important. But I shook my head, not wanting to talk about her anymore. Instead, I playfully challenged Yun Wan. Let's play a round. I am the bowling prince, you know. Just at this moment, the phone in my pocket fell out. I suddenly remembered, if that Qi Nianen person can't find me, will she call me? Right at this moment, the phone plopped out of my pocket onto the ground. It suddenly hit me that if that Qi Nianen girl can find me, will she try to call? But the next second, my little face scrunched up in a pout. My phone is out of battery again. I was so busy arguing with her last night that I forgot to charge it. Seeing this, Yun Wan immediately stood up and said, "Let me go borrow a charger for you." A moment later, Yun Wan returned, but there was another woman beside her. As soon as that woman saw me, she affectionately patted Yun Wan's shoulder. "What a good girl. Finally bringing a boy here. Is he your boyfriend?" Yun Wan denied it instantly. "Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends." But the woman turned to tease me. "This is the first time I've seen Yun Wan bring a boy here. Your relationship surely isn't that simple, right?" Yun Wan quickly introduced. "This is Sister Hui, the owner, and this is my junior, Fang Yuan." Sister Hui suddenly revealed a shocker. Yun Wan has been working part-time here for a long time, and I'm the first boy she's ever brought here. She even generously gave us a 50% discount. I was secretly amazed. So Yun Wan works here? The top of the grade having to work while studying, it made me see her in a whole new light. After Sister Hui left, Yun Wan didn't seem to want to talk much about it, and handed me a bowling ball. I tactfully didn't ask more, took the ball and laughed. Like I said, let's compete. 10 frames to decide the winner. The winner gets 2, make a request of the other. Yun Wan nodded in agreement. I was calculating very carefully. I've already tried 2 throws. The feel is great. I'm definitely winning this round. The match began. I was fired up and scored 8 points. It was Yun Wan's turn. Her first throw only knocked down 2 pins. I grinned broadly. All is fair in war. I've got this in the bag. Next, I scored 7 points, but when it was Yun Wan's turn, she was intensely focused. As soon as the ball left her hand, boom, another 10-point strike. My smile instantly froze on my face. Now I was completely rattled. A throw only got me 2 points. To my surprise, Yun Wan stepped up calmly, making another beautiful throw. The result was still 10 points, 2 strikes in a row, making my jaw nearly drop. Once is luck, twice is pure skill. Yun Wan just gave a faint smile, just a good feeling. You call this a good feeling? She's clearly a grandmaster. My competitive spirit was fully ignited. I don't believe it. I must get a strike today. But reality slapped me right in the face. Even with all my effort, I only got 9 points. What a shame. Yunwan lightly threw again, and it was 10 points again. 3 strikes in a row. I was completely dazed. I looked at her like she was an alien. Is she even human? Only then did Yunwan explain with a smile that since she works here and plays with customers a lot, she just naturally got good. So this is her home turf. The match isn't even over and I already know I've lost. Seeing my disappointment, Yunwan delicately said, let's just forget the bet. But I stubbornly shook my head. No, the loser takes the penalty. Don't go easy on me. That unyielding resilience made it impossible for Yunwan to look away. The result was as expected. I lost, but I lost fair and square. I demanded Yunwan think of a serious condition as a sign of respect for the loser. After we both got tired from playing, I suddenly ran to the counter to chat with Sister Hui. Returning to give Yunwan a cup of green tea, I chuckled and said, no more playing. I want to play a different game, working part-time. Yunwan was stunned. It turns out I knew it was expensive here and feared Yunwan's spending would hurt her self-esteem, so I thought of a way to attract customers to earn money for the bowling fees. To keep her from suspecting, I even pretended to be genuinely enthusiastic, grabbing flyers and dashing outside. Sister Hui patted Yunwan's shoulder, her eyes full of admiration. This boy is truly rare, sensible and delicate at the same time. He's a great match for you. Better hold on to him. Yunwan watched the passionate figure outside the door, her gaze becoming deep. At dusk, I went back to school alone to get my bag. I stood at the school gate looking around to see if Nanon was hiding in some corner waiting for me. I waited for over 10 minutes. It was almost pitch black, but not a single car was in sight. Finally, I couldn't help it and shouted, Nanon, get out here right now. Yet, the surroundings remained silent. Did that bitch really leave? Just as I was feeling heartbroken and disappointed, the new security guard from this morning suddenly walked up. The guard said, Miss Key, she left a long time ago. My face instantly turned dark as soot. Well played, Nanon. You actually dared to abandon me and sneak off first. She was clearly the one who angered me, yet there's not even a single apology. The grievance and sorrow in my heart instantly exploded. I felt like a total idiot beyond words. The more I thought, the angrier I got. So I immediately decided, I'm running away from home. Since it was her fault, why should I be the one to go home first? But where should I go now? Going back to the Chi family would only set her mind at ease. That won't do anything. I must make it so she can find me. I must make her worry herself sick. Immediately after, I rummaged through my backpack, counting the over 3,000 yuan in cash inside. This was the money I borrowed from her wallet this morning. With money in hand, who's afraid of having nowhere to go? I rolled my eyes and thought. An idea struck. If I stay at a hotel, it has to be the most expensive one in the city. I hailed a taxi and said loudly, Driver, take me to the most expensive hotel. The driver was stunned, turning back to confirm, Hey kid, are you really going to the most expensive place? Acting like a wealthy young master, I tossed 100 yuan. Of course, keep the change. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a 6-star hotel. The concierge respectfully opened the door for me. I walked into the lobby with my head held high. My aura was impeccable. The receptionist politely asked, Hello, which type of room would the guest like? I didn't even think about it. I want the best presidential suite. The receptionist was momentarily dazed, doubting his ears. Sir, are you sure? The price per night for our presidential suite is... I was too lazy to listen to his babbling, pulled the supplementary black card straight from my pocket, and slammed it on the table. I'm sure. Give me the most expensive one. The moment he saw the black card, his attitude did a 180-degree turn. He immediately and respectfully processed it. In less than a minute, I was holding the room key and heading to the top floor. The presidential suite was extremely luxurious. Exhausted from the whole day, I collapsed onto the soft sofa and fell into a deep, heavy sleep. Meanwhile, at 11 p.m., Nanon finally arrived back at the apartment. She had been driving like a maniac all evening, her mood bad to the extreme. She clearly intended to stay out until late at night, but for some reason, she was compelled to return early. She had to admit she was worried about that idiot Fang Yuan, but when she pushed the door open and entered, it was pitch black inside. A bad omen rose in her heart. She had to admit she was worried about that idiot Fang Yuan, but when she pushed the door open, the house was dark and empty. A sense of unease immediately washed over her. She hurriedly turned on the lights, shouting into the empty room. Fang Yuan, no answer. Nannon's expression completely changed. She ransacked every room, and sure enough, I wasn't back yet. It's already 11 o'clock. Where on earth could this kid have gone? He still hasn't come back? Is this boy trying to annoy her to death? Just thinking that I might be spending the night out with Yunwan, Nanon was fuming with rage. She punched the wall. Fang Yuan, you idiot. She was truly going crazy, immediately calling my phone. To her surprise, she only heard a busy signal. Her heart tightened. Could she have been blacklisted? She immediately used the landline to call back, and this time the call went through. Sure enough, she really was blocked. Nianon's chest heaved violently with anger while my mumbling voice came from the other end. She frowned and barked out a question. Where are you? I obviously recognized her voice too, paused for a moment, then huffed coldly. I'm not telling you. Find me if you're so capable. Before you're willing to apologize, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bye-bye, click. The call was cut off abruptly. Nianon stared at the receiver, so angry she laughed, a cold smile curling her lips. Think I can't find you? Just you wait. Judging by this tone, it doesn't seem like he's with anyone else. The next second, she rushed into the study and turned on the computer, while also using another phone to call me again. The moment I answered, her slender fingers flew across the keyboard. She said in a low voice, if you don't give me even a tiny hint, how am I supposed to find you? I was still smugly provoking her. A hint? I'm in an extremely luxurious place? Try and guess. But before I could finish, Nianon suddenly spoke up. Done. I asked blankly, huh? They'll find you in a moment, just wait. Nianon narrowed her eyes dangerously, looking at the precise location on the screen, and hung up bluntly. I was still dazed, totally disbelieving she could find me. Yet only 20 minutes later, the doorbell suddenly rang. I went to open the door without a second thought. As soon as the door opened, a figure rushed inside, hugging me tightly. When I saw clearly who it was, I was completely stunned. Nianon? Why are you here? She actually found me. Nianon glanced around the presidential suite, confirming no one else was there before breathing a sigh of relief. She had driven like a maniac, shortening a trip that should have taken half an hour to a mere 20 minutes. A second later, she grabbed my wrist. Her voice brooks no argument. Come home with me right now. I frowned and pushed her hand away. I'm not going. I rolled my eyes and stomped hard on her foot. While she let go in pain, I pushed her forcefully out the door, slammed the door shut right in Nianon's face. She pounded on the door from outside. Xiaoyuan, open the door. Come home with me now. I leaned against the door, thinking resentfully, if you don't apologize, don't even think about me paying any attention to you. But while I thought I had the upper hand, little did I know that outside, a woman in a suit bowed respectfully to Nianon. Miss Qi, why are you here? Nianon ignored the manager and held out her hand. Room key. The manager looked extremely awkward. Ms. Qi, this isn't quite according to regulation. Nianon sneered. Go ahead and check whose card he's using. Not only that, she also made the manager check whether I had come alone. The manager made a call to the front desk, and beads of sweat immediately trickled down his forehead. This gentleman is indeed using Ms. Qi's supplementary card, and more importantly, I'm alone. Hearing the answer, Nianon's heart suddenly softened. It turned out she had misunderstood me. The next second, the manager presented the room key with both hands. After all, this entire 6-star hotel is the property of the Qi family. Inside, I was wondering why it had gone silent outside. Had she really left? Just then, with a beep, the electronic door swiped open. Leaning against the door, I was pushed by a strong force, tumbling onto the carpet. Nianon stepped in, and seeing my pathetic state, she chuckled, reaching out to pull me up. What are you doing on the floor? I brushed her hand off. How do you have a room key? Nianon smiled mischievously, intentionally leaning close to my ear. Because I told the manager you're my husband. Who's your husband? My face turned beet red. I pushed her away and plopped down on the sofa, hugging a pillow warily. If you don't apologize, he'll absolutely never forgive you. I had just finished speaking when Nianon reached out, pulling me straight into her arms. Hey, caught off guard, I was pinned by her onto the sofa. That beautiful face loomed large before my eyes, and her breath enveloped me. My heart rate immediately went out of control. I only heard her whisper in my ear, haven't you heard this saying? A couple's quarrel is settled in bed. Want me to apologize? You have to show a little sincerity first. She leaned in closer and closer, her wicked face almost touching my lips. My whole body stiffened, glaring at her with both shame and anger. Get away, apologize. No. Nianon grinned evilly, hugging even tighter. I find this very comfortable. Angry and embarrassed, I yelled, get up and talk to me properly. Talk properly? You said it yourself. Nianon suddenly let go, as if the teasing just now were only an illusion. She sat cross-legged across from me, just like the negotiations when we were kids, but her eyes were full of indulgence. Go on. How do I apologize so you'll forgive me? I stared at her resentfully. Do you know how out of line you were today? How could you say those things to me? Am I really that kind of boy in your heart? Nianon recalled the way I looked when I was crying and felt a sudden pang of guilt. She scratched her head. All right, I'm sorry. I don't know what was wrong with me today either. Hearing the apology, my expression softened slightly. I explained seriously. I only see Yunwan as a friend. She already has a boyfriend. I would never ruin their relationship. Looking at my honest eyes, the weight in Nianon's heart finally lifted. But then, her tone shifted again, her gaze sharp. So what happened today? Why did you skip class with her? Where did the two of you go all afternoon? And what did you do? I was taken aback. How did you know I skipped class with her? Nianon smugly pinched my nose. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Shangde is my territory. Nothing escapes my eyes.
Kinyanan snatched the pillow, her face mock serious. Confess now, did you do anything to wrong me? Wrong you? I laughed out of sheer annoyance. Even if something really happened between her and me, it would have nothing to do with you. But Kinyanan crossed her arms, staring at me as she enunciated, Honey, did you forget we're officially engaged? Now that you're my fiancé, how can you say it has nothing to do with me? This time it was my turn to bristle. You have the nerve to talk to me? What about you? Don't you have a bunch of boyfriends too? Isn't that wronging me too? She frowned. When did I have a bunch of boyfriends? I pointed at her nose accusingly. There are plenty just in Shangdae alone, don't try to deceive me. Kinyanan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Well, that's all in the past. Besides, I finished with one before starting with the next. I'm actually very devoted. She immediately changed the subject. In any case, I've already broken up with my current boyfriend. Now I only have you. Broken up? I asked in shock. Weren't you just hugging him yesterday? Kinyanan smiled, slowly uttering, Wasn't it all because of you? I froze. Because of me? What does that have to do with me? But Kinyanan seemed like she didn't want to talk much about that and pulled the subject back. She stared at me. Don't dodge the question. Where on earth did you and that girl go today, and what did you do? Confess everything to me. Driven crazy by her pressure, I leaned against the sofa and groaned. How can I say it? I don't even know where that place was. She narrowed her eyes, her voice dangerous. You didn't know where it was, yet you dared to follow her? Fang Yuan, are you stupid? I didn't bother using the pillow to attack anymore, but directly used my hands to hit her. But Kinyanan gave a wicked laugh, taking the chance to grab my hands and pulling me forcefully toward her. She pulled me tight into her embrace, intentionally messing up my hair, murmuring, Fang Yuan, you idiot, you blockhead, you fool. Her legs clamped tightly around my waist, locking my lower body. Her large hands held mine firmly, making it impossible for me to move. She laughed out loud triumphantly, like a little girl who just won. Hey, you lost. I struggled for a long time panting, but I couldn't escape her shackles at all. I whined, You jerk, you didn't go easy on me at all. Space on the sofa was limited. The two of us were pressed tightly together in an extremely awkward, indescribable position. Yet we were still bickering, completely unaware. Until Kinyanan felt something hard pressing against her and instinctively looked down. She was momentarily stunned. Her throat suddenly went dry. She frantically looked away and let me go unnaturally. She was about to say something, but her mind was filled with the images from just now. Her heart pounded incessantly. This time she didn't interrogate me about the afternoon. Instead, I proactively sat aside and said, She and I just went to a bowling alley to play. Kinyanan just hummed in response to brush it off. Her attention wasn't there at all. Adjusting her mood, she was suddenly silent for a moment, then nudged my arm with hers. Do you remember what you liked most as a kid? I blanked. What? The corner of Kinyanan's lip curled slightly. It'll give you 3 chances. If you guess right, let's see what the reward is. After speaking, she secretly took out her phone and hid it behind her, sending a clandestine message. I blinked. Ice cream? Kinyanan gave my cheek a soft pinch. All you think about is food. It's not food. Not food? I was totally stumped. I'm not guessing anymore. Just tell me straight out. Right at this moment, Kinyanan's phone rang. She tilted her head and answered. I curiously leaned in to eavesdrop and only heard her say, Yeah, start right away. The phone was hung up immediately. I still hadn't heard anything. Start what? I looked at her with expectant eyes. Kinyanan's thin lips curled, smiling enchantingly. Weren't you complaining that my apology lacked sincerity? I've prepared an apology gift for you this time. Well, I'll have to see what the gift is first. Deep down, I was already ecstatic. Come here. She grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the giant floor-to-ceiling window. I leaned against the glass, looking down at the shimmering river view below. Kinyanan pointed upward. Look here. Where? I looked where she was pointing, but I couldn't see anything. But before the thought could even leave my head, a streak of fluorescent light suddenly shot straight into the night sky. In the next second, a massive firework exploded in the night sky, blooming as bright as flowers. Wow! Look, fireworks! I cried out in surprise. Immediately after, a second one followed, then a third, and hundreds of fireworks bloomed in succession, lighting up the entire night sky. When the fireworks faded, I turned to look at her. Is this the surprise you had for me? Kinyanan gave a charming smile. Do you like it? I asked with a bright smile. I do. I'll take it as a sign of your sincerity. I forgive you. So can you come home with me now? To my surprise, she ran to the sofa and sat cross-legged, smiling with squinted eyes, saying she wanted to sleep here tonight. I boldly stated that since the money had already been paid, it would be such a waste not to stay. Besides, there's even a lavish free breakfast in the morning. Kinyanan truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry because of me. Just for a free breakfast? The cost of one night in this presidential suite is enough to buy you breakfast for an entire year. I acted like a brat and covered my ears. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Kinyanan couldn't do anything about me, so she gave up. Fine. If we're not going back, then we stay here. With that, she walked toward the bathroom, undressing as she went. I stood there dazed, staring at her perfect curves, and my cheeks suddenly flushed hot. Hey, what are you doing? She turned her head, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Taking a shower, obviously. I'm staying here tonight too. I groaned and collapsed onto the sofa. But in the next second, I sprang up, ran to the bathroom door, and pounded on it. Hey, you sleep on the sofa later. Don't even think about sleeping with me while she was in the shower. I hurried to the bedroom to finish washing up and intentionally locked the door from the inside. Let's see how she gets in this time. But when I stepped out of the bathroom, I saw Nanon wearing a bathrobe, leisurely leaning against the bed playing on her phone. I asked in shock, how did you get in here? I clearly locked the door. Nanon didn't explain, only patted the spot beside her. Come here quickly. It's time for bed. I stood by the bed with hands on my hips. Tell me already. A wicked smirk curved the corner of her mouth. I have a keycard. Did you forget? Also, remember to use the deadbolt next time. That's the only way it'll work. She moved a little closer, speaking suggestively. Hurry up and get on here. It's not like we haven't slept together before, so why the shyness? She shifted even closer, whispering suggestively. Come on, get up here. It's not like we haven't slept together before, so why are you so shy? The room was plunged into darkness, but as more than 10 minutes passed, I didn't feel sleepy at all. I rolled over once, watching her deep features by the moonlight, softly calling, Nanon. She suddenly opened her eyes. In the dark, her eyes were startlingly bright. What's wrong? Are you asleep? I can't sleep. She teased me, saying, if I were asleep, would I be talking to you like this? She also turned around so we were facing each other. She said in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, it seems like it's been a long time since you called me that. I blinked. Called you what? Nanon nodded slightly. Yeah, didn't you always call me that when we were kids? After we grew up, I stopped calling her such intimate names. I muttered, I forgot, then thought for a moment. Then I suddenly said, all right then, I'll call you that from now on. But the condition is that you have to count sheep for me to sleep. Fine, but counting sheep isn't trendy anymore. I asked curiously, then what's trendy now? Nanon smiled mischievously. Counting dumplings is in, since dumplings sounds like sleep in our language. Haha, dumplings are so funny. I found a comfortable position and prepared to sleep. Nanon began counting softly. 1 dumpling, 2 dumplings. Wait, I suddenly called for a stop. No way, all I can think about is dumplings. I'm getting hungry. Nanon thought for a while, a smile playing on her lips. Then how about this? 1 Xiao Yuan. 2 Xiao Yuans. 3 Xiao Yuans. I smiled contentedly. In the darkness, her sweet voice echoed continuously until I fell fast asleep. When I woke up the next morning and opened my eyes, Non's beautiful face was right there next to mine. I looked down and found I was being held tightly in her arms. I frowned in confusion. What's going on? I'm usually the one who hugs something to sleep, so why do I always end up snuggled into her arms? I tried to free myself and tapped her shoulder. Hey, wake up. Nanon was woken up and she didn't look too happy. Her eyes were bloodshot. She suddenly muttered, I'm really just torturing myself. I didn't hear clearly. What did you say? She leaned toward me again, complaining. I could only sleep after you were out cold, and then I was hugged by you halfway through. No wonder I didn't sleep well. What happened with me? What did I do? I looked completely baffled, but Non's expression was very awkward, as if she had something difficult to say. She immediately buried her head back in the blankets to catch up on sleep. Nanon, don't just leave it at that. My curiosity was fully piqued, so I kept shaking her relentlessly. Nanon stuck one finger out from under the blanket. What did you promise me yesterday? I suddenly realized. Anan, just tell me already. She was annoyed to the point of irritation and finally popped her head out. I was tortured by you last night and couldn't sleep, so to make it up to me, go order breakfast right now. After saying that, she closed her eyes again. Seeing the exhaustion in her eyes, I felt a pang of guilt. I crept out of bed, and after freshening up, I called to order breakfast. Actually, Nanon wasn't sleeping at all. She opened her eyes and, remembering last night, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really hard to talk about. The truth is, this guy has a terrible sleeping posture, and he even knows how to kick people. Last night, I was almost kicked off the bed by you. In her helplessness, she could only hold me tightly in her arms to barely manage a peaceful sleep. Such an embarrassing matter, how could she possibly say it out loud? Just then, Nanon stepped outside, just as the hotel breakfast was being delivered. She lazily sat down next to me. Hungry? I said with a beaming smile. I ordered everything you like. Eat up. Nanon narrowed her eyes again, staring at me. Being unusually nice surely means you have a motive. It's either a trick or a trap. What scheme are you plotting with all this kindness? She didn't expect me to still remember her tastes. I immediately leaned in close, massaging her back to flatter her. It's the weekend. Take me out for some fun. Nanon raised an eyebrow and flatly refused. No. Why? Because I don't want to bring a tail along. Besides, you're a coward. It's no fun at all. Nanon glanced at me, speaking slowly. It's not impossible to take you, but I know, you get half the rights to use the bedroom. I got it instantly. Ki Nanon finally quirked her lips with satisfaction. Now we're talking. After breakfast, the two of them left the hotel. I was still asking her where she went yesterday. Neither of them noticed that, right at the hotel corner, a lens was frantically snapping photos of them. By evening, Ki Nanon changed into a limited edition sapphire blue Bugatti and drove me straight to Kyuyang Mountain. I couldn't help but ask, what are we doing on the mountain? You'll find out soon. The car performed a graceful drift, and I saw shimmering lights ahead where a fleet of expensive supercars was parked. Ki Nanon parked smoothly and told me, get out of the car. A girl with a delinquent look immediately greeted them. Miss Ki, you're finally here? Then she looked me over, her gaze mocking. Miss Ki is truly something else. Every time she brings a man, it's a different one. Ki Nanon's eyes turned cold instantly, glaring directly at her. The girl was so frightened she trembled and quickly looked away. After she left, I grumbled in discontent. I hate that person. Ki Nanon glanced at me and pulled me aside. You're mine. No one dares to touch you. One sentence made me feel safe instantly. But just then, I caught the gaze of a young man, a gaze filled with hostility. I felt like he looked somewhat familiar. What are you dazed for? Ki Nanon waved her hand in front of my face. I quickly looked away, pretended nothing happened, and asked her, are you going to race later? Have you really never lost? She smirked confidently. Just wait a little longer. You'll see the result for yourself. Just then, the man named Lu Guan strided over. He casually draped an arm over Ki Nanon's shoulder, saying smoothly, my lady, what a coincidence. Ki Nanon frowned, brushing his hand off seamlessly. The next second, she pulled me into her side, looking coldly at Lu Guan. What are you doing here? Lu Guan's expression stiffened. Then he flashed a suave smile. I'm with friends. I didn't expect to actually find you here. Ki Nanon showed absolutely no interest. Suddenly, I remembered who he was and exclaimed in shock, it's you, the guy from the night I just got back, the one who picked a fight with me at the bar. Lu Guan snorted inwardly but outwardly pretended he just noticed me. He actually smiled and said to me, so it's you. I guess they say no fight, no friendship, right? Who wants to be friends with you through a fight? I secretly rolled my eyes. Then, the delinquent girl stepped forward saying they should do something exciting this time, racing with passengers. Ki Nanon turned to look at me. Are you okay with this? I was dazed. Huh? What? Lu Guan immediately chimed in. Miss Ki, how about you take me instead? I'm not afraid, implying that I was a coward who'd be a burden. My blood boiled instantly, and without hesitation, I told Ki Nanon. I'm fine with it, really? Ki Nanon looked skeptical. Are you really sure you're okay? I nodded firmly, assuring her. Then it settled. Lu Guan stood to the side with a devious smile, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, causing Ki Nanon to lose the race so she would heartlessly discard me. I was dazed as I was put into the car, and only then could I help but ask, what are we playing anyway? Ki Nanon placed one hand on the steering wheel, her obsidian eyes narrowing at me. Xiaoyuan, can you really handle this? Don't make me lose. She didn't want her undefeated record to be broken like this. I was in a complete panic. Do I have to drive too? But I don't even know how to drive. Ki Nanon rubbed her forehead in frustration. You didn't even know how the game worked, yet you dared to say it was no problem. Fang Yuan, are you here to sabotage me? I'm not, I pouted innocently. I thought to myself, it's only because that Lu Guan guy provoked me. I glared at her unhappily. So, would you rather have that man sit here? Ki Nanon punched the steering wheel, her expression extremely grim. Damn it. Ki Nanon hit the steering wheel hard. Her expression was terrible. Seeing this, I reached to open the car door. Well, just get out then and you can let him sit here. Ki Nanon suddenly turned and snapped at me. Why are you being so aggressive? It's not like we're guaranteed to lose. But thinking back on Ki Nanon's competitive nature, how could she ever allow herself to fail? I felt guilty immediately. Just then, the other racing cars were ready. The race was about to start. Ki Nanon's face darkened, her voice cold. Fasten your seatbelt and sit still. Just bear with it for a bit. Am I still dazed? The next second, the horn blared, and the countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Ki Nanon confirmed I was buckled in and reminded me in a low voice, hold on tight. The moment the number 1 ended, the supercars shot forward like arrows. While others cheered with excitement, I was screaming in terror. I gripped the handle in fear, my knuckles turning white. Ki! My words were cut off by the rushing wind. Stop screaming and sit still. Hold on, just endure a bit more and we'll be there. Ki Nanon had beads of sweat on her forehead, glancing at me every now and then. In the crowd, Lu Guan heard my scream and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! He curled his lip maliciously. That pretty boy, let's see how you crash and burn. On the track, the sapphire blue Bugatti performed a spectacular drift, always maintaining the lead. Inside the car, my face grew paler, completely drained of color. Ki Nanon noticed my condition and asked worriedly, Xiaoyuan, are you okay? But I was motionless, unable to utter a single word. I wanted to close my eyes, but the dizziness felt even more terrifying. I could only keep my eyes wide open, staring blankly as the scene ahead receded at breakneck speed.
Fang Yuan Qinianan suddenly shouted. My consciousness finally returned slightly, but I was swaying as if I might fall, ready to pass out at any second. Qinianan gritted her teeth and actually slowed down the car for me. Other supercars roared past her, the piercing sounds of cheering reaching them. Her face was livid, yet she still looked at me first, asking with concern, "Do you feel any better now?" Seeing this, I hurriedly shouted, Don't stop!" I was filled with guilt, looking at her urgently. "Anan, catch up with them. I can do it. Keep driving." Qinianan looked at my small, pale face, my forehead covered in cold sweat, and my lips trembling uncontrollably. She sighed and said reluctantly, "Forget it. For my safety, she'd rather accept defeat." No, I panicked, and some color slowly returned to my face. "Qinianan, haven't you never lost? You can't lose, do you hear me?" I spoke louder and louder, just wanting to provoke her. "I'm fine now, keep driving. If you don't drive now, we won't catch up. I want you to win, I don't want you to lose." Qinianan's heart shook violently, her deep dark eyes filled with emotion, as she replied with a single low word, "Okay." The next second, her aggressive gaze sharpened as she looked ahead. "Hold on tight, I'll finish this quickly." Every cell in Qinianan's body was tense as a wire, their car having been left in the very last position. Overtaking seemed almost impossible, but right now she was determined to make the impossible possible. "Yeah," I nodded hard. "Ready." I gripped the handle for dear life. My chest felt like it was crushed by a giant rock. It was almost impossible to breathe, but I gritted my teeth and endured without saying a word. Finally, a few minutes later, they caught sight of the tail of the last car. Hope was right before their eyes. Qinianan did exactly as I wished, overtaking the car ahead, then leaving another behind after a drift at the curve. The supercar hit the straightaway and blurred past like a beam of light. Qinianan finally had a moment to glance at me, smirking confidently. "Baby, the real drama is still to come. Let's see how powerful your wife really is." She made me laugh, but my face was still as pale as before. "Hold on tight," she reminded me again, slamming the gas pedal. The supercar turned into a blue lightning bolt, the finish line right ahead. The crowd's cheers could be heard faintly. At the very last moment, Qinianan overtook the lead car and was the first to cross the finish line. The sapphire blue supercar performed, a drift and came to a sudden halt. The runner-up was so angry he kicked his car, cursing non-stop. Everyone rushed toward Qinianan's car, but she didn't care for anyone. Stepping out of the car, she walked around to open the door for me. I pushed her away, ran to the roadside and vomited uncontrollably, as if I were throwing up my very soul. Qinianan stroked my back sympathetically, her voice unable to hide her excitement. "Xiao Yuan, we won!" On the other side, Lu Guan watched the scene with a gloomy face, especially seeing Qinianan tenderly stroking my back, making him even angrier as he clenched his fists. He had never seen Qinianan treat any man with such gentleness, so attentive. What's her reason? On what grounds? Does this man get such special treatment from her? Lu Guan was driven mad with envy. The crowd immediately swarmed around, but Qinianan suddenly frowned, shouting at them, "Everyone get back, get lost!" She was afraid that with so many people crowding me, I wouldn't be able to breathe fresh air. Then, she pointed at a woman and ordered, "Bring me a bottle of water." This action left everyone stunned. Miss Qi, since when did she care for a man like this? It was truly a rare sight. Once I finished vomiting, Qinianan immediately brought the water, gently patting my back. After I rinsed my mouth, I was about to stand up when my legs suddenly went soft. Qinianan quickly caught me in her arms, seeing my frail state, her heart filled with pity. In the next second, she actually turned her back to me and knelt down. "Get on." I stared blankly at her slender back, then unconsciously smiled and climbed onto her back. I leaned lazily against her, saying weakly, "Then carry me out of here. It's too crowded here." Qinianan replied softly, and began carrying me toward the mountain path. This scene made Lu Guan, standing nearby, explode with envy. The indulgence in Qinianan's eyes was something he had never seen before. Qinianan replied softly and carried me along the trail. This sight drove Lu Guan crazy with jealousy as he stood nearby. The tenderness in Qinianan's eyes was something he'd never seen. Until we reached the ledge, I opened my eyes to the brilliant night view below. It's absolutely beautiful. Qinianan saw my color had returned slightly, so she spoke, "Let's go back and get something to eat." Unexpectedly, as she spoke, my stomach let out an embarrassing growl. I guess I really am hungry, but I don't want to walk. Qinianan chuckled, saying she would have someone bring food up here. But in the next second, she turned her head and glanced at me. "You seem much better now. Can you get down already?" "You're too heavy," I said, punching her lightly in frustration. "You're the heavy one," she teased with a laugh. "You're about to become a plump little piglet, you know?" She gave an awkward cough. "If you're not feeling sick anymore, then get down. How can I call for food with you clinging to me like this?" For the sake of food, I reluctantly climbed down. Qinianan immediately turned away, pretending to admire the view, then made a call. "Xiao Yuan, what do you want to eat?" "Fried chicken drumsticks, grilled wings, and ice cream too." When Qinianan heard that, she couldn't help but glare at me. She curled her finger slightly and tapped my head. "You were just throwing up your guts and you still want to eat all that?"
No way. Kinyanan flatly refused, her tone domineering. You're only having porridge. Pork and century egg porridge or fish porridge. I'll give you 5 seconds. My little face immediately slumped. I'm so helpless. Fine, pork and century egg porridge then. Can I have a strawberry cake too? Kinyanan said nothing, simply turning around to make the call. While waiting, I looked at the grass, frowning. I wonder if there are bugs here. Kinyanan chuckled with delight and teased. There are plenty, and snakes too. Don't sit down, stay on your feet. I gave her a resentful glare, only able to sit down right next to her. Luckily, the wait was short and someone brought the food, but as the person set the food down and turned to leave, Kinyanan suddenly called out, "Wait!" The person was stunned. Is something wrong, Miss Key? In the next second, Kinyanan pouted slightly, commanding, "Take off your jacket and give it to me." The person didn't dare to disobey, awkwardly taking off the jacket and handing it over. Immediately after, Kinyanan tossed the jacket to me. Her beautiful face clearly said, "You're such a handful. Take this and sit on it." I immediately giggled. I spread out the jacket and sat down. I suddenly felt much more at ease, but when I opened the bag, the rich aroma of fried chicken wafted out. My eyes lit up. Sure enough, I found a paper box inside. Just as my hand reached out, smack, Kinyanan flatly swatted my hand away. She stared at me sternly. "I told you already, you can't eat this. Eat your porridge." With that, she shoved the bowl of pork and century egg porridge into my hands. Holding the bowl, I thought she was being so unfair. Not only did she refuse to let me eat, but she also bought it just to eat it right in front of me. Kinyanan tucked her long legs in and brought a piece of fried chicken to her mouth. I could only resentfully open the lid and obediently sip the porridge. But when I was only halfway through the porridge, my eyes were already staring, glued to the piece of fried chicken in Kinyanan's hand. I couldn't even stop myself from swallowing my saliva. All of this was caught by Kinyanan. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she waved the fried chicken in her hand. "Do you want a bite?" My eyes lit up instantly. My little head nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Unexpectedly, Kinyanan said casually, "I'm thirsty." I hurried to unscrew the mineral water cap and handed it to her, but she just shrugged her shoulders. "I've been carrying you for so long, my shoulders are a bit sore." And so, I resigned myself to fate, standing behind her to massage her shoulders. Kinyanan finally nodded in satisfaction, holding the fried chicken out in front of me. My eyes sparkled. But then I heard her say, "I'll let you have one bite." My little face fell. "Just one bite?" Kinyanan snorted. "Take it or leave it." I want it, I said, terrified she would change her mind. However, the moment Kinyanan held the chicken out, I suddenly grabbed her wrist, opened my mouth wide, and took a massive bite. Kinyanan froze on the spot. "Your mouth can actually open that wide?" Looking at me chewing smugly, her face was full of disgust. "You're so unhygienic." I reached out with my greasy hand toward her. "You're the one being annoying. Who told you not to let me eat? Don't you dare touch me!" It's filthy, Kinyanan screamed while dodging. In the next second, she suddenly grabbed my hand, using the momentum to pin me down onto the grass. The atmosphere between us suddenly turned ambiguous. I screamed in fear, "Ah, Kinyanan, let me go, get up," but she just smirked mischievously, having no intention of letting go. And not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes were staring intently at them. Luguan was so enraged he was nearly biting his lip through. Just then, Kinyanan's phone suddenly rang. After taking the call, she finally let me go, asking indifferently, "They're going to a bar. Are you coming, or should I just take you home?" Without a second thought, I immediately raised my hand. "I'm going? I want to go." I was only afraid she would leave me behind. Kinyanan stood up. "Let's go then." I looked at the road we had just walked, looking dejected. "Do we have to walk back?" It's so far. No sooner had I spoken than a Bugatti supercar suddenly zoomed over. The driver was the delivery guy from earlier. I smiled and returned the jacket to him. Thanks. Kinyanan was already seated in the car, urging impatiently, "Get in the car already." I hurriedly scrambled into the passenger seat, turning to ask, "What about him?" Kinyanan just dropped a single line. "He can just walk back himself." In the next second, the supercar's engine roared, tearing away and leaving a trail of dust. My heart was in my throat. "Slow down a bit." My heart was still racing from that burst of speed. Kinyanan let out a sigh. "I'm slowing down for you. Is this okay?" I nodded repeatedly, but when they arrived at the bar, everyone was already gathered there. Someone immediately piped up, "Why is Miss Key so late? Weren't you off getting intimate with your boyfriend?" As soon as he finished, Luguan strode over arrogantly, casting flirtatious looks before aiming his words directly at me. "Is this Miss Key's new boyfriend? He must be quite something. Pick a song and let everyone see what you've got." He deliberately emphasized the word new. I immediately gave Kinyanan a sharp nudge with my elbow. Unexpectedly, Kinyanan glanced at me, then smiled as she spoke to everyone. "He's not my boyfriend." The entire room suddenly went silent. Luguan looked even more stunned. Just when he thought he had triumphed, Kinyanan curled her lips wickedly and suddenly planted a loud kiss on my face. In a voice so sweet it would melt your bones, she declared, "He is my husband." Just when he thought he had triumphed, Nanon curled her lips wickedly and suddenly planted a loud kiss on my face. She announced in the most coquettish voice possible. As soon as those words left her mouth, everyone's jaw dropped in sheer amazement. Luguan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. I smugly snuggled into her embrace. Nanon leaned close to my ear, whispering softly, "Want to sing a song?" I shot Luguan a side-eye before kissing her back, on the cheek. "Sure, but he'll only sing for my wifey's ears." "Wifey?" Then I immediately picked out an English song. I held the mic, pretending to be shy. I rarely sing, so please bear with me if it's not very good. But the moment I began to sing, the whole room went dead silent. This voice, this pronunciation, it sounded just like the original track. Just then, Nanon's phone suddenly rang again. She glanced at it, then directly hung up. I was curious about who was calling. She said nothing, but just a few seconds later, the phone rang once more. Nanon released her embrace. "I'm going out for a moment to take this call." She had only just stepped away when a group of people immediately swarmed around me. "Are you really Miss Key's husband? What's your relationship with her, really?" I just gave a mysterious smile. Right then, several wealthy socialites who had been quiet until now suddenly pushed everyone aside and surrounded me in the center. "Hey, handsome, want to play a game with us?" Luguan stood up immediately, chin tilted in challenge. "You're not scared, are you?" "It's just a little game," I replied with a smile. "If you want to play, let's play. Nothing to be afraid of." But the moment I spoke, Luguan sat down right next to me, announcing the rules were based on drawing cards. The highest card is king, and the lowest is slave. The king has the power to make the slave do anything. As soon as he finished, someone brought over a table full of drinks. Luguan pointed at the glasses, smiling with malice. "If you can't do it, then you have to drink a glass." I frowned slightly. I realized then that this was a trap. Luguan pretended to reassure me. "Don't worry, let's just try one round first." And so, the first round began. Unexpectedly, Luguan himself drew the lowest card, and the one who became king was that socialite from earlier. That lady gave a suggestive smile and directly commanded, "Give me a kiss." In the next second, the two of them actually exchanged a passionate French kiss right in front of everyone. I watched, feeling only nausea. I felt even more uneasy inside. "Where is that annoying Nanon? Why isn't she back yet?" I muttered to myself. Right then, the second round began. I reluctantly drew a card and flipped it over to check. The three of diamonds, the lowest card of the entire round. To make matters worse, the king of this round was none other than Luguan. The corner of Luguan's mouth curled into a smug smile, his eyes fixed on me, sharp as a razor. He cleared his throat, about to issue his command. "Very well, I am king, so I order you—" But before he could finish his sentence, I snatched a glass of liquor from the table with lightning speed. Without a word, I downed the entire glass in one gulp. The pungent liquid burned my throat. Suppressing the nausea, I slammed the empty glass onto the table. There, I finished it. I turned the glass upside down without a single drop remaining. Luguan's face immediately darkened, but the socialites around broke into cheers of approval. Truly Miss Key's man, so domineering I looked with disgust at Luguan's furious face, secretly scoffing in my head. "You want to scheme against me? Keep dreaming." The next round began immediately after. I focused all my intent on being the king so I could strike back at Luguan. But unexpectedly, the unlucky one this time was still Luguan. The socialite king gave a direct command. "Luguan, perform a dance for us." Luguan looked slightly embarrassed, but ultimately had to dance for a bit. The entire room suddenly livened up. But when he returned to his seat, he and the person next to him exchanged a deeply meaningful look. Sure enough, I was the loser of the next round. I immediately realized something was wrong. How come only the two men are losing every time? This is far too coincidental. But I'm a good sport, and because I didn't want to be mocked, I could only choose to drink. After that, it was like I was cursed. I kept losing continuously, one glass then another. By the time the sixth glass went down, I let out a soft alcohol-scented burp. My head started to spin. This isn't good. I can't drink anymore. Just then, Luguan smiled and approached me, casting a glance at the socialite beside him, his eyes full of calculation and schemes. "Looking at how drunk you are, Miss Key will surely be worried. Let me take you upstairs to rest." He reached out to help me up. "Who are you?" I leaned in dizzily, almost pressing my face against his, then suddenly wrinkled my nose and shoved him away hard. "You smell terrible! Get away from me!" Luguan's face immediately turned a sickly green. This bastard dared to call him smelly? He suppressed the urge to punch me, pretending to smile as he said, "It's me, Luguan. You're drunk. Let me take you to your room." In his heart, he was plotting something even more sinister, waiting until they were in the room to arrange for a woman to be there, then calling Miss Key to catch them red-handed, to see if she would still want this brat. Luguan's smile grew increasingly fake, as he tried his best to help me upstairs. But just as he thought his plan was about to succeed, I smelled the heavy scent of perfume on him, and my stomach suddenly churned violently. "I am going to throw up." Luguan turned pale. "Don't you dare throw up on me. Terrified, he tossed me back onto the sofa. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Nanon saw the scene at that exact moment. She frowned. Luguan, what exactly are you doing? Luguan's plan fell apart. He explained in a panic. Miss Key, you've misunderstood. I saw how drunk he was, and I was just going to take him upstairs to rest. Are you dead drunk? Nanon didn't approach any closer, only seeing my small face flushed red, so drunk I had no sense of the world. She glanced over at the glasses and the deck of cards on the table, understanding everything in an instant. She let out a cold snort, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. She walked over to help me up. I suddenly struggled slightly, my entire body falling straight into her arms. The next second, the lips of the two actually touched. In just a single second, Nanon was completely frozen. On her thin lips, the pure breath of the youth still lingered. The entire room was as silent as a grave. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned. Nanon coughed awkwardly, then directly led me outside. You all keep playing. I'm heading out. As soon as the door closed, a burst of chatter exploded. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Miss Key was actually blushing just now. How is that even possible? Miss Key is so experienced. Would she really blush from just a touch of the lips? Those words reached Lu Guan's ears. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. He suddenly turned and roared, "All of you, shut up! You saw it wrong. You definitely saw it wrong." Lu Guan slumped angrily onto the sofa, grabbed a glass of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. The rich socialite beside him hugged him. "Baby, don't be angry anymore. Didn't we just successfully mess with him earlier?" But Lu Guan's eyes were filled with pure hatred. What do these people know? They all think Nanon has been through countless romances, but only a former partner like him knows an earth-shattering secret. Nanon has dated countless boyfriends, but she has never actually kissed anyone. Lu Guan's eyes were etched with resentment. What do these people even know? They think Nanon is a veteran in the field of love, but only an ex-boyfriend like him knows a shocking truth. Nanon has changed boyfriends like clothes, but in fact, she has never kissed single one. That kiss was an obsession he longed for, even in his dreams, but now it was easily stolen by me right in front of his eyes. That unexpected kiss fanned the flames of murderous intent in Lu Guan's heart. He dangerously narrowed his eyes. He will definitely remember this debt. And elsewhere, Nanon was driving, but her mind was already in a whirl. That 1-second touch of the lips kept replaying in her head like crazy. In the passenger seat, I was sound asleep. Suddenly, a black car blocked the middle of the road. Several men with weapons in their hands jumped out of the car. Just as she was about to reverse, another black car blocked her retreat. Her gaze hardened as she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out. Standing before the swinging iron bars, she still calmly asked, "Is something the matter?" The bald man's face was full of greed. "Hand over 500,000 for us to spend." Nanon let out a chuckle. I wouldn't even bother picking up 500,000 if it were on the ground. As soon as she finished, she delivered a kick that sent the bald man flying. I'd rather throw my money in the trash than give it to people like you. A few minutes later, all the thugs were lying sprawled on the ground. She stepped on the bald man's face, her expression extremely haughty. "This head isn't bad. It could be used as a soccer ball." The bald man was so terrified he peed himself, crying and begging for mercy. "Big sister, spare me. I was only acting on someone else's orders." Ordered by someone else? Nanon frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Just then, a piercing scream rang out from the car. "Oh no, it's a diversion." She immediately rushed toward the car. The passenger door was wide open, and the person had vanished. The blood in Nanon's veins suddenly froze. Damn it, she was about to go crazy searching for him, when a weak voice came from the back seat. "Anon, I'm here." It turned out I had crawled into the back seat on my own. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. But in the next second, I collapsed into her arms. Nanon stroked my head, her voice becoming uncharacteristically gentle. "It's okay now." She then put me back in the passenger seat, but still couldn't resist pinching my cheek. "Let's see if you dare to do that again next time." "So stupid," I muttered resentfully. "I feel so sick." Her anger vanished instantly, and she had no choice but to drive me home. Back at the apartment, she carried me straight upstairs. But as soon as she put me on the bed and turned to leave, I grabbed her hem tightly. "Anon, don't go, Ki." Nanon gave a sigh and sat down by my bed. "All right, I won't go. You really are a handful." Her words sounded annoyed, but she let me keep holding her hand. Just then, she noticed something unusual. My face was so red it looked as if it would bleed, not at all like I just had a few drinks. She suddenly remembered the glasses on the table from earlier. It was a potent mixed drink. Those bastards dared to deliberately get me drunk. A flame of anger flared up in her chest. But at that very moment, I unconsciously licked my lips. Those rosy lips immediately drew her gaze. The unexpected kiss from earlier, that soft sensation suddenly flooded back into her mind. Her heart rate suddenly went out of control, and her body began to heat up along with it. Her deep gaze was fixed intently on my lips. She couldn't help but reach out and touch them. A wild thought suddenly occurred to her. She actually wanted to kiss me. This thought made her whole body shudder. I must be crazy. But right then, I tossed and turned restlessly on the bed. "Anon, I'm so hot, it's so uncomfortable." My hand scratched at my chest, leaving long red marks on the fair skin. Nanon couldn't just close her eyes and ignore it any longer. "Stop scratching." She brushed my hand away, half scolding, half helping as she gently rubbed my chest. "Is it here? Does it feel any better?" I let out a soft groan of satisfaction, unconsciously snuggling deeper into her. At first, her intention was purely to help me, but as she continued rubbing, her palm uncontrollably began to slide further down. Her breathing also began to grow heavier. The temperature in the room seemed to spike in an instant. Just then, I let out a sigh and gradually lay still. I calmly closed my eyes and fell fast asleep. Nanon immediately felt frustrated. I was the one who lit the fire, so why was she the only one suffering? This man, once he felt comfortable, just fell right asleep. What did he take her for? Nanon smirked with a half-smile, suddenly sat up, and then leaned over. Her warm breath brushed softly against my cheek. Her dark eyes held a meaningful smile as she kept drawing closer. With a burning gaze, the balance in her heart completely tipped. A wicked thought began to sprout. After all, I was already asleep. The next second, she leaned down. The youth's pure breath was so fresh and pleasant. She no longer hesitated, and her thin lips pressed accurately onto mine. The moment their lips touched, that soft sensation made her whole body tremble like jelly, and it was so very warm. But she craved for much more than that. Just how sweet is this brat's taste? She has always been this domineering, doing whatever she wants. Since she had already kissed him, she had to kiss him until she was satisfied. Those thin lips caressed and crushed with force, entangling intensely. Right at that moment, I suddenly parted my lips slightly. That pink tongue actually reached out proactively, lightly licking her lips. This action completely ignited the fire in her heart. She immediately took in that little snake that had just offered itself, kissing me passionately. I began to struggle, my weak hands trying to push her chest away, but she had no intention of letting go. Not until I could barely breathe did she finally let go. Their noses touched lightly, their breaths intertwining. The atmosphere was so thick with ambiguity it could have condensed into water. Her beautiful fiery eyes stared intently at my freshly kissed red lips. For the first time, she realized this kid, me, was actually so handsome. Still lingering on that sweet aftertaste, her heart racing, she drew close once more. But in the next second, my eyelashes flickered. She froze instantly, and quick as a flash turned over and pretended to sleep. Who would have thought I hadn't woken up at all? Not only did I stay asleep, but instead, I tilted my little head to the side, snuggled right into her chest, and clutched her shirt as I continued to sleep soundly. Nanon was stunned, feeling both embarrassed and amused. Luckily, I wasn't caught. She paused for a moment, then took the chance to pull me tightly into her arms. Her nose rubbed against the crook of my neck, inhaling the pure scent that made her heart skip a beat. "What body wash does this kid usually use? Why does he smell so good?" She paused for a moment, then took the chance to pull me tightly into her arms. Her nose rubbed against the crook of my neck, inhaling the pure scent that made her heart skip a beat. "What body wash does this kid usually use? Why does he smell so good?" By the time I woke up, I had a splitting headache, feeling like I'd been run over by a truck, aching so much that I rolled around on the bed. My head hurt so much, this is awful. At that moment, Nanon walked over coldly, carrying a glass in her hand. Her red lips clicked in disapproval. In the next second, she pulled me straight up from the bed. "You finally know what suffering feels like? Drink this. You'll feel better." Her voice was cold, yet it held a trace of impatient concern. I obediently finished the medicine, and my little face immediately puckered up like a monkey. "It's so bitter." Seeing I'd finished it, Nanon finally let me go and casually set the glass down. Right after that, like she was performing magic, she produced a lollipop out of thin air and shoved it into my mouth. The sweetness of the strawberry candy instantly washed away the bitterness, and my expression finally relaxed. A lifesaver. I hate bitter tastes the most. I kept the candy in my mouth and lay back down. Nanon just glanced at me and said flatly, "Then keep sleeping. I'm leaving." But as the lollipop dissolved, the medicine kicked in. The headache subsided, but my stomach began to protest. So I had to crawl up, put on my slippers, and ran out of the room. "Anon, I'm so hungry like an overgrown child," I shouted while rushing into the living room. Nanon was sitting on the sofa, a laptop on her lap, her gaze fixed on the screen, her long fingers typing rapidly, busy with who knows what. "I'm hungry," I emphasized again, walking straight to her and plopping down on the sofa. Surprisingly, as if she were hiding a secret, she suddenly snapped the laptop shut and gave me a mysterious look. "Isn't there food on the table? Go get it yourself." I pouted reluctantly. "I don't want to move." My intention was crystal clear. I wanted her to get it for me. She poked my forehead lightly with her finger, her face full of disdain. "Fang Yuan, why are you so lazy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face before you have breakfast."
But I'm already starving, I whined while tugging her sleeve, purposely leaning my head on her. In the next second, on Kian's beautiful face, an unnatural blush appeared. Being this close, the youthful scent from me immediately reminded her of last night's secret. Feeling guilty, she pushed me away forcefully. Don't stick to me. Go brush your teeth now. Do you expect this young lady to serve you? Don't even dream about it. Go by yourself. I looked at her unhappily. Fine, I'm going. I muttered to myself, feeling like Nanon is really strange today. Earlier, when she gave me the hangover cure, she still remembered I hate bitterness and thoughtfully prepared a lollipop, which touched me almost to tears. Who knew she'd start disdaining me just a blink later? I hopped off the sofa with a long face and grumpily went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time I came out, Nanon was already seated at the dining table, as if she were specifically waiting for me. I instantly broke into a smile and went to sit next to her. Seeing the breakfast on the table, my eyes lit up and I cheered. Anan, you still remember my tastes? You bought everything I like. I just bought random stuff. Who would bother remembering what you like? She sounded harsh, but her hand reached out to open the lid, setting the bowl of porridge before me, not forgetting to warn me. The porridge is very hot. Be careful eating it. I want to drink milk first. Ignoring her warning, I reached for the strawberry milk carton and drank it right away. Nanon looked at me, unable to stop herself from teasing. Xiao Yuan, how old are you, and you still haven't been weaned? These strawberry-flavored things, aren't they only for little kids? I finished the carton and set it down. I just like strawberries. It's none of your business. Nanon saw the milk mustache around my mouth and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Look at you, Fang Yuan! Are you trying to kill me with laughter this early? Oh God, my stomach hurts. I can't take it. You're killing me. With a ring of milk foam on my lip, I looked absolutely hilarious. No wonder Nanon was laughing like that. I quickly wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. It's still there. There's a whole ring. Can't you feel it? Nanon finished laughing and reached out to help me wipe it. Hearing her, I instinctively ran my tongue around my lips. As a result, my pale pink tongue accidentally touched her finger. Nanon froze instantly, her beautiful eyes staring intently at me. She couldn't help but remember how sweet my lips were and that flexible, soft tongue of mine that had once been entwined with hers. Anan, your face seems to be turning red. What's wrong? I asked curiously. Nanon awkwardly looked away, stiffly pulling back her hand, clearing her throat to hide it. It's nothing. Must be because the porridge is a bit hot. Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say you were starving? Oh, I didn't notice anything unusual at all, and suddenly leaned my face close to hers. So, is there still milk around my mouth? Non's heart skipped a beat at this action of mine. The way I looked was like I was offering myself up for a kiss. She immediately took half a step back to avoid exposure, pulled out a tissue and handed it to me, trying to sound dismissive. Wipe it yourself. Don't you know if something's on your mouth? What is it? That I don't know. I licked my lips again, but suddenly noticed something strange. I frowned and said, my lip hurts a bit. Looks like the skin is torn. How did that happen? I blinked and tried to remember, but I couldn't recall hurting the corner of my mouth at all. How would I know? You must have accidentally bitten it yourself. Nanon blurted out, her face clearly showing tension. I blinked and tried to recall, but I truly couldn't remember when I injured my lip. Once I gave up thinking about it, I didn't bother with that small wound anymore. After wiping my mouth, I ran upstairs and a moment later came waddling back down in my slippers. Do you have VIP membership cards for some brand-name clothing stores? I asked as soon as I got downstairs, only to see Nanon was already dressed, looking like she was about to head out. Are you going out? I frowned with hesitation. I was exhausted right now and just wanted to sprawl at home like a lifeless corpse. Yeah, she replied flatly, seeing that I indeed had no intention of going along, so she said, then stay home and rest. I have some things to handle. I'll be back a bit late. Seeing her turn to leave, I hurriedly followed. Hey, you still haven't told me. Do you have VIP cards for some fancy designer stores? Nanon turned back impatiently. Why are you asking? Only then did I notice her coldness, having no clue how I'd offended her. I explained anyway, I just want to buy clothes. I brought too few clothes when I returned, but I don't want to go out now. I'm so tired, and today is already the weekend. School starts tomorrow. There's no time left to go shopping. Nanon said dismissively, You're truly a nuisance. Can't you just buy them another day? Though she was grumbling, she still walked back into the living room, picked up the iPad on the coffee table and opened a certain app. With my status, every brand worships me like a goddess. How could I lack VIP cards? Choose for yourself. I'm leaving. She tossed the iPad straight at me, not even sparing a glance as she turned and walked out. I almost failed to catch it. Luckily, my reflexes were fast enough to keep it from hitting the floor. By the time I came to my senses, Nanon had already disappeared. I pouted in complaint. She clearly cared so much about me yesterday, yet today, she's this cold. A woman's heart really is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Actually, I suddenly remembered something from the bar last night. She went outside to take a call and talked for a long time. Back then, she hung up first, as if she didn't want to listen, and only later answered reluctantly. Who on earth called her? Could that call have upset her, so she's taking it out on me? I finally found a reason to explain her change in attitude. Oh well, everyone has their cranky moments, so I decided to forgive her. So I sat cross-legged on the sofa, put the iPad on my lap, and started researching it. It turned out to be an exclusive ordering system for the brand, reserved only for the top VIP members. Truly wealthy people don't need to go to a counter to buy things at all. The store updates the latest styles on the app. Members just need to select online and staff will bring the items to their home, paying only after trying them on and being satisfied. Even top foreign brands can be shipped via private jet to the location. This service is truly ultimate class. I couldn't help but exclaim, being rich is great. The entire morning, I picked out clothes tirelessly. Over the years, I grew up from a child in America wearing local fashion brands. Luckily, those brands are also available domestically. I shop excitedly and continuously, picking whatever I liked since I get to try them on anyway. Less than half an hour after sending the order, the brand stores already sent staff to bring over mountains of clothes. Unbeknownst to me, it was already noon. I had just finished trying on a new t-shirt. Right after trying the t-shirt, my stomach started rumbling incessantly. I was thinking about ordering takeout when a delicious aroma suddenly hit my nose. Smells so good I almost drooled. What heavenly food smells this good? Why are there so many clothes? Fang Yuan, did you buy out the entire store or something? A clear voice rang out. Nanon was already standing at the door. Why are you back already? I walked over and looked at her curiously. Nanon glanced at me, her tone clearly showing dissatisfaction. I'm not allowed back? This is my house. I stared at the bag in her hand. The mouth-watering scent was coming from right there. I skipped over, smiling and flattering her. You didn't specifically buy lunch for me, did you? Wifey, you're so good to me. With that, I unexpectedly gave her a big kiss on the cheek. This kiss stunned Nanon instantly. Her heart felt like it had been hit by something, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. But I was completely oblivious, snatching the bag from her hand, running straight to the dining table to sit, eagerly opening the bag. Wow, pizza and grilled chicken wings, all my favorites. Nanon finally regained her composure and coughed awkwardly. She didn't sit down but walked toward the sofa, looking at the pile of clothes on the floor, all of them in a sporty style, mostly in black. She frowned slightly, then noticed a box on the coffee table, curiously picked up the small item inside, and opened it to see. It turned out to be a pair of men's underwear with cartoon prints, leaving her speechless on the spot. Her eyes fixed on what she was holding. She was actually holding my undergarment. Nanon's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. I was eating happily, accidentally glanced over and saw this soul-shaking scene. I let out a startled yell, dashed over and snatched the cartoon underwear from her hand. What are you doing touching other people's things without permission? My face flushed deep red with embarrassment, glaring at her angrily, my eyes full of reproach. Nanon suddenly flashed a charmingly wicked smile, her seductive red lips curling slightly, as she picked up another pair from the box, deliberately waving them in front of me, asking teasingly, Xiao Yuan, don't tell me this is what you wear? I told you not to touch things, yet you still did. I angrily tried to snatch them back. Nanon laughed and teased, her slender fingers deftly dodging, easily avoiding my grasp. I'm your wifey? Why can't I touch them? Your underwear has cartoons on it. That's so childish. I actually prefer pure black ones. My ears were burning red. What you like has nothing to do with me. Give them back, you pervert. My ears were burning red. I was both ashamed and annoyed, reaching out to snatch them back. They were undergarments, after all. Being held by a girl like that, I just wished I could find a hole to crawl into and hide. How did things end up like this? Thinking she wasn't home, I dared to leave my things scattered on the table, never expecting her to return so quietly. Is this what you call being a pervert? Nanon raised her beautiful eyebrows teasingly. Taking advantage of me reaching out, she suddenly grabbed my hand, pulled me down onto the sofa, and then immediately leaned down, pinning me into the corner of the sofa in a caboton pose. Nanon, stop playing around. Please give those back to me. You're a girl holding a boy's underwear. Don't you feel embarrassed? At this moment, I could only see the underwear in her hand, completely failing to notice that the position between us was extremely ambiguous. Didn't you say I'm a pervert? Then I'll show you what a real pervert is like. Nanon seemed to have come up with a great idea. Her beautiful red lips curled up with a mischievous smile. Give it back first. I flailed my hands around wildly, not really hearing what she said at all, only focused on getting that pair of underwear back. Nanon, I shouted at her, frantic and angry, yelling into her face. Wifey is listening. Nanon looked at me with a smile. My frantic expression looked incredibly adorable, making her unable to resist teasing me more. I glared at her resentfully, my cheeks puffed up like steamed buns, my dark eyes blazing with fire. What on earth do you want? I don't want anything. Nanon feigned innocence. Then hurry up and give that back to me. I was too embarrassed to even say the word underwear.
Kinyanan looked down at my open palm. The way I was asking was truly straightforward. She intentionally let out a dissatisfied huff. Is this the attitude you have when asking someone for something? How arrogant. Who's the arrogant one here? Clearly, you're the most arrogant person here. Originally, to keep me from discovering the secret kiss from last night, she had to struggle to act cold this morning. But now the opportunity had arrived, allowing her to be close to me legitimately. How could she miss the chance to pin me down like this, being able to smell the boyish scent emanating pleasantly from my body? She couldn't help but start daydreaming, instantly recalling the aftertaste of last night's kiss, so sweet and soft, really wanting to kiss me just one more time. I felt her getting closer and closer, only then realizing that I was being pinned into the corner of the sofa. This posture was truly ambiguous to the extreme. Anyone else looking in would surely misunderstand. Just then, Kinyanan suddenly lifted my chin. Do you want to know what a real pervert is like? Her warm breath fanned straight onto my face. The lily fragrance of a young girl immediately enveloped me. My cheeks were burning and my heart was racing for no reason. I retracted my neck slightly, not daring to look directly into her eyes, feeling as though those deep eyes wanted to pull my entire mind inside. I don't want to know, okay? I stammered, feeling my heart thumping as if I were sick, even faster than after running in gym class, like it was about to jump out of my chest. No, Kinyanan domineeringly refused. I glanced at her, feeling like she up to no good. She must be harboring some plot, so there's no way I'd ever agree. I don't care to know at all, just hurry up and give my things back. I didn't care what she wanted to do. My only goal was to retrieve what was in her hand. Once I got it back, I dashed straight to my room and locked the door, not wanting to look at anyone. Fine, I'll give it back. Kinyanan suddenly compromised, reaching her hand straight toward me. I looked at her suspiciously. Seriously? Just now you refused to give it, and now you're suddenly offering it back. No matter how I thought about it, it felt fishy. What exactly was her aim? Not taking it? Kinyanan asked with a squinting smile. A little devil seemed to be lurking in her eyes. I'll take it. I nodded frantically, fearing she'd change her mind, quickly reaching out my hand to grab it. But Kinyanan pulled a mean trick, calculating the timing perfectly, and suddenly retracted her hand. Kinyanan, are you playing with me? I gritted my teeth. Of course not. If you want your things back, shouldn't you give me some benefit? Kinyanan looked directly into my eyes, her smile full of cunning and mischief. Then what do you want? I was about to ask what she wanted when Kinyanan's beautiful face suddenly moved close, staying only a few centimeters away from mine, and that distance was still continuing to shrink. What do you think? Her voice was low and smooth, carrying a deadly and mesmerizing charm. Could she want to? My face started burning up again, seeing her getting closer and closer. I closed my eyes tightly in fear. My mind went blank, tangled like a mess. Suddenly, something was placed over my head. I opened my eyes wide in shock. Kinyanan's haughty laughter rang in my ears. The small underwear in her hand had disappeared, so one could imagine Kinyanan's roar. It felt like the whole house was shaking. I was driven absolutely mad with anger. This bastard dared to take the underwear. What was even more outrageous was that this bastard Kinyanan even dared to take out her phone, aiming it straight at me and snapping a photo. How's that? Now that's what you call a real pervert. My face flushed as I hurried to take the thing off my head and lunged at her in a fit of rage. Kinyanan, I'm going to kill you? I grabbed Kinyanan tightly. She stumbled and almost fell backward, quickly grabbing onto me as well, and we both tumbled onto the sofa together. I rushed forward, trying to snatch the phone. Delete that photo right now. Give me the phone. Kinyanan wasn't afraid of me at all. On the contrary, she laughed even more brightly. Do you have any idea how funny you looked just now? It was honestly so adorable. What do you think would happen if I showed this to my parents? I'm sure they would love it, wouldn't they? Don't you dare, I shouted at her. I felt so incredibly stupid, thinking just now that she wanted to kiss me. It turns out she deliberately tricked me into closing my eyes. It was all part of her wicked scheme. I must have been crazy just now to actually think she wanted to kiss me. Kinyanan glanced at the photo on the phone and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This photo's enough to keep me laughing all year. I have to keep it very safe. Hearing her say she wanted to keep it, I was so flustered I was almost in tears, stuttering, Can you please delete it? What is there to even look at in a photo like this? You really are a pervert. Kinyanan shrugged her shoulders, her deep eyes sparkling with amusement. I think it's very cute, don't you think so? My face darkened as I gritted my teeth. Think about it. If you were the one in this ugly photo, how could you possibly find it interesting? But Kinyanan was like someone admiring a work of art, gazing at my dazed expression in the photo. That look of wearing cartoon boxers on my head, no matter how you look at it, it's just hilarious. No matter how you look at it, it's just refreshing. How could I possibly delete such an adorable photo? You're still looking at it, Kinyanan. Delete it for me right now. Delete it, delete it. You're still looking, Kinyanan. Delete it using both my hands and feet. I pinned my entire body onto her, reaching out with all my might to snatch the phone. Kinyanan suddenly gave a wicked smile, her suggestive breath intentionally brushing my face. Little Yuan, your lower half is pressed right against me. I flinched and looked down. Sure enough, I was pressed close against her soft body, and I hadn't even realized it. My small face flushed crimson in an instant as I scrambled off her, glaring at her with a mix of anger and grievance. I held out my small hand. Give me the phone. Can you please stop messing around? I'm not messing around. Kinyanan said that, but her hands were moving incredibly fast, saving that photo directly to a secret album. I sat cross-legged, anxiously saying to her, then just delete the photo. A perverted photo like that, you're not actually planning to keep it, are you? Kinyanan nodded, smiling wickedly, and intentionally waved the phone in front of me. Of course I'm keeping it. This will be the leverage I use to control you later. I immediately slumped. Seeing her like this, I knew she would absolutely never give the photo back. Then you mustn't show this photo to anyone, do you hear me? Otherwise, I tried to put on a fierce face. I know. Kinyanan chuckled to herself. She wouldn't want to show this cute side of me to anyone else anyway. I had to temporarily give up, but I secretly thought this wasn't over yet. I will definitely find a chance to steal that photo back later. Kinyanan put the phone in her pocket, picked up the iPad on the coffee table, and logged into a luxury shopping app. She glanced at my pile of clothes and spoke with a dissatisfied expression. These clothes of yours are too childish. Anyone who didn't know would think you're an elementary student. You're a high schooler now. You should dress a bit more stylishly. Stop acting like a kid all the time. As she spoke, her fingers scrolled quickly and skillfully through the app to search, adding whatever she liked to the cart immediately. I immediately had a bad feeling, peeked over to look, and happened to see her choosing a box of jet black men's underwear. The other clothes were in a similar mature style, a style I usually never wear. I glared at her. Why are you picking these styles for me? I don't like wearing these things. Don't you dare buy them. But this bastard, even though I told her not to buy them, she went ahead and paid for them directly, skipping the try-on step entirely. This spendthrift, these clothes are so expensive and you didn't even ask me. You just bought them like that. And what if I don't like them? Isn't that just a total waste? Does she have so much money she doesn't know what to do with it? Buying over a dozen outfits for me in one go, it must add up to over 100,000 yuan. Kinyanan smiled with squinted eyes again. Buying clothes for my husband, isn't that only natural? Look at that shirt you just bought. It's over 20,000 yuan for just one. Isn't this just highway robbery? It's just a small amount of fabric. It's not like it's plated in gold. How can it be so expensive? Luxury goods are expensive for a reason anyway, as long as it looks good. It does look good, but I don't like wearing that kind of clothing. Kinyanan suddenly narrowed her eyes, pouting with a threatening tone. I dare you not to wear what I bought. I collapsed onto the sofa, groaning and lamenting. I felt like I just wanted to die. Only now did I realize why she wanted to keep that photo. With this leverage in her hands, how could I ever resist her in the future? This person is truly too cunning. Monday. At school, I had just sat down in class when Shen Yue turned around, looked at me worriedly and asked, Little Fang, are you okay? I blinked. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Shen Yue turned her whole body toward me, looking straight into my face, her expression slightly hesitant before finally speaking. Is it true that you confessed to Yunwan? Did she accept? Was the reason you looked for her before because you liked her and wanted to confess? I just now remembered that video thing and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course it's not true. You've seen that video too? I was just looking for her for some business, not a confession. I don't even know who filmed that video, spouting nonsense without knowing the truth. Seeing me deny it, Shen Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yue couldn't hide her joy and asked hurriedly, Really? You really didn't confess to Yunwan? Don't you like her? I do like her. I blurted it out, and Shen Yue's face immediately froze, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. I quickly laughed and explained, I admire her. This liking isn't romantic feelings, it's that kind of liking. Anyway, a girl like Yunwan is totally the goddess in every boy's heart. It's rare for any guy not to like her. Shen Yue finally sighed. Don't scare me like that. I was confused again. What's so scary about this? Even if I really did confess to her, what's the big deal? I didn't understand her point at all. An unnatural blush appeared on Shen Yue's face as she quickly hid it. I was just surprised. It's fine as long as it wasn't a confession. But you should really find a way to clear this up. Don't worry, I'll help you. I waved my hand again, showing no concern. This doesn't need to be cleared up. It's just a groundless rumor. Everyone will forget about it after a while. Anyway, you've already explained to Kinyanan, you don't care what others think of you. It's not like it hurts anything. But Shen Yue didn't think so. Her face was very serious, as if this were an extremely grave matter. She said to me worriedly, Little Yuan, maybe you don't know, many people have a secret crush on Yunwan. If they really think you succeeded in your confession, they might very well target you. I waved it off. Don't worry, no one dares do anything to me. I have Kinyanan as my protector after all. Who would dare touch me? But I had forgotten the most crucial point, which is that others don't know about my relationship with Kinyanan.
Oh, one more thing. Shen Yue suddenly remembered something, her expression turning slightly grim. She glanced around cautiously, leaned in close to me and whispered, I heard on Friday, Miss Key turned the school upside down looking for you. I don't know if it's true. Did something happen between you and her? Right after that, she dropped a bombshell. And I also heard that on that same day, Miss Key broke up with Lu Guan. Everyone is currently gossiping that you're Miss Just new target, that she wants to pursue you. Immediately, she dropped the shocking news. You said she turned the school upside down looking for me? My eyes lit up when I heard this, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly with joy. Key Nanon, that girl still pretends like she doesn't care about me. Could she have gone home without waiting for me? I could almost imagine the scene. She must have searched the whole school and not found me, and she couldn't reach me when she called. Then, somehow finding out that I had skipped class with Yunwan, she must have flown into a rage, right? No wonder her anger was so great that night. I felt incredibly sweet inside. Hurriedly, I bowed my head and sent Key Nanon a message, adding a playful devil emoji at the end. Shen Yue saw that I was still so leisurely and at ease. It was truly a case of the emperor not being worried, but the eunuchs panicking. She asked eagerly, Little Yuan, is it true that you said you don't like Miss Key? Then what if she takes the initiative to pursue you? She's an expert in the game of love anyway, and her qualities are so outstanding. In this entire Shangdi Academy, no one can match her. If she were to actively pursue a guy, is there any guy who wouldn't be moved? But Shen Yue felt I must be an exception. I'm not the type of guy who only looks at appearances. I wouldn't fall in love just because someone is beautiful, with a great figure. Before I could answer, the school bell rang. The English teacher entered the class on time, and her first glance was directed toward me. I quickly nudged Shen Yue, sit properly, the teacher is here. The English teacher already had a grudge against me. I didn't want to become her new target of attack. Shen Yue hadn't received an answer, and she was feeling incredibly restless. Well, let's talk after class then. But just after class, my phone vibrated. I had received a message. I cried out in surprise. Huh? What's wrong with Dr. Luo? Shen Yue saw that the teacher had gone and immediately turned to look at me, catching my expression at that moment. My beautiful eyes curved and I said with a wide smile, I have something to do. I have to step out for a bit. Shen Yue's intuition told her that this was related to the message just now, and she hurriedly chased after me to ask, Who messaged you? Where are you going? As if I'd ever tell her, I had already quickly stepped out of the classroom. But just as I turned at the stairs to go down, I suddenly ran into 3 male students coming toward me. They looked extremely aggressive, and one could tell at a glance they were up to no good. You're Fang Yuan, right? The leader had short, curly brown hair, which seemed to be meticulously groomed, looking quite neat. He was wearing the school uniform, but the pants had been altered to be skin-tight. I noticed the other party's tone was somewhat unfriendly, so I gave a forced laugh and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm not Fang Yuan. Having said that, I intended to turn and run. Catch him, that student roared ferociously, and then the 2 behind him immediately lunged forward, each grabbing an arm to hold me tight, preventing my escape. I tried one last struggle. What are you guys doing? I already told you, you've got the wrong person. I clearly remember that video being blurry, so it shouldn't be that easy to recognize me. At the moment I struggled, the phone I was holding tightly in, my hand fell to the ground with a clatter. My phone, I was heartbroken. I've had this phone for less than a month. The leading student stepped forward quickly and swiftly picked up the phone. He immediately spotted the latest message. I'm waiting for you by the poster wall. Sender, Yunwan. His face darkened instantly and he held up the phone. With eyes glaring like they were spitting fire, he shouted, You still dare say you're not Fang Yuan, you bastard. How dare you pursue Senior Yunwan? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, Shen Yue's jinxing mouth hit the mark. Isn't this a plot straight out of an idol drama? Why is this actually happening in real life? I was wrong. I should have believed her words. I hurriedly explained, You've got it all wrong. Can you guys just listen to my explanation? Yunwan and I are just friends, just normal friends. That video was just edited randomly. I didn't confess to her at all. I just had something to tell her. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to see her to clear things up, okay? After all, there were 3 of them, and none of them looked like pushovers. To avoid unnecessary conflict, I decided to temporarily yield, and we couldn't just keep scuffling here. I was very afraid of an accident happening. Like, what if my pants accidentally got pulled down? That student curled his lip coldly and suddenly stepped forward to grab my collar tightly. He roared, Who wants to talk about Senior Yunwan with you? We're looking for you because of Miss Qi. You seduced our young lady and also lured Senior Yunwan. If I, Long Aotian, don't teach you a lesson today, how can I call myself the president of Miss Jis fan club? I was suddenly stunned. It turned out they were here for Qi Nianan, which made me feel even more wrongly accused. I grimaced, pretending to be pitiful as I told them, if it's Yunwan, he'll take the blame. But with Qi Nianan, we have no relationship at all. Don't listen to the rumors. Rumors are usually all fake. Long Aotian snorted, grabbing my collar tighter, his eyes as poisonous as a snake's glaring at me. You think I have to believe you? Don't think I'm so easily fooled, let me tell you. The young lady of the Qi family would never actively pursue a boy. Stop daydreaming.
At this moment, the one holding my left arm suddenly spoke up. Big brother Aochin, I just thought of something. That rumor, could he have spread it himself? To get Miss Jis' attention and make Miss Key interested in him. As soon as those words were said, all three of them looked at me with murderous eyes. I could only give a few awkward laughs. I forced a smile and said, your imagination is too vivid. I was also a bit panicked inside. Why did things turn out like this? If they really framed me for it, and this news gets out, with so many boys in this school who like Nanon, their spit alone would be enough to drown me. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't help but shiver. Right at that moment, the phone in Long Aocean's hand suddenly rang. They looked at each other, and I suddenly had an ominous premonition. Who could be calling at a time like this? Could it be Yoon Won? If it's Yoon Won, it's fine, but if it's... A nameless chill ran down my spine, and I shivered slightly. Long Aocean glanced at the name displayed on the screen, and his whole body froze. He gasped in shock. It's Miss Key. How can this be? The other two boys were also absolutely terrified, their faces showing pure disbelief. No way. How could this guy have Miss Jis' number? The mobile number of the Chi family's young lady? Is it really her number? We'll know as soon as we listen. Long Aochin's face was also very grim, but he still decided to swipe the screen and answer the call. Fang Yuan. A roar came from the phone, a sound that, to them, couldn't have been more familiar. It was the voice of the girl they were all obsessed with. It's Miss Key, it's really her. The two holding me both let out cries of sheer amazement. One of them even started looking infatuated. Just hearing Nyan's voice made their hearts beat wildly, their expressions filled with adoration. I looked at their girl-crazy expressions in a daze. Is it really necessary to overreact like that? Nyanan is indeed bewitchingly beautiful, but it wasn't to the point where just hearing her voice would make them this captivated. An idea suddenly popped into my head, and just as their grip loosened, I snatched the phone from Long Aocean's hand and took off, lunging straight down the stairs. By the time the three of them could react, I had already vanished downstairs, and they simply couldn't catch up. One of them chased after me, panting, leaning on his hips as he called to Long Aocean. Big brother Aocean, are we really just going to let him get away? How on earth does he have Miss Jis' number? I absolutely cannot accept this. Long Aocean behind him gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at my receding figure. This isn't over yet anyway. He's still in school. He's got nowhere to run. Next time we catch him, it'll be the end of him. Another one hesitated slightly, but he has Miss Jis' phone number. Could he actually know Miss Key? Then we... Shut up, Long Aocean roared in anger. He must have used some dirty trick to get that number. I don't believe Miss Key would ever like him. Who does he think he is? Even if I beat him to death, no one would even bother to investigate. As for me, I just kept running for my life, not daring to stop at all. I ran all the way to the 12th grade classroom block, before finally daring to lean against a wall and gasp for air, feeling like my lungs were about to burst. Just then, the phone rang once again. Tiredly, I lifted my hand and looked at the name displayed on the screen. Nyanan, I answered weakly. Hello. From the other end of the line, Nyanan's voice was full of, Little Yuan, what just happened? Fang Yuan, you're getting more and more unruly. How dare you hang up on me? Where are you right now? Having regained my breath, I patted my chest and instinctively lied. I'm in class. Why are you looking for me? You dare lie to me? You've grown quite a spine, haven't you? Nyanan's cold laughter immediately exposed my lie, and I flinched in terror, fearfully looking around. Could she be hiding somewhere, watching me? Otherwise, how would she know I wasn't in class? I had no choice but to play the victim and act aggrieved. It's all your fault. I was just hounded by a bunch of guys. I almost got beaten up. Do you know that? If something happened, why didn't you just say so? Do you have to wait for me to ask before you speak up? Nyanan's tone was incredibly impatient. I just escaped from danger and I'm still struggling to catch my breath here. Can't you just let me breathe for a second? I was caught up in her mess and I couldn't hold back my anger. So, are you done breathing yet? I rolled my eyes, took 2 more deep breaths, and then started telling her what had just happened. Oh, and he even claimed to be the president of your crazy fan club. You actually have a fan club? Good grief. I couldn't help but tease her. Nyanan heard the mockery in my voice and was very annoyed. That fan club has nothing to do with me. They started it themselves, so don't drag me into it. Fine, let's not talk about that. Come over and meet me. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you're not here, suffer the consequences. Hey, I still wanted to say I was busy, but that Nyanan had already hung up. I glared at the phone, muttering in dissatisfaction. So arrogant, thinking it'll go just because she says so? I'm not going. How dare she use that threatening tone with me? I'm not going to bother with this person anymore. Then I remembered Yoon Won was still waiting for me, so I hurriedly ran toward the poster wall she mentioned. From a distance, I could already see Yoon Won's figure leaning against a Roman column. The wind blew gently, fluttering her long hair. Her beauty was like a scene from a promotional poster. Yoon Won. I appeared before her with a bright smile. I'm so sorry. Something came up, so I'm late. Have you been waiting long? Yunwan looked at me, a gentle smile gracing the corners of her mouth, her voice soft as a spring breeze. Not too long. I'm glad you're here. Come sit down. Just then, I saw a familiar bag, and my eyes immediately lit up. Yunwan picked up the bag, smiling as she handed it to me. I bought this for you. Don't you really love this chocolate cake? Thank you. I was overjoyed, a wave of warmth washing over my heart. I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful and even remember exactly what I like to eat. The two of us sat down. I placed the bag on my lap and opened it. Inside, 2 chocolate cakes lay quietly. 2 is a bit much. I can't eat this many. Yunwan smiled slightly, scratching her nose a bit bashfully, and said awkwardly, Actually, one of them is for me. I widened my eyes in surprise. Does that mean all those chocolate cakes I bought before were actually all eaten by me? I thought she was buying them for a boyfriend. Never in a million years would I have guessed she bought them for herself. Yunwan was a bit embarrassed, but still nodded in admission. Yes. Having solved the mystery, I laughed joyfully, shared 1 cake with her, and took the other to eat enthusiastically. You eat too! I really didn't expect this, that our taste would be so similar. Could this be fate? She was the first friend I made at Shangdi Academy, and the connection between the two of us truly began with these chocolate cakes. Who would have thought fate wouldn't stop there? After spending time together on that day we skipped class, Yunwan's attitude toward me had changed significantly. She became closer, no longer as distant as she was at first. Right, there's something I want to tell you. Yunwan suddenly spoke up. Yunwan's attitude toward me had changed a lot, becoming much friendlier, losing the initial sense of distance. Right, I have something to inform you about. Yunwan spoke up suddenly. I was eating quickly, and after finishing the cake, my mouth was covered in cream, so I mumbled indistinctly, What is it? Yunwan looked at my childish appearance and was naturally amused. She took a tissue out of her bag and handed it to me. Use this to wipe it off. I was stunned. How could you be so thoughtful? My goodness, you're the most considerate girl I've ever met. You're truly a rare find. Yunwan found my exaggerated expression hilarious, her smile deepening even more. Is that a compliment? If so, then I'll gladly accept it. Thanks. I looked at her interesting expression and said with a smile, Yunwan, turns out you know how to joke too. Yunwan's thin lips curved into a beautiful arc, and she just smiled softly. Truthfully, it had been a long time since she joked with anyone. The words she just said to me had come out quite naturally. I suddenly remembered. What were you going to tell me earlier? Yunwan looked into my deep, lively brown eyes and said slowly, It's the security guard. He's been rehired by the school. I was immediately delighted. Really? That's wonderful. I was ecstatic, and I already knew this was definitely Chi Nianan's doing. Before, she arrogantly declared that anyone she fired would absolutely never be invited back. Now, she slapped her own face. Honestly, this is totally not Chi Nianan's style, but for my sake, she did it anyway. The more I thought about it, the happier I felt, the more I felt how sweet it was. But then, I suddenly remembered, Chi Nianan told me to find her earlier, and an indescribable anxiety surged within me. Is that girl still waiting for me? She doesn't even realize that when she opens her mouth to threaten me with consequences, who would actually want to go? I just forgot that. Chi Nianan has long been used to a commanding tone. To her, that's just a normal way of speaking, and no one around her would ever dare disobey. Yunwan looked at her watch. Class had already started quite a while ago. So she asked me, What subject do you have this period? Don't you need to be in class? I was distracted, answering indifferently. Math, I think, but I don't want to go. Honestly, I didn't care about the domestic curriculum. I'll be heading back to the States eventually anyway, so whether I attend these Chinese classes or not doesn't really matter, since I don't need to take the college entrance exams here. Yunwan stared at me for a moment, appearing hesitant before finally speaking up. Well, my class this period is PE, and we have a basketball game. Do you want to come watch? Sure, I answered offhandedly, but the anxiety in my heart had reached a boiling point. I was sitting on pins and needles. I suddenly stood up and said to her, I have something urgent and have to go first. I'll come find you later when I'm free, okay? Do you know where the basketball gym is? Yunwan thoughtfully considered that I was new to the school and wouldn't be familiar with the campus layout. I don't know, but it's okay. I'll just ask someone. I was in a hurry to leave. Yunwan smiled, seeing my impatience, so she didn't try to keep me. She said, Then go take care of your business first, and if you can find your way later, just give me a call. Okay, it's a deal. I'm off. Bye. I couldn't stay a second longer, practically sprinting all the way to the 11th grade building. Out of breath, I leaned my hands on my knees, preparing to head up the stairs when my arm was suddenly grabbed. I was startled. What are you doing? It's me. A cold voice rang out. Hearing that familiar voice, I turned to look at Chi Nianan, sighed in relief and patted my chest. You scared the life out of me. Don't you know scaring someone can give them a heart attack? Why are you here? Waiting for you, obviously. In Chi Nianan's deep, ink-like eyes, a glimmer of displeasure flashed. She glanced in the direction I had just come from. It seemed to be the 12th grade building. She stared at me interrogatively with sharp eyes, her voice turning ice cold, questioning me the moment we met. Where did you go earlier? Didn't I tell you to be here in 5 minutes? Is this 5 minutes? It's been more like 15 minutes. I said suffer the consequences, you tell me. How should we handle this now? Well, my mind began to race, desperately trying to think of a lie. Unbeknownst to me, Nanon crossed her arms threateningly, her thin lips curling down as she stared at me. Keep making things up, invent a lie that sounds reasonable, and let's see if I believe it. Having grown up together since childhood, the little tells I have before lying, how could she not see right through them? I immediately deflated like a popped balloon. I didn't intend to lie. You make it sound like I've never told you the truth. Then tell me, where did you vanish to just now? I suddenly didn't dare speak, since this girl seemed to have a massive prejudice against Yunwan. If she knew I went to find Yunwan first and left her hanging, she would probably blow up right then and there. But Nanon's beautiful face had already darkened, and she spoke directly for me. You went to find that person named Wan, didn't you? Just the thought that she and Yunwan looked for me at the same time, and I chose Yunwan over her, made a fire of rage ignite inside Nanon. I denied instinctively. But the moment the lie left my mouth, an intense feeling of unease immediately gripped my heart. I was panicking, fearing the terrible consequences once the lie was exposed. What should I do? I probably shouldn't have denied it. At that moment, Nanon took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between us. Her eyes, sharp as saw blades, stared at me, as if trying to peer straight into my soul. I swallowed hard in nervousness, wondering if being honest would lead to leniency. Surprisingly, she suddenly blurted out, "Were you sneaking snacks?" I was stunned where I stood, completely bewildered. What does that mean? Even if she saw me going to find Yunwan, that wouldn't count as sneaking snacks. The next second, I froze on the spot, completely dazed. What's the meaning of this? Even if she saw me meeting Yunwan, it couldn't be called sneaking snacks. The next moment, Nanon raised her hand, her long, fair finger lightly brushing the corner of my lip, and there was clearly a bit of white cream on her fingertip. As if she'd caught me red-handed, she said coldly, "You snuck off to eat cake earlier, didn't you?" My heart skipped a beat. I must not have wiped it off properly, but then I breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out the sneaking she meant was just eating cake. I was secretly feeling lucky, but then Nanon brought that cream-covered fingertip to her own lips and gave it a soft lick. Strawberry cake again. Why do you like strawberry cake so much? I immediately covered my face, my cheeks burning like fire. Why on earth did she lick it off? 4 big words immediately flashed through my mind. Indirect kiss. My cheeks felt even hotter now. While I was flushed with embarrassment, she continued speaking in a very disparaging tone. Isn't this kind of cake for kids? You really are a child. You're the child here. I finally found my voice, stuttering as I tried to hide my shame and frustration. Just because you don't like sweets, what right do you have to forbid others from eating them? What's wrong with strawberry cake? Did it offend you somehow? Plenty of people like it. Why are you blushing so much? Nanon noticed my strange behavior, especially my avoidant gaze, not daring to look her in the eye, which made her immediately suspect something was fishy. I'm not. It's just that you're infuriating me. I pretended to be angry, glared at her, and said, "Let me tell you, you are not allowed to slander my beloved strawberry cake otherwise. Otherwise, we're through." I just felt my face growing hotter and hotter, so I decided to just turn around and run away. Nanon, flustered, reached out to pull me back. Fine. I'll admit I was wrong, okay? I turned my head and shot her a glare, my voice full of impatience. What did you call me here for anyway? It wasn't just to humiliate me, was it? Of course not. Nanon furrowed her brows, and then she stared at me seriously and asked, "Let's talk business earlier. You said someone wanted to hurt you? Who is it? What's his name? What did they do to you? Didn't I already tell you? That guy claimed to be your fan club president, so you must know who he is, right?" Just mentioning this made me annoyed again, all because of the trouble she caused, making me a target. Nanon gave me a look. "I told you, I don't care about that nonsense. How should I know who those idiots are?" I thought for a bit and said, "He said his name is Long Aocean, and that's all I really know. Long Aocean, never heard of him." Nanon looked indifferent. "Then forget it. Anyway, nothing happened to me at most. I'll just be careful and avoid them from now on. I'd never dealt with this kind of trouble before. Even though it was pretty scary at the time, thinking about it now, it doesn't seem like a big deal." Nanon stared at my small face for a moment and suddenly said, "How about I announce to everyone that you're my boyfriend? That way, no one will dare to touch you." "Don't, absolutely not." The words had barely left my mouth when I saw her face. Her once handsome face instantly froze. I hurriedly forced a smile to ease the tension, quickly explaining, "I'm just thinking of what's best for you. If I take the spot of being your boyfriend, how will you be able to flirt with other guys later? Don't you agree?" Nanon glared at me coldly, her tone full of annoyance. Did I ever say that I needed to flirt with anyone? In her heart, she was truly upset, thinking that the reason I was so eager to wash my hands of her was likely mostly because of Yunwan. Because I liked Yunwan, so I had to insist on staying single. "You really don't want to?" She asked me again with a serious face, her expression incredibly grave. I don't. I nodded without a moment's hesitation, an indifferent look on my face. The corners of Ki Nianan's mouth pulled down coldly. Countless people want to be my boyfriend, yet you act with such indifference. You said those words yourself, Fang Yuan. When I finally find a boyfriend, don't you dare regret it. I pursed my lips. If you find one, you find one. It has nothing to do with me. Aren't we just being forced into this engagement? It's not like we're actually together. Fine, remember well what you just said. She practically spat out those words through gritted teeth, staring at me with a malicious glint in her eyes, and tossed her head and turned to walk straight into the building. Hey, are you mad? Only then did I realize she was upset, but by the time I wanted to chase after her, she was gone. I racked my brain but couldn't think of anything I said that would have offended her. If she made a scene now and declared me her new boyfriend, wouldn't I just be hated to death by that group of people? Besides, she couldn't guarantee that she'd stay loyal to me. What if one day she set her sights on someone else? I'd just become the ex-boyfriend. Then all those jealous fanboys would surely take the chance to deal with me. I summed it up thinking I might as well head home and then go over to coax her after school gets out early tonight. And so, I turned and left. Ki Nianan returned to the classroom, her beautiful, sharply sculpted face terrifyingly cold, radiating a somber aura, so much so that even the teacher didn't dare approach, not even daring to utter a single word. Usually, even if the seventh young lady came in half a period late, the teacher would still force a smile and greet her. But today, the whole class felt a chilling atmosphere hanging in the air. As soon as Ki Nianan sat down, she suddenly swung her leg and kicked the table next to her away. The table crashed into another with a loud bang and slammed onto the floor. The noise was so loud it left everyone stunned with fear. The class looked at each other, all frozen, no one daring to speak. No one had ever seen the seventh young lady fly into such a rage, and even her assistant Shunian was shocked into a daze. Who on earth had provoked her this much? Whoever it was, they were definitely finished this time. Exactly as Yunwan said, I really couldn't find the basketball gym. At first, I followed the signs, but who would have thought Shangdi Academy was this enormous? The signs were packed with location names, which made my head spin. I didn't understand a thing, completely clueless, so naturally, I went the wrong way. What left me even more speechless was that I'd wandered halfway around the school, yet I still couldn't figure out where I was. I remembered Yunwan's advice, that if I really couldn't find it, I should just call her directly. Just as I was about to take out my phone, I saw a few boys approaching from a distance. Are you lost? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I decided to try asking for directions first. Those boys seemed like they were also looking for someone, constantly glancing around. Right then, a bunch of boys with fierce expressions rushed straight at me. Fang Yuan is here. Catch him. Are you lost? A bit embarrassed, I decided to go ask for directions, as those guys seemed to be searching for someone too, looking left and right repeatedly. Just now, that group of boys charged aggressively toward me. Forget about that Fang Yuan guy. He's right here. Catch him. I took a sharp breath. Just how many people are chasing after me anyway? A boy suddenly lunged from the side, using too much force, shoving me to the ground with a thud. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through my palm, but I didn't care because I saw the whole group about to surround me. I scrambled up, pushed the boy in front of me away, and then sprinted forward for my life. The building ahead turned out to be the 11th grade teaching block. Ki Nianan, help! My eyes immediately lit up. I had somehow ended up running all the way back here. The boys behind me, when they heard me shouting Ki Nianan's name, their faces instantly darkened. Is this guy trying to get the seventh young lady's sympathy? Catch him, hurry! Even Long Aotian had heard and rushed over, giving the order to the others with a scowl. In the classroom, Ki Nianan was leaning back in her chair on her phone, but her ears suddenly twitched. It sounded like someone was calling her. Shunian stood behind her for a moment, then approached and replied softly, Not at all, seventh young lady. I didn't hear a thing. Ki Nianan knit her brows, an inexplicable annoyance rising within her. Nothing, she said irritably, and lowered her head to go back to her phone. Downstairs, I was using every ounce of strength to dash toward the building, shouting Ki Nianan's name until I was hoarse. Hey Ki Nianan, help me, Long! Iochin was panicking now, shouting, Don't let him keep screaming, hurry up and catch him. After all, this wasn't exactly a glorious act, and it would look very bad if it blew up. While I was still some distance from the building, I was finally completely surrounded by them. There were too many of them, and I was shoved to the ground. Long Aochin rushed up and delivered another kick, sneering down at me. Run then, weren't you so good at running? I struggled fiercely to keep them from dragging me up. I had a bad feeling that they were planning to take me somewhere deserted, and fear instantly overwhelmed me. One of the boys was hit by my kick, and in his anger, he delivered a powerful kick to my back. You dare seduce our young lady? A lowlife like you thinks he's worthy? You disgusting trash. They actually dared to lay a hand on me, simply because they found out that I was just a smart commoner, and not some wealthy young master at all. Ki Nianan's previous boyfriends all came from powerful backgrounds, so they didn't dare touch them.
but I became the target for them to vent. All the resentment they had bottled up for so long, and a place to unleash their extreme jealousy, a lowly commoner like me, is completely unworthy of, their noble eldest miss of the Qi family. Therefore, no matter how pathetic I looked, they didn't feel a single shred of pity. On the contrary, their gazes became increasingly malicious, as if they wanted to tear me into pieces. Brother Aotian, what should we do now? Someone started to panic, anxiously pressing Long Aotian. If they didn't get rid of me soon, they feared it would draw attention. Long Aotian sullenly approached me. Suddenly, he gave an order. That made everyone's skin crawl. Strip him naked. Everyone was stunned. Did you hear me? If you won't leave, strip him of everything. Hurry up, Long Ocean barked, urging them on. Only then did they snap out of it, immediately bending down to frantically tear at my clothes. I was scared to death, struggling. Don't touch me. Get off me, Nianon. Help me. But before my cry for help could finish, I was hit with a devastating kick. This time it landed right in my stomach. The excruciating pain immediately brought me down. I curled up in agony, both hands clutching my stomach tightly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. My normally fair face was now contorted in unbearable pain. The pathetic sight of me rolling on the ground left my face smeared and covered in dirt. I looked like nothing more than an abandoned kitten, filthy and pitiful. Nianon and you, that jerk, why hasn't she come to save me yet? I've never been through anything like this, so I completely lost my composure. Being beaten is one thing. I could handle the physical pain. But if my clothes are stripped away and the students crowd around to watch, I can't even bear to think about it. My heart tightened, aching with a cold dread. I couldn't even imagine such a scene. Long Aotian is truly beyond cruel. At this point, I don't even have the strength to call out for Nianon. Help him completely defenseless? How could I possibly withstand an assault from so many boys? To make matters worse, some of them didn't even care about stripping me. They were just taking the opportunity to beat me. On my arm. Terrifying red welts immediately appeared. Nianon, you. If you don't come now, I'm really going to die. Stop it right now. Just as I reached the peak of despair, a thunderous shout suddenly shook the air. Immediately, a dark figure rushed in like lightning. That person violently shoved the surrounding boys away, then tightly embraced the pathetic soul on the ground, into their arms. Miss Qi. The boys sprawled on the ground, all stared blankly at the person who had just arrived. In their wildest dreams, they never imagined. The one to show up would be Nianon. Long Aotian's face also betrayed his utter shock and terror. Every eye was now fixed on Nianon. She held me tightly in her arms, her face filled with visible worry and panic. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? How are you feeling? Nianon carefully lifted my head, leaning down to thoroughly examine my condition. Hearing her voice, I finally felt safe enough to open my eyes. I let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Why were you so late? Nianon's brows furrowed deeply. Seeing my clothes in disarray, she hurriedly helped me fix them, then asked urgently, where does it hurt? Tell me now. I shook my head, struggling to stand up. I got kicked a few times, but luckily the pain isn't so bad anymore. Truth be told, I have some self-defense training, so when I fell, I instinctively protected my vitals. Plus, these pampered brats don't have much real strength, so the injuries aren't too severe. I just look a bit of a mess. Nianon didn't believe I was really fine. Don't you dare lie to me. I leaned on her arm, wobbling to my feet. I looked at myself, covered in dust and grime, filthy like a dog that just rolled in the mud without a clean spot left on me. It hurts a little, but I'm truly okay. However, Nianon. When she saw the red scratches on my arm, her expression instantly darkened. She shot a razor-sharp glare at the boys, her voice as cold as if it came from an ice cellar, so chilling it made everyone shiver. Who hit him? Nianon. Seeing those red welts on my arm, her face grew grim. She scanned the boys with a piercing gaze, her voice echoing like it was from a frozen cave, making everyone tremble with fear. Who did this? The boys were all terrified by her icy stare. They had never seen Miss Qi like this before. They all took a shaky step back. And who was responsible for those kicks just now? Nianon barked out once more. The two who had just kicked me instantly showed faces of pure horror. They tried to hide it, but Nianon saw right through them. Her frozen gaze locked onto their faces. The two were so scared they turned pale as ghosts, their entire bodies beginning to shake uncontrollably. Miss Qi, it's not what you think. We didn't mean it. At that moment, Long Aotian glared at me with eyes full of resentment. Livid, he pointed at me and said, Fang Yuan, you still dare to say you have no relationship with Miss Qi? You're a fraud? A liar? Seeing Nianon appearing to protect me? Long Aotian had lost all reason from anger. If Nianon wasn't right here, he would have surely rushed forward to claw at my fair face. Hearing this, Nianon's elegant brows furrowed. Her dark eyes looked down at me in her arms. Suddenly she let go of me, her voice carrying a trace of hidden meaning as she asked, Did you really tell him that? You and I have no relationship?
I realized she was angry, and my heart suddenly felt restless. I tried to steady myself, stammering, Long Eochin looked at Kinyanan, asking with a final glimmer of hope, Miss Ki, do you and he really have any connection at all? You actually have nothing to do with him, right? Then why do you care about him so much? A sudden wave of unease washed over me, feeling like I had truly hurt Kinyanan. Just as I was about to explain, unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly rang out. I have no relationship with him whatsoever. My entire body immediately went numb. She said she had nothing to do with me. I never in a million years expected her to say that. It felt as though a massive boulder was crushing my chest. A surge of bitterness and self-pity rushed back intensely. Clearly, I was the one who wanted to draw the line first. Clearly, it was because I had said before that I didn't want anyone to know about our connection. And yet, hearing her say those words with my own ears, my chest still suddenly throbbed with pain, a sorrow so deep it was suffocating. I finally understood why she was so angry. It turns out being rejected feels this frustrating. It turns out words can be that hurtful. I'm sorry, Anan. But Long Eochin was ecstatic. Having received the answer he craved, he immediately looked at me arrogantly and mocked loudly. Miss Ki has said she has absolutely nothing to do with you. Don't think shedding a few crocodile tears will make Miss Ki take pity on you. Kinyanan, hearing his continuous insults, suddenly exploded with rage inside. She coldly barked. Shut up! Long Eochin felt a bit slighted. Miss Ki. However, when Kinyanan saw the crystal-clear tears streaming down my cheeks, she felt as though her own heart had just been struck by a powerful blow. Damn it, Kinyanan cursed under her breath. Once again, she pulled me tightly into her arms, whispering irritably into my ear. Damn it, stop crying already. Seeing my tears, she regretted her impulsive behavior to death. It was only because she heard that I wanted to draw a clear line with her that she went mad with anger. That's why she wanted to use the same tactic, to let me taste that same feeling. Who knew this brat could be so vile, crying at the drop of a hat without giving her any time to prepare herself? I buried my head in her chest, sobbing softly. Anan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Sob. Don't be mad. I'm sorry. I'm not angry anymore. I've forgiven you, okay? Just stop crying. Kinyanan's voice unconsciously became much softer, her warm hand gently stroking the back of my head, offering a soothing comfort. I sniffled, finally managing to stop the tears. However, the people around watching this scene were almost all stunned into silence. Because the noise earlier was so loud, most of the students had abandoned their classes to come and watch. By now, the entire building was packed with people. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to stop the flurry of gossip. That boy. What is his actual relationship with Kinyanan? I've never seen. Kinyanan acts so intimately. With any guy before. She's even being protective and doting like that. It's truly a sight that blinds us all. Long Eochin, witnessing this scene, was so furious he ground his teeth. He desperately wanted to rush forward and pull them apart, to stop me from touching the woman he loved. But Kinyanan's furious look from before was too terrifying, filling his heart with such fear that he didn't even dare to move. Anan, Miss Ki. He finally found his voice, looking at her reproachfully as he spoke. Didn't you say you had absolutely no relationship with Fang Yuan? Then why are you? The way Kinyanan was tenderly caring for me right now made him hate me to the extreme. He bit his lower lip until it turned white, and the boys standing beside him each wore a look of utter heartbreak. Some even covered their mouths, sobbing in agony. Hearing Long Eochin's voice, Kinyanan suddenly snapped her head up, glaring straight at him. She sneered, Who gave someone like you permission to call me Anan? What relationship he and I have is none of your business. Long Eochin put on a wounded expression. He spoke emotionally. I'm the president of your fan club. I'm not just some stranger. Kinyanan just curled her lip coldly. I've never acknowledged such a thing. If you want to play house together, fine. Usually I'm too lazy to bother with it. But don't go deluding yourself about your importance. Long Eochin had clearly suffered a massive shock. His whole body wobbled. How? How could she say that? He had always believed that as the president of her fan club, she must know of his existence and that he was someone special to her. But she herself had shattered his beautiful dream, telling him she had no idea who he was, even refusing to look at the fan club he had worked so hard to build. She even looked at him with sheer disgust. Long Eochin's gaze turned hateful, his bloodshot eyes glaring intensely at me. He roared in fury. This is all your fault. It's all because of you. If you hadn't seduced Miss Ki, why would she treat me like this? A low-class commoner like you. What right do you have to be by Miss Ki's side? You should just go and die. Long Eochin was practically losing it. He lunged aggressively toward me, intending to grab me. Kinyanan snatched Long Eochin's wrist, crushing it in her grip. She said nonchalantly, to dare lay a hand on him. Means you have a death wish, right? Long Eochin was also a wealthy young master. Spoiled since birth, he had never been treated so roughly, especially by the goddess he had secretly loved for so long. Long Aoshin was a high-born young master. He'd never endured such humiliation in his life, especially at the hands of his dream girl. But Ki Nianan didn't feel the slightest pity at his tears. I hurriedly reached out to stop her, but the moment I moved my arm, I let out a sharp gasp of pain, crying out, "Ouch! What's wrong?" Ki Nianan noticed immediately, flinging Long Aoshin's hand away and taking my hand to inspect it. My normally fair and smooth palm was now soaked in blood, the wounds overlapping each other, looking truly gruesome. "Let's go. I'm taking you to the school clinic." Ki Nianan's brow was tightly furrowed. Looking at these wounds, I really should have gone to a hospital, but Thuangduk Academy's clinic is no joke. It's basically a miniature private hospital, equipped with everything. Wait. I winced after taking just 2 steps. The surface wounds weren't deep, but having just been ganged up on, every movement sent a wave of soreness through my whole body. Ki Nianan understood with just a glance. She chided, "You just said you were fine. How long do you plan to be so stubborn?" Her sharp gaze immediately swept over the boys. She coldly said to Shunian standing behind her, "Watch them. Don't let a single one escape. We'll settle the score with them later." Shunian, a lackey accustomed to her methods, couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread himself. He cast a look of pure pity toward the boys, respectfully replying, "Understood, Miss Ki." Hearing this, the boys immediately fell into an unprecedented state of fear. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, wailing and begging, "Miss Ki, we know we were wrong. Wail, we won't do it again." Shunian gave a cold, silent laugh. "You should consider yourselves lucky that Miss Ki never personally hits anyone, but Miss Ki has plenty of other ways to make you wish you were dead." Hearing those cries, I suddenly felt a pang of pity. It was clear these boys were truly scared out of their wits, each one pale-faced, begging and crying pathetically. "Anan." I was about to speak, but Ki Nianan shot me a look as if she already knew exactly what I was going to say, and said irritably, "Quiet, you're not allowed to say a word. Just hold on to me tightly." I could only obediently wrap my arms around her neck. Ki Nianan was about to take a step when she suddenly paused. She turned her head back, gazing coldly at Long Aoshin, her thin lips curling into a smirk. She said, "Didn't you desperately want to know our relationship? Fine, I'll tell you." Long Aoshin stared at her, stunned, his whole body trembling slightly. A bad premonition hit him. He didn't want to hear this answer at all. Ki Nianan, like a supreme queen at this moment, glanced haughtily at the surrounding crowd. Raising her voice, she declared clearly, "He is my husband, did you hear that?" Long Aoshin's face instantly went deathly pale. Across the classroom buildings, the crowd of onlookers was equally dumbstruck with shock. Every single person was either wide-eyed or had their mouths hanging open. In an instant, the atmosphere became so quiet that you could only hear the birds chirping in the trees. Ki Nianan gave a cold snort, no longer paying any mind to them, as she helped me walk straight toward the clinic. Once we were a distance away, I stole a glance at her beautiful face and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why did you say that?" Ki Nianan looked down at me irritably. She countered intentionally, "What? Do you want to draw a line with me again?" No. Mentioning that made me feel a bit guilty. I wouldn't dare have that thought ever again. I continued, "You could have said boyfriend or something else. There was no need to say husband." Ki Nianan gave an overbearing hum. "It's my mouth. I'll say whatever I want." Fine then. I was speechless, with nothing left to say. Luckily, the clinic wasn't far, taking only a few minutes to reach. Ki Nianan kicked the clinic door open, helped me to a bed, and let me sit down. "Where's the doctor?" she shouted urgently. Just seconds later, a figure came rushing over. "I'm coming. I'm here," before the doctor could even get close. Ki Nianan glared at him. "Can't you move any faster? You're way too slow." The doctor wiped cold sweat from his brow, sprinting toward them. He stood timidly beside Ki Nianan, bowing as he asked, "Miss Ki, what are your instructions? Can't you see the patient sitting right here? His hand is injured. Treat his wounds immediately." Ki Nianan was incredibly impatient now, trying her best to suppress it to remain somewhat calm, her hawk-like gaze fixed on the doctor. The doctor hurried to my side to check the injury. It was just a few scratches on the wrist. Such a minor injury, yet seeing Miss Ki in such a frenzy, he thought it must have been something life-threatening. Though he grumbled internally like that, he didn't dare let a word of it show on his face. He quickly and skillfully treated my wounds, finishing the bandages just minutes later. Even so, Ki Nianan's brow remained tightly knit as she said, "He was also kicked several times earlier. I don't know if there's internal damage. Perform a thorough checkup." "Yes, Miss Ki." The doctor stood up and reached out to touch me. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Before the doctor could even touch my clothes, he was immediately barked at by Ki Nianan to stop. The doctor was so frightened he jolted, facing Miss Ki's wary gaze as if he were a thief. He had to wipe away another round of cold sweat. He explained cautiously, "Miss Ki, didn't you ask me to examine him?" Ki Nianan's brow was still furrowed. She thought for a moment, then immediately said, "Actually, forget it. Call a male doctor in here." Quickly, Ki Nianan's brow deepened. She paused, then added, "Never mind, you're excused." Find me a male doctor. Now yes, right away. The doctor, on the contrary, felt a sigh of relief. While sitting on the clinic bed, I waited for the doctor to leave before speaking up. You shouldn't be so fierce. I'm really okay now. You don't need to worry so much. I lifted my neatly bandaged hand, holding it up for her to see, saying, it feels much better now. The medicine makes it feel nice and cool. Seeing me manage a smile, Nanon couldn't help but pinch my nose. She said sharply, though clearly caring, who's worried about you? Talk about being narcissistic. Regardless, her previously tight heart finally began to relax. I beamed at her, raising an eyebrow, in a teasing tone, not worried about me? Then who was it that was just in such a panic, looking like they were ready to kill someone? Is that what you call not worried? Recalling her behavior just moments ago, my heart was filled with boundless joy, and of course, a deep sense of warmth and sweetness. I truly didn't expect her to worry about me that much. All those years of being childhood friends really meant something. You really are? Stop talking nonsense. This isn't the time for that. Hey, do you realize your mistake yet? A hint of shyness crossed Non's beautiful face. She intentionally changed the subject, to keep me from teasing her about it further, otherwise she'd find it hard to argue back, and I'd just keep laughing at her. Thinking back to that dangerous moment, I couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Those boys were truly terrifying. Back in the States, I never encountered anything like that. Nanon looked at me and asked in a strange tone, do you regret coming back? I instinctively started to nod, but I quickly caught myself and glanced at her, noticing the displeasure flickering in her eyes. I quickly forced a playful smile and said, of course not. Isn't it because you're here? Because you're always here to protect me. I bet no one will dare mess with me from now on. Nonsense, I've got your back. Who would ever dare to touch you again? Nanon said with an arrogant air. By now, the whole school probably knows. Everyone heard the declaration she just made. He is my husband. Unless someone is looking for a death wish from her, absolutely no one would dare lay a single finger on me. I stretched lazily, but accidentally aggravated the painful injury on my stomach. I grimaced slightly, gently rubbing the sore spot, and said dejectedly, I'm so unlucky. Why do I keep getting tangled up with these crazy men? They say men become insane when they're in love, and now I've truly seen it for myself. Nanon saw how much pain I was in. She frowned and glared at the door, barking irritably. Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? Is everyone dead? Just then, the male doctor reached the door, and upon hearing her shout, he jumped in fright. He walked in trembling, Miss Key. I tried to get here as fast as I could. Even though this is just the school infirmary, this building isn't small at all. It takes time to run down from the third floor. Nanon glared at him. Hurry up and examine him. The doctor nodded frantically and hurried to the bedside. He felt around through my shirt and then naturally lifted my shirt. Nanon had been watching the doctor's every move, so when he lifted my shirt, she naturally caught a glimpse of my smooth, pale abdomen. And since the doctor pulled the shirt up a bit high, the waistband of my underwear was faintly visible. Her expression became a bit strained, and she quickly looked away, but the image wouldn't leave her mind. The waistband was sky blue. Could it be Ultraman again? At that thought, she couldn't help but think back to that Ultraman underwear from before. Her beautiful face flushed even deeper. However, her mind uncontrollably conjured up the image of me wearing a full set of Ultraman underwear. Anan! Nanon! I called out while staring at her face, my clear voice growing louder as I said her name. Only then did Nanon snap out of it, nearly choking on her own saliva. Cough, cough. What is it? She felt a wave of panic, as if her dark thoughts had been exposed. I felt she was acting a bit strange and looked at her suspiciously, unable to help asking, what were you just spacing out about? Nothing at all. Nanon evaded by turning to the doctor, asking, how is he doing? The doctor pulled my shirt back down, answering, preliminary checks show no internal damage, but since he's so young, there might be other injuries, so I'd like to perform a more detailed examination. Fine, do it. Nanon cleared her throat and stood up, saying to me, wait here for a bit, I have some things to take care of, I'll be right back. Don't you dare wander off. Got it? I know, I answered obediently. Satisfied, Nanon turned to the doctor, instructing him, take good care of him. I understand, Miss Key, please don't worry. The doctor replied quickly. Nanon left the infirmary reassured and returned to the scene of the incident. Nanon had somehow gathered some helpers and had already led them to surround the dozen or so boys, leaving them with no chance to escape. Seeing Nanon return, Nanon immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Miss Key, as per your orders, not a single one escaped. Good, Nanon nodded with satisfaction, her cold gaze sweeping over the group of boys. The bell for class had rung long ago, yet the crowd of students watching only grew larger. They were all curious to see exactly how Nanon would handle this. Nanon curled her lips into a slight smile. This was exactly what she wanted. The boys were crying piteously, mumbling apologies incessantly when they saw her. Sorry, we were wrong. We won't do it ever again. Only Long Aoshin, standing at the very front, had a dark expression, still remaining stubbornly defiant. Kinyanan strode over, standing right before them, and shouted coldly, "Which one of you kicked him? Step forward now." She still remembered the faces of those two. Her piercing gaze swept directly over them, waiting to see if they would dare admit it. But faced with such a murderous look from her, no one dared to step forward. Each one of them pulled back in fear. "No one dares to speak. You're brave enough to do it, but too cowardly to own up?" She snorted coldly. The two boys she caught in her glare immediately felt their legs go weak. They suddenly collapsed to the ground, crawling forward with tears streaming down their faces. Lowering their heads, they said, "It was us, Miss Key. We didn't mean to. We didn't know he was important to you. We thought he was using schemes to seduce you. If we had known he was yours, we never would have dared to touch him. Please believe us." "Oh, so it's my fault then. Are you blaming me?" Kinyanan sneered coldly. The two boys were so terrified they were shaking like leaves, shaking their heads frantically. "No, it's our fault. It's all our fault." Kinyanan gave Sunyan a signal with her eyes. Sunyan understood immediately and ordered two bodyguards to drag those two boys aside and teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Right after that, Kinyanan fixed her glare on Long Aoshin. In the past, Long Aoshin had always begged for her to even look at him. Now he had his wish, but he felt no joy at all. Only a bone-chilling coldness radiated from the depths of his heart. His ears were filled with the agonizing groans of the two boys. After only a few hits, their cheeks were already swollen. Long Aoshin gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to admit that he had also kicked him. He thought that as long as he took the secret to his grave, she wouldn't be able to tell. Kinyanan just stared at him coldly. That terrifying pressure made Long Aoshin almost buckle. But he remained silent, not saying a word, just keeping his head down. "Very well," Kinyanan maintained a beautiful smile on her lips. Her dark eyes narrowed coldly, making her completely unreadable. She looked away from him and scanned the other boys. Suddenly she commanded, "Everyone, on your knees!" The boys looked at her in shock. The two boys who had just been disciplined were also dragged back. Kinyanan announced loudly, "I want all of you to crawl on your knees all the way to the infirmary and apologize to Feng Yuan for me." All the boys gaped in astonishment, but no one dared to utter a word of protest. Then one boy took the initiative and knelt first. Seeing this, the remaining boys hurriedly dropped to their knees one by one. Only Long Aoshin remained standing, still trying to resist. His tightly bitten lips had turned pale. He thought Kinyanan wasn't forcing him to admit it because of his status. After all, he was the young master of the Long group, and his father had mentioned that their family had business ties with the Qi group. Perhaps Kinyanan was respecting the relationship between the two families. Long Aoshin felt a slight sense of pride. No matter what, he was always someone special. Kinyanan probably wouldn't dare be too harsh on him. However, a pair of long straight legs stepped in front of him. Long Aoshin felt her gaze and instinctively looked up. The moment he met Kinyanan's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble violently. She smiled slightly, but that smile was absolutely terrifying. On, Miss Key." He stammered her name, his voice sounding pitiful, trying to evoke some compassion from her. But unfortunately, he had miscalculated. All of Kinyanan's tenderness and mercy seemed to be reserved solely for Feng Yuan. She looked at him coldly, her expression not shifting in the slightest. Hidden within Kinyanan's smile was a brutal cruelty. "Don't want to kneel? You have some spine after all." Her tone suddenly changed. "I just wonder if your family collapses, if you still have this much courage. Take a guess, how long would it take for me to bankrupt the Long group?" Long Aoshin looked at her in stunned horror, the blood seemingly draining from his body instantly. He felt a deep shiver down to his core. At this moment, he felt the woman standing before him was a terrifying demon. He knew she dared to do it, and she actually would. With the power of the Qi family, for Kinyanan to take down a business would hardly take any time at all. Long Aoshin's face turned as white as a sheet. With a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. Miserable tears rolled down his cheeks. Now Kinyanan looked like a goddess of shadows, curling her lips in a satisfied smile. The onlookers were all stunned in amazement. No one could have imagined that Miss Key would cause such a massive commotion for the sake of a single boy. Now everyone understood clearly in their hearts that Feng Yuan was truly vital to Miss Key. Kinyanan turned and walked straight toward the school infirmary. Behind her, a dozen boys were crawling on their knees, following miserably in her wake. The scene was both ridiculous and shocking. Many boys had long harbored resentment toward Long Aoshin's arrogant and overbearing attitude. Long Aoshin had always relied on being the president of Miss Jis fan club to act like a tyrant all day long, so seeing him so pathetic, the other boys couldn't help but laugh secretly. Most of the girls were watching just for the drama. Everyone flocked toward the infirmary, eager to see what would happen next. Inside the infirmary, I was letting the doctor apply medicine to the bruises on my body. Suddenly, a commotion reached my ears. "It sounds like it's coming from downstairs, doctor. Do you hear that?" I was about to ask when I suddenly heard people chanting my name. "Feng Yuan, we are sorry. Please forgive us. It wasn't just once." The shouts were continuous and unceasing. I was immediately stunned. What on earth is going on? Did Nanon go to settle the score with those boys? I was about to ask when I heard someone call my name again. Fang Yuan, we're sorry. Please forgive us. The shouting echoed everywhere, wave after wave without a break. I was completely bewildered. What the hell was happening? Could Nanon really have gone to settle the debt with those boys and even dragged them here to apologize to me? Just then, Nanon walked in. She looked at the doctor first, asking urgently, "Is the checkup done? How is he doing?" The doctor hurriedly stood up to report. "He's not too badly injured, just some superficial wounds. He'll be fine once the medicine is applied." Good. Only then did Nanon breathe a sigh of relief. She came over to help me up. "Come here, I'll show you something." I looked at her beautiful face, knowing in my heart that my earlier guess was correct. My face suddenly lit up. However, when I walked to the balcony, the moment I saw the scene below, I was completely shocked. Over a dozen boys, including Long A Ocean, were all kneeling on the ground. They were repeatedly bowing their heads to the ground, shouting loudly for me to forgive them. I stood there with my mouth agape in stun, turning to look at Nanon in shock, asking blankly, What is all this?" Nanon smiled brightly. "They're just apologizing to you. Just stand there and watch, only forgive them once you're satisfied." I was caught between laughter and tears. Isn't this a bit much? Although I hated these boys, after all, when they were ganging up on me earlier, every single one of them was incredibly arrogant, showing no mercy at all. But seeing this scene downstairs now, I felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Having so many people kneeling and bowing before me, the scene was honestly a bit eerie. In any case, I couldn't bear it, so I said to her, "Forget it, just stop. Tell them to stop. It just feels weird watching this." Those boys down there, every one of them was a pampered, rich young master. They had never had to endure such humiliation before. Right now, each of them was performing those acts with tears streaming down. Nanon looked at me in disagreement. "So soon? Don't be so soft-hearted. Think about when they were hurting you. Did they show any soft-heartedness then?" I noticed that the boys' knees were all dirty and scraped. Since many were wearing shorts, their knees were all bloodied from the scraping. I frowned slightly as a terrifying thought suddenly occurred to me. Did they really have to crawl on their knees all the way here? I looked at her in shock. Nanon gave a blunt, casual nod. Her sharp, statue-like handsome face carried a hint of cold cruelty. "That's right. Otherwise, did you think I'd let them off so easily? If they dare hurt you, they have to pay this price. I'm already being lenient. This is being lenient? If she actually weren't lenient, I couldn't even imagine how much more disastrous the outcome would be. But this also let me witness firsthand a truly cruel side of her. If they didn't receive my forgiveness, those people down there would keep bowing their heads without stopping. I really didn't want to see this scene at all." Seeing that Nanon had no intention of helping, I took a step forward and shouted to the boys, "Fine, I forgive you all." Only then did the boys' movements finally come to a halt. Nanon looked at my expression and clicked her tongue slightly. She reached out and pulled me into an embrace, leading me directly into the room. "If you don't want to watch, then don't. Next time, talk it over with me before you do anything. Got it?" I let out a long sigh and said while staring at her, "If you make me watch scenes like that too often, I'm afraid I'll start having nightmares." Nanon acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. She took the medicine from the doctor and came to support me. "Let's go. I'm taking you home." "There's no need. I feel much better now. I can walk on my own." I instinctively refused immediately. Especially when I caught the doctor's astonished look, I didn't want her to have to support me even more. Nanon turned back and glared at me fiercely. She commanded overbearingly, "Hurry up! Come here, do you hear me?" I could only awkwardly take her arm. Nanon led me out of the infirmary. As we stepped out of the infirmary building, the crowd outside still hadn't dispersed. When they saw Nanon supporting me, each and every one of them gaped in shock again, as if they had just witnessed something impossible. Feeling incredibly embarrassed and awkward, I buried my face in her shoulder, pretending I couldn't see anything. Nanon completely ignored everyone's stares. She walked straight toward the parking lot. Both of us walked along the campus path together. Fortunately, since classes were in session, there weren't too many people around. We joked around all the way to the parking lot. Nanon told me to get in the car, then immediately drove away from the school. After all that struggling and chaos, I was completely exhausted, to the point where I fell fast asleep in the car. The luxury car came to a smooth stop in the parking garage. Nanon turned around to look and saw my small face fast asleep. "What a little piggy, falling asleep just like that." Nanon smiled as she looked at me. She reached out and gently pinched my cute little nose. "Don't mess with me. Get away." Nanon looked at my adorable state, a gentle smile flickering on her lips. Then she opened the door and got out, walked around to the other side and carried me out on her back. My head rested close against her steady shoulder. Nanon carried me into the elevator, upstairs, and back to the apartment. As soon as we entered the room, she laid me down on the living room sofa, while she herself sat down on the floor rug. Her gaze, deep and alluring, stared intently at my small, fair, and smooth face. She couldn't help but reach out, her fingertips gently brushing against my lips. They were so soft, making one want to taste them. Would they still be as sweet as last time? In Kineanen's dictionary, the word self-control almost never existed. She had always done whatever she wanted immediately, so she leaned in closer, her thin lips pressed against mine. That soft sensation was truly incredibly pleasant. But simply touching lips wasn't enough. She wanted a deeper intimacy. Just as she was about to slip her tongue between my lips, I suddenly stirred slightly. My eyelashes fluttered, as if I were about to wake up. Kineanen panicked instantly, hurriedly jerking back a step. With a thud, she accidentally hit the edge of the coffee table, almost falling over. Kineanen became momentarily flustered, pulling back with force. Bang! She hit the coffee table again, nearly collapsing. However, the person on the sofa only rolled over slightly, facing outward. I smacked my little lips and drifted back into a peaceful sleep. Only then did Kineanen realize I had no clue what happened. Her ink-black eyes were fixed on my sleeping face. She clicked her tongue dismissively. Your sleeping posture is terrible. In reality, her heart was also racing with guilt, thinking she'd been caught in her sneaky act, which was why she'd become so overly tense. She stood up and leaned in close again, about to gently pinch my small face. Just at that moment, ting ting ting, a phone rang out. It was the phone in my jacket pocket. The ringing startled me from my slumber. My small eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if I wanted to wake up, but was still clinging to the dream. Kineanen had to quickly pull the phone from my pocket to prevent the ringing from waking me up entirely. But as soon as she saw the caller's name on the screen, she immediately narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Yunwan. She shot me a scrutinizing look. This brat actually has Yunwan's phone number? Just how close are these two anyway? The phone continued to ring. Seeing that name flashing on the screen, Kineanen suddenly felt a surge of rage. Without thinking, she immediately pressed the end call button. Then she quickly added the number to the blacklist and deleted the contact entirely. Kineanen performed that sequence of actions with incredible speed and decisiveness without feeling the slightest bit of guilt. Then she placed the phone on the coffee table. She lowered her head to stare at my deep sleeping face. Full of frustration, she reached out and pinched my little nose. You little scoundrel, seducing girls wherever you go. Do you even care about your wife anymore? Hanging out with girls is one thing, but it just had to be the person who's in a feud with her. How very convenient. I clearly told you that Yunwan and I have a personal grudge. He's really something, treating my words like passing wind, and still keeping in touch with that Yun girl. They've only known each other a few days and already swapped numbers. How could she not remember, since when Yunwan became so easygoing? The more she thought about Yunwan giving me special treatment, the more stifled and frustrated she felt inside. Being pinched made it impossible to breathe. A feeling so uncomfortable it was as if I were about to suffocate. I turned my head away and instinctively, I parted my small lips slightly, using my mouth to breathe. Kineanen's gaze suddenly deepened. She fixed her eyes on my lips. Especially seeing that slightly open mouth, it looked for all the world like I was inviting her for a kiss. Earlier, she'd been startled and couldn't kiss any deeper. It left her feeling a bit regretful. This time, I was the one who opened my mouth first, so she wouldn't need to hold back anymore. Once again, she leaned in closer, her thin lips pressing firmly against mine. This time, without any hesitation or second thoughts, she slid her tongue directly into the inside of my slightly parted small mouth. I was already feeling a bit short of breath, and having her block me like this made it even harder to breathe. Finally, I was jolted awake. I let out a soft, low moan. Kineanen felt it this time, and she let go of my lips. She lowered her head, staring intently at my small face to see if I was actually about to wake up, or if it was just an unconscious reaction in my dream. But unfortunately for her, what she feared happened. This time, I was truly awake. Kineanen saw my eyelids flicker, knowing instantly that I was about to open my eyes. She hurriedly sat up and moved a bit away from me, pretending as if she had no idea what had just happened. I dizzily opened my eyes to look at her. Kineanen looked away, but on her beautiful face, an unnatural blush appeared for a moment. Luckily, I had just woken up. My eyes hadn't adjusted yet, so everything still looked a bit blurry and hazy. I sat up abruptly, letting out a long yawn, then lazily stretched my arms. I wiped my hand across my mouth, only to find some wetness there. Could I have been drooling in my sleep? I quickly wiped it clean with the back of my hand to destroy the evidence, fearing that if Kineanen saw it, she would mock me again. When my vision cleared up a bit, I squinted at Kineanen weirdly and asked, Anan, why are you sitting right on the floor like this? What are you doing? Kineanen's usually brilliant brain suddenly froze for a few seconds. She stammered as she made up an excuse. I was meditating. My face was filled with skepticism. The word meditating seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with her. Kineanen stood up in a flash and shot me a sideways glance. What I do is none of your business, is it? Weren't you sleepy? Go back to your room and sleep some more. With that, she strode on her long legs straight into the study. Bang, the door was slammed shut. I blinked my eyes, staring blankly at her retreating back. I scratched my head, thinking she was being incredibly weird. I clicked my tongue, feeling my throat go dry. Just as I was about to leave the sofa for some water, I heard a click. The study door suddenly swung open.
Nanon walked out with an expressionless face. Her eyes were fixed on the phone on the coffee table, and she walked quickly toward me. Let me borrow your phone for a second. Before I could even process it, she had already snatched the phone away. Then she turned right back and headed for the study. You have your own phone. Why do you need to borrow mine? I muttered under my breath, but I had to deal with my thirst first, so I didn't chase after her to get the phone back. It wasn't like I had any shady secrets anyway. I walked over to the fridge, took out a bottle of mineral water, and chugged it down. After taking my phone into the study, she hurriedly and irritably deleted Yunwan's call history. She had actually forgotten that detail, only remembering it once she got into the study. Good thing I had just woken up. My reactions were still slow, so I didn't suspect her for deleting the call logs. She tucked the phone into her pocket and walked out, just in time to see me drinking water. Ugh, I'm hungry. Are there only crackers in this house? Nothing else to eat? I walked toward her while asking. After taking a sip of water, my lips looked full and glistening. Nanon unconsciously recalled the kiss from earlier. Suddenly feeling parched, she said, "Give me a sip." She suddenly reached out, rudely snatching the water bottle from my hand. I glared at her in annoyance. If you want a drink, get it yourself. I licked my lips, still feeling a bit thirsty, so I had to reluctantly head back to the fridge to grab another bottle. Nanon tilted her head back and drank from the bottle I just used. Was it because I had already drunk from it? Because she felt it tasted slightly sweet? Feeling completely different from ordinary water, she drained the remaining half of the bottle in one go, stepped on the trash can pedal, and tossed the empty bottle inside. I watched her wipe a drop of water from the corner of her mouth. It was only then that my brain slowly realized. She just drank from the same bottle I did. Wait, wouldn't that be an indirect kiss? At that thought, my gaze unconsciously drifted toward her thin lips. The shape of her lips was truly beautiful, carrying an indescribable sexiness. Perhaps those were the kind of lips that belonged to a great kisser. Suddenly, I remembered that she used to have many boyfriends. Then those alluring thin lips must have kissed quite a few men already. Thinking about this, my mood suddenly soured a bit. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a player, Nanon felt my resentful gaze. She frowned slightly, looking at me in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? If you're hungry, you'll just have to wait a bit. It's not like I can magically make food appear for you. I'll order something for you right now, okay?" Nanon noticed my reproachful look. She furrowed her brows slightly, asking with a bewildered expression, "What is it?" "Be a little patient if you're hungry. I'm not a magician who can just conjure up food for you. Let me order delivery for you right now. Don't you even know how to cook noodles or something?" I was feeling cranky, so I deliberately wanted to make things difficult for her. Nanon burst out laughing. "Cook noodles? This young lady has never even boiled water before. If you want to eat my cooking, it better be because you're tired of living." I stared at her, then snatched my phone back directly. "I don't want to torture myself like that. So just hurry up and order the food. I want pizza. Oh, and some roasted chicken wings too. Tell them to deliver fast. I'm really starving here." Nanon took the phone and started ordering. I had just drunk too much water and needed to use the bathroom, so I forgot to even put the phone down. I took the phone with me straight into the bathroom. Unbelievably, just as I sat down on the toilet, phone suddenly rang. I felt a bit awkward. I was in the middle of something, so why did someone have to call right now? What's more, the screen showed an unknown number. I didn't think twice, assuming it was a wrong number, so I answered it. "Hello, Xiaoyuan, it's me." Yunwan's soft, sweet voice came from the other end. I almost choked on my own spit. Hi, why is it you? What are you doing?" Yunwan asked. My face turned slightly red. How could I possibly tell her I was sitting on the toilet? "No, I'm not doing anything. Is there something you need?" Feeling embarrassed, I lowered my voice to ask. Yunwan went silent for a moment, before speaking. "I tried calling you earlier, but you hung up, and when I called back, I couldn't get through. It was as if I'd been blacklisted. But I figured it probably wasn't you who did it." I said in surprise. "You called me?" "No, you didn't. I didn't receive any calls." "When did you call?" "About 10 minutes ago." 10 minutes ago, I was still asleep," I murmured to myself. Then, my eyes gradually went wide. I was sound asleep then, but there was someone else beside me, and that was Nanon. So without even guessing, I knew it had to be that person's doing. She saw Yunwan calling, so she hung up on her, and even went as far as putting her on the blacklist. It turns out Nanon took my phone for no reason earlier. It was to destroy the evidence. How annoying. How could that jerk do such a thing? I quickly spoke up to apologize. "Yunwan, I'm so sorry. My friend was just messing around with it." Yunwan replied in her deep, warm, and gentle voice, "It's okay. I knew it wasn't you. How are you? I heard someone beat you up. Are your injuries serious?" Turns out she called me in such a rush because she was worried about me. It seems she really does consider me a friend. I felt very happy about this, and a faint smile appeared on my small face. Luckily, it's not too bad. I originally intended to look for you at the basketball arena, but I was so unlucky. I got intercepted on the way, so I ended up getting a beating. Yunwan's voice lowered. "I heard about it. I'm sorry. If I hadn't told you to come."
It has nothing to do with you. How could I blame you for this? If anyone's to blame, it's that Nanon. She's the root of all the trouble, which is why those crazed men are acting so insane. Are you really okay? If something is wrong, don't hide it from me, okay? I want to know how you actually are. You could hear it? Yunwan was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. I smiled and replied, I'm fine. Really? I'm okay. Think about it. If something was wrong, would I be laughing and talking like this? Right? I guess so. Yunwan finally sighed in relief. That's good. Can I ask you one more thing? Her voice became a bit serious and somber. Sure. I nodded. From her tone, it sounded like she was about to ask something extremely important. Is Nanon your girlfriend? She asked in a low voice. I was stunned. I didn't expect her to ask that, but on second thought, she must have heard about what happened today. Nanon declared in front of everyone that I am her husband. That news has surely spread throughout the school. That, I stammered. How should I explain this? Nanon obviously isn't my girlfriend, but she is my fiancé. If you don't want to say, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Yunwan said understandingly. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that the relationship between her and me. I don't really know how to describe it properly. It's a bit complicated. I scratched my head, feeling a bit hesitant, not knowing if I should tell Yunwan my real identity and the truth about my relationship with Nanon. If you say girlfriend, that's not exactly it, I said, even though Nanon had suggested earlier that we should publicly announce him her boyfriend to protect me under that title. But hadn't I already refused? Besides, in reality, although Nanon and I are betrothed, the two of us aren't actually dating. Yunwan was silent for a moment. Then let me ask a different way. Do you like her? Like, romantic feelings between a man and a woman? I was stunned. Do I like Nanon? Thinking of that question, I zoned out for a moment, then replied, that's definitely a no. Between her and me, it's not the kind of relationship you think. Me and Nanon, romantic feelings? How could that be? Of course, I like Nanon. We're childhood friends, close since we were little, just like family. Since she's so good to me, how could I not like her? It's just that romantic feelings are something I've never considered. Yunwan suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yuan, where are you right now? I'm at home. Why? This question was much easier to answer than the last one. She asked, is it convenient for you to come out? I thought for a bit. I still had to eat, but I'd probably have time after finishing. So I nodded and replied, it is. What's going on? I want to see you. 4 simple words, yet they made my little heart thump. Like a sweet whisper from a loved one, my heart skipped a beat. I've always been a sucker for good voices, and Yunwan's voice is just so beautiful. So when she said in that gentle tone, I want to see you, I really couldn't stop my mind from racing. I hurriedly patted my small head. Don't overthink it, Yunwan. She surely has some business with you. It's not what you're thinking. Okay then. My cheeks flushed slightly. Let's set a time. How about noon? Before I could even answer, a loud thumping suddenly came from the door outside. My cheeks flushed a bit, so let's decide on a time. Is noon today okay? Before I could say a word, the room door was suddenly pounded on. Bang, bang, bang. Then Nannon's teasing voice rang out. Xiao Yuan, you've been in there for quite a while. What on earth are you doing? Panic surged within me, fearing Nanon would catch me secretly calling Yunwan. I hurriedly whispered, I'll call you back later. Bye-bye. After hanging up, I suddenly realized I was still sitting on the toilet. I quickly pulled up my pants and flushed. I stuffed the phone into my pocket and finally went to open the door. Nanon, with a carefree smile on her beautiful face, leaning one hand against the door frame, looked at me mockingly. I thought you'd fallen into the toilet bowl. I glared at her. You're the one who fell in? Nanon glanced into the bathroom. She sniffed and asked, so what were you doing in there? Are you constipated? No, her teasing made me turn red with embarrassment. If not for the fact that she helped me today, I would have retaliated by now. Nanon sniffed around, seeing that there really was no smell, then grabbed my arm and pulled me out. Get out now. I really need to use the bathroom. It's an emergency. I looked completely dazed right now, which was very unusual. Nanon gave a sly smile and squinted. Do you want to stay for a tour? I don't mind at all. You pervert, like I'd want a tour. After her teasing, I finally snapped back to my senses and hurried away. As soon as I saw Nanon enter the bathroom, I immediately glanced after her, confirming she was inside. I then stealthily stepped aside and pulled out my phone. I quickly searched for the blacklist, unblocked Yunwan's number, and sent her an explanatory message. Yunwan replied very quickly. Can you come out this noon? Let's meet outside. I looked at the message hesitantly. The food hadn't arrived, and I need an excuse to slip out after eating. Time seemed a bit tight. So I thought for a moment and messaged back. Can it wait until after school? Within just a few seconds, Yunwan's message arrived, her tone very gentle. Sure, let's meet then. I sent her back a smiley face icon. But just as I put the phone down, Nanon stepped out of the bathroom. Sensing her gaze scanning toward me, I suddenly grew tense. Instinctively, I quickly hid the phone. A feeling of guilt suddenly arose, as if I were having a secret affair behind my wife's back. To hide my embarrassment, I immediately said, "My phone is out of battery. Let me go charge it for a bit." After speaking, I slipped into the bedroom as fast as lightning. Nanon's dark eyes narrowed, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. The delivery service was truly fast. It arrived in just 30 minutes. Nanon really had ordered many of my favorites. As soon as I saw the delicious food, I couldn't help myself and ate until I was stuffed. After eating, I lay lazily on the sofa, rubbing my full belly. I'm so full. I glanced at the clock. It was already noon. I then said to Nanon, "Anon, I don't want to go to school this afternoon. You go by yourself. Remember to ask the teacher for leave for me. Just say I'm seriously injured. He'll take this chance and use that excuse to skip school for a few days officially." To my surprise, Nanon, holding an iPad, leaned against the other side of the sofa. Her captivating voice slowly drifted out. "I don't want to go either. I'll stay home to keep you company." "What? You? You aren't going either?" I didn't expect her to react like that, suddenly feeling anxious. "No, there's no need. You don't need to stay home with me. You'll be fine by myself. Just go to school." Nanon felt I was being very strange. "I feel like you're trying to push me away. Why are you so insistent on sending me to school? Or are you planning something shady behind my back?" Nanon's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Of course not." Guilt stirred in my heart, and my speech started to falter. Nanon put the iPad down and narrowed her stunning eyes at me. "Is there really nothing?" Like a good child, I nodded vigorously. There's really nothing. I just don't want you to miss class because of me. Don't worry, just go to school. I can take care of myself." I patted my chest confidently. If she kept watching over me here, how could I go meet Yunwan? I bounded off the sofa, fearing that if Nanon asked more I'd be exposed, so I immediately headed toward the study. So boring. "I'll borrow your computer to play games for a bit. I've been back for so many days, but haven't touched a computer yet. My gaming addiction is suddenly acting up." "Wait," suddenly Nanon and rushed over to block my path. Her expression was serious. "The study is my private sanctum. You aren't allowed in." I pouted in dissatisfaction. "What sanctum? Why won't you let me in? Or is it?" I gave a sly grin, pointing at her suggestively. "You're hiding some little secret in there, aren't you?" Nanon grabbed my finger. "What are you thinking? Anyway, the study is my territory. No means no. Especially my computer, you absolutely must not touch it. You understand?" She pinched my cheek while talking. "Ow, that hurts." I grimaced and swatted her hand away. "Fine, I won't go in," acting like there's hidden treasure or something. I sullenly turned around and went into the bedroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Nanon shook her head at me, then she also went into the study. In the bedroom, I pressed my face against the door, trying to listen for any movement outside. Hearing the sound of a door closing, did she just enter the study? Should I take a gamble? Bolt out while she's not in the living room. But if I do that, she'll discover I've escaped. This timing doesn't seem right. It's too easy to cause suspicion. My head is killing me. I should still think of a plausible excuse so I can leave openly without making her wonder where I went. I walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the brilliant sunshine outside. The floors were so high up, I leaned in close and looked down. Over 30 stories high, that height was truly terrifying. There's no way I'd ever dare climb down from here. Sigh, what should I do now? I let myself flop onto the bed, lying spread-eagled. Full stomach, heavy eyelids. So I just lay there and drifted off to sleep before I knew it. When I woke up again, it was after 3 p.m. I gently cracked my neck. I slept too much. My head feels a bit dizzy. I scrambled up, slipped on my slippers, and walked to the living room. I found a bottle of water in the fridge, and after a few sips, a cold rush ran through my body, and my mind gradually became fully alert. The room was so quiet, only the brilliant sunshine streaming from outside was vibrant. I glanced toward the study. Not a single sound could be heard. Did Nanon fall asleep in there too? Or was she engrossed in gaming? If I sneak out for an hour now, then come right back, would she even find out? I gripped my phone tightly, tiptoeing toward the entrance, softly changing my shoes, closing the door with absolute care. Every movement is slow, as if playing in slow motion. I successfully made it out. I can't delay any longer. I quickly send a message to Yunwan, letting her know that I'm on my way. I quickly step into the elevator, go downstairs, and run straight out, waving down a taxi driver to go to Shangdi Academy. "Drive faster, sir." But what I didn't know was, at the very moment I stepped out of the apartment, the study door happened to open as well. Nanon walked out too. As for me, I had entered the cafe, the place where I had arranged to meet Yunwan. This street is right next to Shangdi Academy. Students usually love to stroll around here. Just as I walked through the door, the rich aroma of coffee hit my nose. I was about to look for Yunwan when unexpectedly, she was already waving at me. I smiled, walked over, and sat down, asking if she had been waiting long. Yunwan elegantly handed me the menu, smiling and saying, "Not at all. See what you'd like to drink." This shop is very popular at school. The taste must be quite good. Actually, I'm indifferent to coffee, preferring milk tea or honey kumquat tea. But when I flipped the menu open and saw the prices listed there, the words I was about to say suddenly caught in my throat. I looked up at Yunwan, hurriedly using the menu to hide my face, leaning in and whispering, "This place is so expensive. One drink costs nearly 100 yuan. Even though I've had much more expensive ones, the first thing I thought about was Yunwan's financial situation. But Yunwan kept the smile on her lips, saying with an unconcerned look, "It's okay. Just order. I can still afford this much." I frowned and shook my head. "No, don't. Too expensive. It's a total rip-off shop." Only then did I understand why she said earlier, this shop is very popular with students. Shangdae is an aristocratic academy. Most of those who spend money here are wealthy young ladies. This price is nothing to them. At that moment, the waiter brought the order. He smiled friendly with the bright and handsome appearance. I looked down. It turned out to be 2 slices of strawberry cake. I looked at Yunwan in shock. "Did you order this?" Yunwan nodded, her eyes sparkling like stars, responding with a smile. "Yeah. I've heard before that the sweets here are very delicious. Since you're with me this time, let's give it a try." The waiter just left. I immediately and anxiously flipped through the menu, wanting to see the price of the cake slice. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at my behavior. "Stop looking. Just order another drink." I rustled through the menu, finally finding the price of the strawberry cake at the back. My eyes widened in an instant. Over 100 yuan, this place really is a rip-off. My volume was a bit loud, causing the people around us to look back. Yunwan coughed lightly in embarrassment, softly reminding me. She didn't mind my exaggerated surprise and even found it a bit cute. But there might be other students from the school in this shop. I just caused a huge incident today and am getting a lot of attention, so it's better to be modest. I realized that too, my face flushing slightly. Hurriedly pulling up my collar, I set the menu aside. I took the lemon water the waiter just brought. "I'll just drink this, no more ordering." Seeing this, Yunwan didn't push further. I took a sip of the water. My head was full of thoughts about returning quickly, to avoid Nanon discovering I snuck out. "Yunwan, did you ask me to come here? To tell me something?" I asked hurriedly, making use of every second, just wanting to finish quickly so I could return. Yunwan's dark brown eyes looked at me, suddenly saying, "Actually, you can call me Yunwan." I paused for a moment. Calling her Yunwan felt so intimate. Yunwan slightly raised her eyebrows, her tone sounding a bit saddened. "I already consider you a friend? Don't you?" "Of course not." "Wait, that's not right." "Not. Of course I do." I realized I misspoke, so I quickly corrected myself. Afraid she wouldn't understand, my little head was nodding vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. How could I not consider her a friend? I've wanted to be friends with her from the start. I just didn't expect everything to happen so suddenly, thinking she was someone hard to open up, and that it would take a long time before she saw me as a friend. So hearing her say that made my heart feel very happy. Yunwan was clearly very satisfied with this answer. Her eyes filled with laughter as she looked at me, pushing the strawberry cake in front of me and saying, "Then from now on, please call me Yunwan. Hurry up and eat the cake." "Okay, Yunwan." My eyes curved. I smiled, remembering she also seemed to call me Xiao Yuan. If she called me Fang Yuan, I would feel a bit strange hearing it. I tasted a piece of the strawberry cake. The fresh strawberry flavor spread on my tongue, instantly making my eyes light up. "It's truly delicious. No wonder this shop is so expensive. It's well worth the money." I pushed the remaining slice toward her, urging, "You try it too. The taste is really fantastic. I could eat this forever without getting tired of it. I even want another piece. Shall we order another one?" She smiled, picked up the fork and tried a bite. The taste indeed made her eyes brighten a bit, nodding in agreement with me. Looking at my small, satisfied face, she felt that this might be the best strawberry cake in the world. I quickly shook my head. "Don't. One piece is enough. If I kept eating just because I didn't get sick of it, would I eat until she goes bankrupt?" It took me less than a minute to finish the cake, licking the remaining cream while asking her, "That's right. Why did you need to see me so urgently? Is it something very important?" Yunwan slowly put down the fork. Her eyes were fixed on me, her gentle voice ringing out leisurely. "Initially, I was a bit worried about your injuries. But seeing you still so lively, it seems you're really okay." According to the versions she heard, I was beaten by a group of male students and even had a hand injury, bleeding a lot. Some even exaggerated, saying my internal organs were damaged and that I was vomiting a lot of blood. Even though I said I was fine on the phone, she still wanted to see for herself. "Is that all?" I asked back. I thought she had some majorly important matter. I had even mentally prepared myself. Who knew the truth would be so far from my expectations? "There's one more thing I want to ask you." Yunwan looked at my somewhat disappointed face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She looked seriously into my eyes, suddenly asking, "What's the relationship between you and Nanon?" "That." I scratched my head, tongue-tied for a moment. How should I tell her? To my surprise, Yunwan smiled slightly and directly voiced her suspicion. "You two have known each other for a long time, right? You already knew each other before you transferred to Shangdae, and you're very close, aren't you?" She just blurted it out like that. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy. So there's no need to hide it anymore.
Right then, a very loud voice suddenly rang out from the side. Fang Yuan. This voice was all too familiar. My whole body stiffened instantly. Instinctively, I thought Qi Nianan had arrived, catching me red-handed sneaking out. Moreover, meeting with Yunwan, who has a grudge with her, it's over, am definitely toast. I turned my head blankly, but before I could see clearly who it was, a figure rushed straight over, wrapping his arm tightly around my neck. Xiao Yuan, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. A very sturdy hug, with a faint scent of men's perfume. It was a boy. Only then did I look up in surprise at the person in front of me. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Chuchi raised his eyebrows, glaring at me. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you in this place?
When did you get back to the country? Well, I've been back for a few days now. Chuchi let go of me and said with dissatisfaction, then why didn't you tell me you were back? How long do you plan to stay this time? When are you going back to America? Well, I've transferred to Shengde Academy now. I'll be staying in the country for a while. I explained briefly. Waiting until the engagement between me and Qi Nianan is cancelled, maybe then I'll return to America. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Chuki excitedly grabbed my hand, his eyes wide with amazement. Of course it's true, I said with a smile. Then that's wonderful. How great. From now on we can be together all the time. Chuchi was beyond happy. I turned to complain to him. Right, where have you been lately? I've been at school for days and haven't seen a sign of you. Chuchi smiled shyly. My dad went to France for a fashion show, so I tagged along for the fun. I really envy you, I exclaimed. Chuchi's father is a famous fashion designer, constantly flying all over the world. Oh, does Qi Nianan know you're back? Chuki suddenly asked. She knows. Mentioning this, I suddenly remembered Yunwan's presence. I awkwardly stole a glance at her, seeing that she still had a faint smile on her face as if she wasn't surprised at all. At this moment, Zhou Qi also noticed Yunwan. When he saw Yunwan's face clearly, he was instantly stunned, exclaiming in shock, Lu Wanwen, why are you sitting with Xiao Yuan? I wasn't surprised that he knew Yunwan. After all, Yunwan is a prominent figure at Shangde. But why did I find his expression so strange? Ah, that's right, his face seemed a bit redder than before. Right after, Zhou Qi suddenly sat down, pushing me aside. The way he looked at Yunwan clearly showed the shyness and joy of a young boy, asking, how do you know Xiao Yuan? His eyes were glued to Yunwan, unable to look away. Even someone as dense as me could feel that burning gaze. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Does Zhou Qi like Yunwan? I quickly gave him a tug, then whispered in his ear, can't you tone down that look of yours a bit? Xiao Yuan, tell me quickly, what's with you and Yunwan? Are you two dating? Chu Qi suddenly thought of this possibility, looking at me with a devastated face. No, don't talk nonsense. I found the atmosphere too awkward, and hurriedly said to him, Zhou Qi, you go first. I'll explain later. Stop causing a scene here. Chu Qi was reluctantly pushed to his feet by me. Fine, I'm leaving. I'll call you later. Waiting until I waved goodbye to Zhou Qi, I let out a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry. I looked at Yunwan apologetically, but Yunwan shook her head, smiling softly. It's okay. Seems like I guessed right. I was a bit stunned. After the chaos Zhou Qi caused, my little head was temporarily confused, unable to catch up with her rhythm. You and Qi Nianan have been friends for many years, haven't you? Childhood sweethearts. She looked into my eyes, her voice carrying a hint of depth. I shivered slightly, thinking that she had already guessed everything, so there was nothing to hide anymore. So I nodded, yeah, as I thought. I should have guessed it sooner, Yunwan said calmly, her voice dropping slightly. In those eyes, there seemed to be some emotion, but I couldn't see through it. I felt the atmosphere was very strange, suddenly not knowing what to say. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something. Qi Nianan said there's a grudge between them. What exactly is that grudge? I muttered to myself. Yunwan knows that Qi Nianan and I are on good terms. Will she look at me differently? Unexpectedly, Yunwan looked at me. A sudden sentence made my heart tighten. Last time you cried outside the principal's office, was it because you fought with Qi Nianan over the security guard being reinstated? I was a bit shocked. How could she guess it so accurately? But I still nodded in admission. One last question. She leisurely spoke. I looked up and met her deep eyes, a gaze that seemed to see right through my soul. What question? I asked. Yunwan spoke directly. You two aren't dating, right? She only said that to stand up for you, didn't she? That sentence? I understood immediately, referring to Qi Nianan saying I was her husband. I felt she wasn't wrong, so I continued to nod. That's right. As for the marital relationship between Qi Nianan and me, there's probably no need to say it. No one knows anyway, and they don't need to announce it. Who knows? This engagement might be cancelled in a while. A smile appeared in Yunwan's eyes. All right, I'm done with my questions. She seemed to want to understand my thoughts, adding, don't worry. I won't stop considering you a friend because of your relationship with her. We're still friends. Hearing this, I finally truly regained my smile. I knew you wouldn't.
Unlike that Kinianan, who's incredibly hot-tempered, Achu at the same time, Genianan at home suddenly sneezed. I looked at the watch, my small face instantly wrinkling. Panic-stricken, I'm so sorry, I have to go. I've been out for nearly an hour. If I don't get back now, Genianan will definitely find out I snuck away. Yunwan nodded, calling the staff to pay. I was a bit uneasy. Should we split the bill? Yunwan had already finished paying, saying to me with a smile, it's fine. This time is on me. You can treat me next time, okay? I didn't think twice and nodded. Sure. In my heart, I already started planning to treat her to a really nice meal next time, and it has to be more expensive than this one. Yunwan seemed to suddenly think of something, looking at me and asking, how about you take me to a movie? An American blockbuster is premiering this weekend. I've always wanted to see it. I wonder if you're interested. Yunwan seemed to suddenly think of something, looking at me and asking, how about you take me to a movie? An American blockbuster is premiering this weekend. I've always wanted to see it. I wonder if you're interested. Is it that movie? I like it too. Then that's great. I'll take you to see it. I hurriedly agreed. Then I suddenly paused, remembering she had a boyfriend. I suddenly remembered that, looking at her hesitantly. The thing is, us going to a movie together seems a bit inconvenient, doesn't it? Is there something wrong? Yunwan asked, puzzled. I could only smile bitterly at her. Don't you already have a boyfriend? If your boyfriend finds out about this, he'll definitely be furious. How about this? I'll pay for the tickets and you take your boyfriend. Would that work? Yunwan paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't understand what her expression meant. Was she agreeing to my suggestion or not? But I was very firm in my mind. Since she has a boyfriend, I absolutely cannot go to a movie alone with her. I need to keep my distance. To my surprise, Yunwan suddenly looked straight into my eyes, saying something shocking. Actually, I don't have a boyfriend. I was completely stunned. Yunwan gave a soft smile, saying, I don't have a boyfriend, so you can invite me to a movie now. There's no need to change anything. But wait, you don't have a boyfriend? That doesn't seem right. Don't you already have one? I felt so confused. If only one person said that, it might be fake news. But about her having a boyfriend, it wasn't just she and you saying it. Even Kinianan confirmed it. I might not believe Shen Yue, but as for that Kinianan, despite being overbearing and petty, I still find her words quite trustworthy. Yunwan rubbed her nose slightly, saying with a bit of embarrassment, the boyfriend thing was something I intentionally made up. I was stunned once again, never expecting things to be like that. I immediately connected the dots and cried out, did you use that as an excuse to reject the boys who came to confess? And then over time, everyone thought you really had a boyfriend. No wonder everyone says her boyfriend is so mysterious, since no one has ever met him, nor knows which school he attends. It turns out there was never any so-called boyfriend from the start. Yunwan put her finger to her lips, shushing me, her beautiful face showing clear seriousness. Only you know about this. You have to keep it a secret for me. Got it? I nodded blankly, still feeling utterly shocked by the truth I just learned. Yunwan looked at my strange expression and narrowed her eyes, asking, this look on your face seems like you're very disappointed. My eyes widened, and I quickly shook my head. No way, not at all. You must have seen wrong. But it's true I was a little disappointed. That's because hearing rumors about her mysterious boyfriend earlier made me very curious and eager to uncover the secret. Who knew the so-called secret would be fake? My disappointment was actually from losing, the fun of digging up that secret. Then let's settle the movie plan as decided. Is this Saturday okay? Yunwan didn't press any further. After all, every thought of mine was plain as day on my face. She only needed one look to understand. Seeing no further issues, I nodded. Yeah, okay, then we'll set the time later. Oh no, I really have to go. Yunwan watched my frantic figure as I dashed outside. Her beautiful lips curled into a slight smile. Returning to the apartment, I tiptoed to open the door, carefully closing it bit by bit. Then I bent down right at the entrance, my movements very gentle as I changed into slippers. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over me. A cold voice rang out. Where did you go? My whole body stiffened instantly. I slowly raised my head, meeting Xinian's stern gaze. I forced a smile and asked, when did you discover that I wasn't at home? Half an hour ago. Her eyes, like a hawk's, stared intently at me, as if locking onto her prey. I hurriedly pulled a bag from behind my back, beaming with a bright smile. I woke up and suddenly felt hungry. It happened to be afternoon tea time, so I just went downstairs to buy something. But Xinian wasn't so easily fooled. She curled her lip at me. Gone for over half an hour. Which shop did you buy from? My heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the shop name on the bag was actually nearby. It wasn't because I was clever, but because I smelled something good on the way back and bought it randomly because I was hungry. I didn't expect it to come in handy at the right time. My shifty eyes darted around once, immediately coming up with a new excuse. Actually, it's like this. On the way I met a Samya dog. It was incredibly adorable, so I couldn't help but stop and play with it for a bit, after which I went to buy the food. This explanation was truly flawless. I secretly praised myself in my head. To my surprise, Kiniana narrowed her eyes, questioning me rapidly. A Samoyed? I've lived here for so long and have never seen one. How many months old was the dog you met? What was its name? Was the owner male or female? How could I possibly know all that? I didn't actually meet any Samoyed after all.
I panicked for a few seconds.